in our society. And there were a lot of testimonies, except that we did not have an opportunity to meet the farmers, to meet the entrepreneurs that are being impacted on, come and give testimonies. But from the research findings, it is notable that CIVET's project is achieving its main objectives of actually establishing innovation and applied research hubs housed in these TVET institutions. And so the research is going on, and we were very delighted to have the first team, Gendering Eldoret National Polytechnic, which is a project that seeks to understand gender inequalities at the Eldoret National Polytechnic and developing strategies that will address the matters of gender differences by creating more favorable structures and design and implementation of gender balanced and sustainable, socially sensitive programs in that institution. And that they did present. They were challenged, though, to check into the methodology, because the population at ENP, or Eldoret National Polytechnic, is way above the population that actually they rendered. And the presenter yesterday confirmed that it is still work in progress, and they'll basically go and relook at the methodology part. There is no quality research that will give a better output if there's a question around methodology. So it is a challenge that ENP, you need to take that seriously together with the other researchers, that the findings and the objectives need to align themselves towards the conclusion, discussions, and that then should inform both the institutional policy recommendations, the national policy recommendation, and also what is that impacts in terms of the global arena, because we don't do things in isolation. And this is just a mention to all the other presenters that were yesterday, because that was kind of a repeated observation. Despite all that, we still had the Kenya cost. The Kenya course also did quite a commendable job in their point of departure was when they looked at the persons living with disability or persons that are able differently. And it was also very important when they acknowledged that sometimes, apart from the girls, boys, women, men being prompted for innovative ways of enhancing participation, they also went out of their way to look at the persons that are able differently. And that inclusivity is very important in the society that we live in today. We also had an opportunity to listen to KTTC, and KTTC managed to give us a presentation as the host, and I think that was the last one in part 1, and in just a minute. So for the KTTC, they did present the in-depth analysis of gender inequality at their institution and suggested practical solutions. And part of the objective was to conduct this analysis of gender inequality in TVET institutions, suggesting practical solutions. Although they had not concluded on research findings, they were able to objectives to align analysis as per. So it was very interesting to see how people are prepared, even as they apply this applied research, aiming at identifying problems and giving solutions to oriented interventions. Now, I think we need to really think quickly onto how do we then, I would want to have a microphone, but all the same, I want us to now do it differently. There's a portion of discussion that I've not done that I want us to engage. And this is how it will go. We've got about 11 tables, if I checked, except for the 4. And I would want us to to engage ourselves and be able to appreciate what the others did. I've just done this first section deliberately, and so I want this table. Hello. I want this table to recap. Just put your heads together, and I hope you're not from Sigala, yeah? You look at the program, and Sigala, this is on the theme of partnership and support small farmers. I want you to think through what's the presentation about partnership to support smallholder farmers, and what was your takeaway, and what is one thing that you'd want to see happen. Then the next, and I think this table and that one can combine, because I think, and just observe social distancing. So those two can combine. And then the next one, the next table, just at the back, this table, yeah, please. That table, you'll be talking about the supporting innovation and entrepreneurship in TVET. And your focus is on the Northeastern National Polytechnic presentation. And so you'll have only 2 minutes anyways, so it's not like another research paper. Don't write an abstract. It's just 2 minutes. So the other table over there, I would want you to look at the Coast Institute of Technology, Skills Development and Entrepreneurship, but that's under the sub-theme of supporting innovation and entrepreneurship. So basically, this table and that one, we are on sub-theme 2, which started at 11:30 to about 12:30. So your table, oh, you are the cost. Thank you for being honest, integrity there. So I'll get you another one. Don't do your own. So can we do the cost? Are you also cost? No. So this table and that table join together kindly and do the cost one. And then we'll have your team, the cost team. Could we look at the TVET partnership to enhance food security through value addition? And so that is the program that was running from 1325 to 1425. So you'll be looking at that lessons, and then together with that, the two gentlemen, you can join them kindly. And then this table, because you are many, you're about 5. Okay, so this table over here and the two gentlemen at the back, let's do the Meru technical. Are you Meru technical? So the Meru technical, this one is not Meru technical. So you'll do the Meru technical. So Meru technical together with the gentleman and a lady at that table, you'll do all lessons. Yes. And then I think we are only left with this column, this one and this one, the KTC team and that one. Can we recap on the keynote address that was made by the chair, Kitty? And that's how that then will influence your research findings or what you're doing in your project. Mr. Principal, your team will join the gentleman, or the gentleman will join your team. And so you'll be 4. What I would want you to look at is the partnership to support smallholder farmers. Okay? Which table is left out? Which table is left out? We have 5 minutes exactly 5 minutes. But within the 5 minutes, we'll also be doing presentations. So we have 2 minutes to just think through this, and then one of us from every table is going to just stand and give us maybe 30 to 1 minute seconds on that. Yeah, you have to do the assignment. Eh? Partnership to support smallholder farmers. Nyandarua. Nataka gani?
Tuko nayo. Tuko na Meru. But I was not. No, nobody is coming for us.
Just a minute. Linet, nobody is doing Nyandarua. Wanateta, they need feedback.
Wale ulicombine ungefika.
How are you though?
I'm fine. Yours?
I'm well. You're just enjoying my place.
Sending online. Give their feedback there. Anyway.
So the ones that are attending the forum online, you can use the chat of any of the sub-themes that were discussed yesterday, and then of course just share your feedback on the chat, and we'll also pick them and let the others know. So we have 1 minute to get ready. Are you with us? We are doing the keynote speech. We are for Dr. Boy, the I need somebody to help me with Nyandarua National Park. We talked about the Irish materials. Can we share Nyandarua, just briefly. Oh, Nyandarua. More manufacturing now. Yeah. The material. Yes. Because they are the ones who does that. What about for different farmers? Now, income farmer, you need to decide on who is going to talk on behalf of your group. You need to choose one of your persons in your group to give an highlight of what you've been talking about. Okay, there'll be a microphone coming your way, and so the table that I'll point at is the table that will go first. You'll take just about 30 seconds to 1 minute to do that presentation from what you've discussed in your group. Try to give us a solution, a suggestion that is so impactful, and don't ask a question. You need to find that answer in your groups. So perhaps I start from Which table has a microphone? Okay, let's start from this table. Thank you. Maybe your one name or your team where you're coming from so that we connect with you.
Thank you. Nyeri National Polytechnic, that's where we are coming from. I'm Charity. And you had asked us to discuss the Northeastern National Polytechnic, discussion on development of automotive mechanical level 3 training manual under the sub-theme of supporting innovation and entrepreneurship in TVET. So they gave us they told us that they are coming up with a manual which was informed by their discussions with the industry that included the Toyota and the like, and are in the process of coming with a manual that they hope will impact the generation, especially at their place. I would say that it's a very good discussion. And I remember in the discussion, they were asked about the validation of that document so that it can be used across the board. And we also remember that they told us that they are operating with the examining body, CIDAC. So our suggestion would be maybe after they are done with the manual, they can cascade it to the other TVCs especially. We can support the others, the TTIs and the TVC. And thank you for that.
Thank you. So once the manual is ready, we need to have it cascaded to the other TTIs, and that is very good. Thank you for that, team. Let's have you share in less than 1 minute.
Okay. Okay. Good morning once again. So this group is known as the aquatic group. That is a lake combined with the ocean. So we've come together for this.
The aquatic group.
Aquatic group. Yeah. Kisumu and Mombasa. Okay. So what we've got is there's possibility of partnership to be created amongst institutions and also the industry, especially the manufacturers of the material to be used. Then Sigalagala could also produce items for different categories of farmers, ranging from 200 to around 1.5 million. Then lastly, maybe they need to improve on the scientific approach of the research.
So Sigalagala to improve on the scientific approach to the research, yes. And also the aquatic group. Thank you very much. Can we have the next group in less than 1 minute? Thank you.
Yes, this is Meru TTI. The fabrication of the solar dryer is we have some insights into that fabrication because we know we have daylight challenges, daylight hours. What I say is supposed to do when there is gloomy days and they are supposed to dry the food substance. We also have an issue with the food safety. There are cases when there is reconstitution back of the moisture. When you try to remove the moisture, sometimes due to humidity, you find the food will also reabsorb the moisture. And then we also have an issue with storage of the dried food, and then the design size. Is it possible to have sizes for households, different households, small sizes that can gather for households, and also the issue of training of the learners?
Thank you so much. There are a couple of solutions that they are coming up with there. One is that there needs to be training to take place. You need to consider the issue of moisture when you're using the solar dryer. You're also considering the climatical change. What happens when it is winter or cold season in Kenya? Then does that affect the storage and the drying of the crops? So those are things that are very important for the teams to take away. Can we have that group and this group as well? In less than 1 minute, we have only 5 minutes left.
It was about food to food fortification, nutrition security to vulnerable groups in many parts of Kenya, especially among the rural communities. Fortified foods is a good project because of addressing food security in Kenya. And often crops are actually good to be brought on board with the other crops to enhance the food security. The challenge is that we may have different processes required to address the different crops and sensitize the farmers to engage those different processes to come up with useful food. So sensitization of farmers can be an uphill task, and also the logistics of getting equipment for the different processes may also be a challenge. Otherwise, that is a very lucrative ground of making food available. Some of the orphaned crops are actually having medicinal value like guavas. We have had campaigns that guavas can actually enhance healing on cancer patients. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is very informative. The guavas have got the medicinal value, just like moringa. I didn't hear any team talk about moringa. It's now the new normal. It has got seeds that people are also using. But of course, as much as the Irish potato is an orphaned crop, we still appreciate the chips that we buy from the fast food stores. So at least it is coming up from the orphanage. So let's have this team, and then the rest will be very fast because some of them are speeches. So we'll have this group and then just the last ones.
Good morning, everyone. Chengasa Josephat, KTTC Student Union Chair. Now, we are recapping on the Coastal Institute of Technology. They did something on our student lead ventures. Now, the strengths were impacting skills on the employment. We have the financing of the project. That's one of the bunker points. Now, we have all-inclusive project with the students. They did that. Now, the something we wanted to know is about how are you going to track the project to students after graduating? Now, how is the industries incorporated in the project? Are they going to be of any importance? Then is the venture sustainable to the companies after all the process gone? Then something to note, come up with the policy of how the venture going to run all through after the graduation of the students. Then we have the strategic industry partners. You have to come up with them so that you sustain your project. Then finally, we need to have the capacity building project which cuts across the entire country at large. Thank you.
Thank you. That part of capacity building is very important. Can we have that group go?
Good morning. Joshua Dongo, KTTC. Actually, in the keynote, the significance of applied research came out very clearly, that basically there's no country that can develop without that. And we are going to build knowledge capital from applied research. We are going to develop competent human resource that can support our institutions and the industry. We can also solve our institutional challenges by applied research, and we can realize economic growth by the projects that we are doing And finally, we'll be able to improve our standards and also our environment by applying applied research. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the summary of the keynote speaker. In less than 30 seconds.
I'll just mention one or two about the Nyandarua National Polytechnic project on Irish potato value addition. I think one thing that was mentioned was the nutritional values as displayed on the table, and it raised more questions than answers, but the bottom line is, does the nutrition depends on the conditions of farming or thereafter? Again, I think one observation that was made was what other things they take into consideration to ensure that that nutritional value again is not lost during processing. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very brief. The second last table.
Yes, we were looking at the source which has also been mentioned, but we want to add briefly on what we suggested. On their research, specifically on orphaned crops, pumpkin and sweet potatoes, we suggest that they look onto promotion of these orphaned crops, also consider value addition, and then innovations which can assist the farmers to add value before they sell. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mary. Your table is the last one. Do you have a mic?
Ours was to thank Dr. Catherine Ture from CICan, and particularly the Canadian government for their continued support to our Kenyan community, particularly the TVET institutions. We continue to thank them for changing the lives of the people of different ages, right from the lower secondary up to the TVET sector. And we promise that we'll continue to work on our innovations so that they can promise that we'll continue to work on our innovations and with your support so that they can continue to change lives and contribute to making the lives of many people fruitful. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the recap. At least everybody has been involved in just summarizing what it was that happened yesterday. And it has also benefited our guests who've just turned up today. And so everybody can now start a second day afresh, and we are all at the same page. The last part, and in less than few seconds, the part that was not mentioned is the presentation by the Susan Debe, the TVETA, on behalf of the director Kiprui Langat. And one of the things that she mentioned in the afternoon session is that there are several benefits that brought about the research in TVET, and some of them included elevating profile of TVET systems, provision for benchmarking forums with university, and enhanced knowledge creation. Maybe just to mention, beyond the partnership with universities, I think also it's very important that more collaboration is done with the TVET institution and industry, because that's where your students graduate to. They don't graduate to go to the university. The universities can partner in terms of research, but the person you need most is the person in the industry, because that's the employer. But that's a thought for you to ponder about. Thank you very much. I won't take any more time. I'm sorry for going overboard, but that was a necessary session that we had to do it that way. Thank you so much, and back to you, Joel.
Thank you for the recap, Dr. Quinn. I think we are running, I hope the doctor, is the presentation on? Okay, we'll go to the presentation by Professor Dembe of Liwa. Professor Dembe is the CEO, chairman of Liwa, linking industry with academia. And Liwa is the Pillar 2 lead for the CITVEST program. He's going to be joining us through a Zoom link. And we apologize, he was scheduled to start at 9:30. He should be coming on shortly.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'd like to thank everyone for attending this crucial session. I think yesterday was a very important groundbreaking, but you needed to do the icing so that you can get the whole gist and juices from such an important conference. I'd like to thank the organizers for putting up this forum. It's very important, part of the communication and also part of dissemination of innovations. I also like to thank the attendees who take back to their institutions takeaways that are going to be very important to define new strategies for the way forward for them. As we said, I will share my screen. Sorry. So that we can quickly go through what I wanted to discuss with you, and also to share some of the insights and experiences Liwa has had in running through with the colleagues Pillar 2, and also some insights from other Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. As the presenter said, my name is Demby Williams, and I'm at Liwa. We really do promote collaborative and strategic partnerships through a range of strategies that could encourage both academia, government, and industry to work together to promote collaboration and to work for a greater market promotion, and of course, development of skills and local economies. It gives us pleasure, particularly at this chance when we're looking at Liwa and looking at how we can work with TVETs and other institutions that are in touch with the local economies. This is a very important area where they can make contribution, because I think that TVETs are very much in line with the third vision of the institutions to develop training and opportunities for employment and growth of the local economies. And this is where such experiences like applied research and also experiential um, innovations that are taken, that are done as we've had and listened. These are very core at streamlining the direction of local economies, the direction and rejuvenation of uh, local setups, so that we can develop those for employment, we can develop those for skills development. So this kind of interaction we engage at LIWA really helps to stimulate that interaction, and also improves the quality of skills. For example, entrepreneurial skills, as you had experiences, different institutions chatting there where the where they had uh, the the strategies they employed, and also the difficulties, because those are very important in pointing us to the right direction, the difficulties they've had also in making sure that they have successful interaction. We also provide data. You'd be surprised that we are one of the institutions really that have most recent and reliable data on various aspects of the economy, including skills, including um, courses, including uh, recent developments in skills development, and also sorts of areas that are very important for the economy, so that you can make decisions, so that even when you are taking for thinking for where to send your child, let's say in Tibet, where such child could benefit more, where such specialization could be achieved. Those are very important areas that data which is previously was not available, that now we're able to organize such data and link it to industries. My insight, of course, was supposed to reflect on yesterday's presentation, and I'm glad that Dr. Quinn went through it with you, and she's done it very wonderful. And I'm glad that now, when I'm talking and referring to those insights and ideas, that we really we had put together on understanding the issues that maybe I might be reflecting on. But it's true, as you heard from the presentations, that industry involvement has significantly increased uh, in terms of promoting industry academia networks. And this has really benefited in terms of identifying relevant skills, in identifying also employability issues in terms of skills, in terms of courses, in terms of developing generic um, products, like for example, which come out of innovation. We had about solar dryer. I think to me that was very exciting. We had about irrigation system. I think that's very important in promoting productivity, in increasing farm produces. Those are some of the things that uh, we can link in and discuss and say who best placed to, let's say, to support you in having the knowledge and the skills relevant to acquire to impart to students that you are training. This, of course, as we talk about these issues, they do not take place in isolation, and that's why it's very important that we work together with industry in terms of knowledge creation, in terms of dissemination, just as we're doing now, so that we can know what is where, what is being done where, by whom, and also who are the champions, and so that we can share those experiences and be able to impart on our local economies to promote such influences, so that we can have technology transfer in place and to ensure that our graduates, and you know, develop composite skills as necessary. But what I've talked about is to give the overview of linkages. But you find that really these linkages are far much diverse and more specialized in some areas. For example, we might go in for training, training, special workshops, just as we had from solar and from irrigation. Those could be specialized training that would be very important in identifying who's the best place to provide such training and what kind of collaboration, for example, would be necessary for such ecosystem and so forth. At LIWA, for example, we use that in terms of sector boards and the industrial clusters, such that we can give specialized and tacit knowledge in each of those areas. So we kind of be able to match the needs of industry and with that of educational sectors, so that we can help situations where higher education or technical education can produce the kind of products these students, the graduates who have the relevant skills for industry and are able to promote, again, higher productivity and improve the quality of produces, as we see in most cases. So as I've said, that linkages and partnerships tend to be vast and wide, and that could be in different form, as we see, that could take maybe new industrial attachments, different skills and training, attachments, facilities and equipment we can loan. For example, some institutions can loan TVET's equipment, or TVETs also can share their maybe their workspace with an industry partner in order to impart skills or to acquire skills from technology transfer processes. So all these are very important for moving forward. And I've seen that that's one of the most missing link that is taking place in all our discussions, was to find where this, who's imparting which skills and from where, and is there a persistent and sustainable relationship that encourages such collaboration to take place. Of course, based on that, I made a series of observations that, for example, these partnerships, not only should it be on at university level, as we've heard from the speeches, but also at TVET and any other higher education. You're ready to you can impart a range of skills and partnerships that really are unique to specific economies. In the case of Kenya, for example, in the case of specific industries, so you can narrow down sectors to industrial sectors from various clusters, rather various sectors to industrial clusters and so forth, so that you are able to satisfy particular demand for industrial productivity and also for regional economic regeneration, as we see in this case. And applied research is an excellent example that can lead us to that direction and ensure that there is some of the issues that we are looking for, some of the answers that we are looking for, and some of the problems that we have maybe experienced that in the workplace or even in an academic setting can be solved through such good examples of applied research. We did some kind of survey, and you find that that really institutions are not, some of the institutions are not thinking really very far in terms of having innovative projects that could guide them to be competitive in their place. For example, if you see most of the impactful projects are spin-off, are those that build absorptive capacity, are those for that influence curricula. But you find that those are the least part of the least projects that were very much done in the next, were being planned in the next 1 or 2 years. Instead, you see entrepreneurship education. That means collaboration with the other education institution, and that's really captures what was said today, that some of the TVET institutions were hoping to collaborate with other institutions, instead really focusing on spin-off, focusing on private sector participation, focusing on technologies, focusing on being hosts for practical supervision and incubation services. I think those are the ones which would be very vital in improving our competitiveness as an economy, and also in developing new economies, new leads in the economies. And as you could see, this is true because if you look at how partnerships, by the way, these were results from 11 national polytechnics. So these are very, very recent data, and captures the previous 5 years, but gives us an insight on how the thinking is behind what's going on behind there. So you can see collaboration with industry is on decline, and this is true. This is what we've captured. While with academic institutions, there's an increase. So you find that now most TVETs are trying to do generic programs to do the second mission, instead of doing the third mission of being economic partners and work with industry. Instead, they are moving into working with other academic institutions to provide training and education. So I think there is a need to focus there, to focus the direction such that TVETs really are the mainstay of an economic development. And an economy cannot develop without TVET being in place. And I think this is where we find that the work of TVET, working in cooperation with industry, could really provide a way forward for us. Again, the frequency of collaborations being established at industrial level, you could see that education and training have the highest. Instead, I would expect to see collaboration with other industrial sectors being higher, because you don't want collaboration for further studies, maybe collaboration with the development of course materials and so forth. But why wouldn't we have, let's say, an industry taking part in industrial training, taking part in curriculum development, taking part in the applied research projects, as we are seeing today? I think this is where the economy can thrive very well. So such direction really gives us issues to think about and say, how do we strategize and see that our collaboration and partnerships lead us to economic development. And this mainly what we really found out on this small survey was that there was competence mismatches, such that the supply and demand of skills was very much different, where we are producing a lot of students, but they do not satisfy the needs of industry. And the industry is also not identifying those skills that are really required, so that academia, TVET, and even to some extent, to very extent, universities are not producing the products that are necessary to match those skills. Again, gender participation was very low. There's lack of information. TVET's on information is very much marginalized, and we still have a very poor perception and awareness on gender participation within TVET, and potential of growth and growth and participation is very high in TVET, but that is not usually mentioned or marketed in most of the information that we get from TVET and other education establishment. I think this is an area that we need to work on also. Again, we need to reform many areas, the way we manage institutions. I think this also became very clear that administrative reforms were necessary to improve TVET becomes more responsive to economic development. And of recent, of course, in the last 2 years, we had an impact of COVID, which has been really significant to institution abilities to run projects smoothly, including these projects that we're experiencing. We found that several meetings, for example, were not able to take place. We could not attend hand in hand, rather physical meetings. Even today, you can see some of the members are not there just because the situation with the COVID, and also many countries have not, started opening up because of COVID situations. But this is softening slowly, but has taken long. As you can see, it has had significant impact on institutions. And as such, there's really need to have a very strong legislative and policy framework to address that lack of capacity, because we need, if government, we were encouraged yesterday to see Lina Ayeka, who really talked about very encouraging issues within the government, and a range of issues that were being prepared as a way forward for TVET. I think that is very encouraging, and that would help in terms of positioning TVET and making it more competitive and also helpful to economic development. But as I said earlier on, we still have challenges in interfacing between TVET institutions and productive sector. We see that in most cases, we see soft skills lacking, we see decision-making skills lacking, we see some of the technical skills lacking, we see some of the, I would say, well, for example, digital marketing skills lacking. Some of those things that are really could advance institutions, could advance the economy to be competitive, are still lacking. And I think this is where TVET can make a cut and be very competitive. Prioritize those strengths, sector strengths, and revamp the local economy, and to be able to seek fresh opportunities with the local employers, for example, to offer work experiences, work-based entrepreneurial experiences that are very lacking, and of course to strengthen the employability skills so that when the graduate leaves TVET and goes into industry, they are really very productive in the first time run, not going to be trained back to South Africa, back to Malaysia, to be trained on specific machineries and so forth. These are some of the experiences we get, and you find, say, wow, these are TVETs, but then where the skills, where the competitive advantage we're getting, so that we can move forward. So when I heard about the solar dryer and irrigation system, actually I was very, very, very proud. But then to learn that this still work in progress, there's still other issues there. And I think this could have been something that we could have quickly shared those experiences to make sure that institution take on this technology transfer taking place. We also didn't see farmers participating, coming together to give their view of what they perceive to be the potential contribution of these innovations. So that side is missing. So we might find that we continue moving forward to produce these products, but again, maybe they're not addressing the farmers' needs. They're not addressing the smallholder's needs. So those are some of the things that we need to make sure that first time around, we produce things that are really important and can help providers, can help absorptive capacity within the institutions. So our institutions still now, some of them have opened, yeah, but not all of them are open because of COVID. And I think this is an area we need to work on to ensure that, of course, we are guided by government policies on that, but still we need to put in place strategies to ensure that we address such encumbrances, such new things that we did not expect to be there, so that we can cope and we're able to deal with the problems that come. Because, for example, of all the projects we interacted with, nearly 80% of them reported that research was affected by the pandemic situation. And how do we creatively address this so that in next time round, when let's say an epidemic comes, how do we deal with it? How do we ensure that we have the technology to take us through to bridge the gap? For example, we have more information relating to regional differences in terms of dealing with particular innovations or with particular pandemic situations or with particular technology and so forth that could help us bridge those gaps. I think that's very, very important, such that things of community engagement are not very much infected or impacted by such global and some of them regional issues. Again, we asked them how COVID affected projects in institutions. Again, some of them said up to 81% actually said scientific research conferences have been postponed or cancelled. Travel, of course, travel was not possible. Keeping distances and also regional travel was not possible. Even country travel was not possible. So as you can see, how do we design future projects such that we can address some of these issues, that we can continue undertaking projects, yet when we are dealing with some of the problems that are in. So community engagement, again, is an area increased Some of them said increased engagement. Others said has decreased our community engagement. Those who really did say that have increased engagement had a competitive advantage out of it. They saw that the problem and created opportunities out of that problem. And I think this where we need to say, what can we do in order to deal with such competitive advantage, and how creative can we share it such that next time as a country we forge together and be able to deal with the crises of this nature, and such education institutions, including Tibet, are not impacted significantly by such pandemic. And of course, what suffered most, as I said earlier, is partnerships. Many, especially if your project had foreign partners, that become very difficult to pursue, and that weakened. And so we need to think now, if we're going to have these partnerships, how are we going to ensure that they are shouldered from such pandemics or from such effects, and or we can identify competitive opportunities within such weaknesses and move forward to build our TVETs. Again, also the impact, as we saw yesterday, what Lina Ayako said, there was a very good level of public policy development, impact on public policy development, because I think we know that both senior management and faculty had to be involved in a way, even to extent government officials have to be involved in order to redesign certain decisions creatively. And this impacted on the smooth running of the of many institutions, many TVETs. And I think that's what so led to the slower completion of the projects. We see today some of them which are not complete. And I think we could work together to see that next time we get an opportunity for projects, we build in these strategies such that right from the beginning, we know if this happens, this is what we're going to have to do. If this happens, this is what we're going to do. Maybe technology to bridge the gap is there. Maybe satellite stations are there to work. Maybe, you know, collaboration on a wider scale is there, such that other groups can stand in and be able to deal with that. So some of these issues are very core at the very heart of TVET operations. And I think I would appeal to many of us who are in public and policy areas so that we can design very well new strategies that would help the bridging of smooth running of institutions so that we don't have hiccups that might bring back experiences that we have seen. For example, this impacts back. For example, at least public institutions were able to operate, but what about private institutions? Again, it becomes very difficult to continue operations when such issues or such policies override normal areas, especially when there's an impact of public support. And of course, that has consequences on financial and also on mobility of students and so forth. Choices also are very limited because that means you can't move to an institution you would want to go to because maybe the cost of that institution or the movement from one region to the other. So I think maybe in future, the design of new programs, curricula, and also new administrative procedures may put in place uh, such uh, measures such that these gaps that we experience can be addressed. So as we don't see uh, uh, many of these effects. But notwithstanding, I think I also do congratulate many institutions who built up their resilience in terms of and their agilities in terms of responding to unforeseen challenges. I know one or two projects which in other pillars which really did respond creatively to challenges, and I think I congratulate them. But I would want also to see that other pillars and also other projects within other pillars also take the same challenges rather than just sitting and waiting and seeing what would happen in the future of that. Okay. Factors that really should help you to, as I conclude, factors really which should help you to strengthen industry, academia, cooperation is some of them are that such that it seems important that you create a shared vision. I think we had that from Dr. Quinn earlier on in the morning to engage industrial partners in an area where you think you can work together and collaborate on an issue or on sustainable solutions rather than just developing a solution and taking it to industry expecting to be resolved and it becomes a problem. Then of course you need to be capable of crossing boundaries. I think we talked about that, not just between academia and academia, but going to beyond to other industrial sectors so that you can foster stronger ties between different institutions. I think platforms and including in Kenya specifically, we've really lacked shared platforms for exchange of ideas and information, ideas on innovations, ideas on innovations are missing. Even we don't know how many innovations are there, how many patents are there, where they're registered, how many registration per year, how many of those are for regions and so forth. All those issues could help us maybe encourage, for example, these small projects I've seen to move forward. But we find that we do not have. I think having data on such issues also could help us to really create a shared platform that could move us very forward and to maximize the benefits for that. For example, if you've identified opportunities straight away, have an MOU and start discussing on it, opportunities to strengthen it, then you can have maybe an operational agreement on how you can implement that. But I see very few MOUs, and those MOUs which are there are mainly with other educational institutions rather than with other industrial sectors where practical experiences, where students and where products are likely to emerge from. And of course, this is core to building a long-term relationship that can really strengthen our vision. So as I conclude, it's very, from my experience, it's really important that we start looking at new avenues, we strengthen our avenues, we strengthen our strategic plans in terms of positioning our agenda. And maybe the answer also is in in positioning gender issues, girl child, and also remembering boy child, so that we can, strengthen our local economies, so that we can solve local problems in the local solutions, or local problems with the global solutions, and also so that we can build expertise and competences locally, quickly, within a short time, without really waiting for maybe national governments trickling down but we can find a local expert. I think that would be very interesting. I think also another area we can deal with in dealing with COVID and also other pandemics is ensuring developing expertise within TVETs, so that TVETs do not become a jack of all trades. We can have specializations. We can know if you are to do sugars, maybe you need to go to in certain area. If you go to marines, maybe you need to go to a certain area. If you need to do hides, anything to do with skin and tannery, maybe you need to go into another area. Maybe if you're going with the horticulture, maybe strengths and so forth. So such that other things become supplementary, but you have your core areas. And I think this is where when children are selecting where to go for TVET, they say, I want to go and do agriculture. I think I'm going to this technical institution. That really, if we can reach that level of strength and selection, I think that would bring very good, and that would build up expertise at a level of where we could. And issues like such disruption we saw on research and innovation, that becomes very minimal, because we would have had areas to contain it. And I think as we continue to collect more information on this data, on these projects, we'll be able to disseminate and share the whole results. But it's very exciting to see insights being generated, and I see very few projects really across the world have interrogated their own practices, and to also to document issues, problems, challenges with their own projects, and be able to share and see how best can they address this, and also share them more in international arenas, where you get feedback from different constituents, and also people who can contribute to the development. And I think seeing such experiences also attracts potential partners. They start getting interested into the challenges you are dealing with, and also start coming to you. Because I think one best way of attracting partners is also to focus on the challenges you are facing, and exploring them, so which best way is necessary to tackle such challenges, and how best can they be resolved. And I think that would be very interesting to deal with pandemics in the future, and also to be very interesting to minimize impacts of such pandemics. Thank you very much. Asante sana.
Thank you, Professor Dembe. Thank you, Professor Dembe. Thank you, Professor Dembe. Sorry, we seem to be having a slight hitch with the equipment. But yeah, thank you. Another round of applause for Professor Dembe. And that sets the stage for our next session, which is the third sub-theme under how applied research in TVET can benefit communities, the government, and industry. And the sub-theme, yesterday we had 2 sub-themes in the afternoon, and today the third sub-theme is TVET partnerships to enhance industry processes. And we'll have 4 presentations. I would like to invite the presenters from Nyeri National Polytechnic to come to the stage. There's also Kisii National Polytechnic, the presenter from Kisii National Polytechnic. Please come to the stage. And we also have a presentation from Kabete National Polytechnic. So this session will be moderated by Joyce Njogu, who's the head of consulting and business development at the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. Please come to the stage, the presenters.
You all. Welcome to this wonderful panel session, following from what Professor Dembe was just talking about, strengthening the partnerships between industry and academia. And this morning we have great examples of the kind of innovations that have been done in partnership with industry and the TVET institutions. And we'll just look through those innovations that are scalable, and the presenters are here to take us through that process. They'll each take 15 minutes to present their innovations, and thereafter we shall get into a question and answer session where we can get to hear more from them. But just to reiterate that from the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, we are quite delighted to see this kind of partnerships evolving from TVET especially, because it has been for many years partnerships around applied research have been with the universities, and the TVETs have been doing it in a silent way, or probably small scale, or probably not really commercializing in partnership with industry. We are quite excited and we congratulate the organizers of this first applied research forum, bringing together all the stakeholders to discuss how we move forward in this country amidst the many economic expectations, the social challenges we've seen, creating jobs, and also creating economic opportunities for our young ones. I heard Dr. Quinn say that they need to be employed, yes, And while they are being employed, they need to be entrepreneurial. So they are the same people who are developing products within industry as much as they're employed. They are the same people to drive entrepreneurship, to drive markets within employment. So we are grateful to participate and partner in this area. I'd like to now introduce the Nyeri National Polytechnic on the presentation around assessment of innovation and skills gaps in the micro, small, and medium dairy processing industries in Nyeri County. 15 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning. I would want to acknowledge that this project is at the TVET, thanking the TVET for funding this project, and also my institution, Nyeri National Polytechnic, for the in-kind contribution and the administration of the project. We have our project, which is assessment of innovation and skill gaps in the micro, small, and medium enterprises in Nyeri County. This is a project that has been done by 5 people. I'm the lead, Grace Merengo. We have other researchers with me. We have David Derito, Martin Mokoro, Francis Karanja, and Mary Chege, who have been instrumental in this project. So we move on. The introduction, this project is anchored in Vision 2030 and the Big Four agenda that identifies processing as a key driver in the economic development. We need to appreciate that dairy sector is actually a subsector in the agricultural sector, contributing about 14% of the agricultural gross domestic product. I know it is written 8, but as of now, it is actually 14%. And we know that agriculture is the backbone of the economy of the country. At the same time, Kenya is also rated as one of the countries that has the highest per capita consumption of milk in the sub-Saharan Africa. And to meet this demand in terms of healthier diets and the food security, micro, small, and medium enterprises have emerged to leverage on this demand and also the market that has come up. So these proprietors lack in skills, mainly in standardization of the products, nutritional value, cleanliness, and all aspects that make the product good and safe for consumption. Objectives of the project, we have 4. The first objective was to establish the skills required by technical staff for enhanced productivity of the micro, small, and medium enterprises. The second objective was to analyze the skill gaps and their influence on productivity of the micro, small, and medium enterprises. Third, carry out training, upgrading of the skills among the micro, small, and medium entrepreneurs. And finally, develop an innovation that may improve the productivity of the SMEs. Problem statement, as we have said in the background, the dairy industry is an important player in the economic and nutritional development aspects of the Kenyan population. And we all agree with this. If I was to ask by a show of hands, all of us have taken milk this day, and that is how big the industry, the dairy industry is. So to meet these consumer tastes and demand, micro, small, and medium enterprises are focusing on production of a variety of dairy products. And this being a huge business opportunity existing in the dairy processing, SMEs are challenged in terms of maintaining product quality. There is retro comprehensive empirical data on information and skill gaps among the dairy processing, micro, small, and medium enterprise workers. So it is in this light that Nyeri National Polytechnic, Steve's project, carried out an assessment of dairy processing innovation and skill gaps among the micro, small, and medium enterprises in Nyeri County. On research methodology, we adopted the survey design. Literature available concerning the assessment of skill gaps recommend two methods of carrying out the data analysis or data correction. That is the qualitative and the quantitative. We had a blend of both of them. And we started by having the desk review, mainly to establish the position in terms of the skills that are required in this sector. And then we went on to do the secondary, the primary data collection using questionnaires, interview schedule, the checklists, and the observation schedule. And our sampling frame, or the population that we had, were 40 micro, small, and medium enterprises. When we talk about micro, we are talking about the smallest entrepreneur who has his farm and is actually carrying out some value addition. And when we talk about value addition, even just boiling milk and selling it in a hotel, that one is actually a micro enterprise. So we are actually looking at the dairy value chain right from there up to where we have, we have the milk bars, we have the dairy cottage industries that are dealing with high value products like cheese, yogurt, and then we have the mean dairies that have some level of mechanization in terms of pasteurization and using advanced equipments. So we had 40 of them, and our sampling was actually mod stage, purposive sampling, where we sampled 20 micro, small, and medium enterprises, 7 dairy cottage industries, 3 main mini dairies, and 10 milk bars, all formed the sampling unit for our 50 technical staff and 6 managers or entrepreneurs. That is one of our activities. This was a focus group discussion. In this particular forum, we had representation from the Kenya Dairy Board. We had representation from the county government, where we had the county executive secretary of gender and youth, county executive CEC of agriculture and livestock, and also the representatives of the micro, small, and medium enterprises, all coming together to actually discuss what they think is actually the skill gap in that sector. In our findings, these are the parameters we used. We sought to find out what is the age of the people working in this industry, what is their agenda, basic education, experience, the nature of the industries themselves in terms of where do they get their milk, what kind of an enterprise they are, what is the size of their enterprise, and zeal down a lot on the skill training and the kind of skills that there is. In our findings, we looked at the characteristics of the dairy processing, micro, small, and medium enterprises, and we looked at the nature of the enterprise, and where we had the milk bars, the milk collection and centers and coolers, the mini dairies and the cottage industries. And one interesting thing that we came to note is that all these industries are interrelated. You find that the owner of the mini dairy, we also own a milk bar somewhere. We also be doing some cottage work. So all these industries are quite interrelated, and this is something that we found out when we were analyzing the industries themselves. We also looked at where do these industries get their milk, that is the source of the milk. Some of them were getting direct deliveries from the farmers, and quite a number of them were getting from the cooperative societies where farmers have come together and they are bulking milk and selling to each other. As I've just said, these industries are actually interrelated, but we had a very big contribution of the private transporters. On the average capacity of the enterprises, we may look at this industry as being small, but what we found out is that this industry is quite big. From the literature, this industry employs about 1.8 million of people, and it is handling between 3,000 and 30,000 liters of milk per day. Somebody may wonder, how does a milk bar handle up to 300 liters of milk? This is something that we found out. When we went to the milk bars, you find that a milk bar may be handling about, maybe over the counter, about 50 liters of milk, but by the time they open the doors for the people who are buying the milk in the morning, they have already delivered over 2,000 liters of milk to Nairobi kiosks, and that milk is actually being consumed in Nairobi as they settle in their kiosks in Nyeri. So the milk bars are actually handling a lot of milk as they continue. And then the dairy products that they're dealing with, we noted that most of them are dealing with the chilling of milk, that is the cold chain. We also have the mini dairies doing pasteurization. We also have the cottages doing the yogurt and the cheese as the main dairy products that they have. And then those ones being the characteristics of the industry, we looked at the technical staff. Who are these people who are working in this industry? And we were interested in what we call the white people. Anybody who handles milk in the milk industry is referred to as the white person, somebody who wears the white coat. And we had the graders, we had the cleaners, that is the people who clean the equipments coming into contact with milk. We had the milk bar attendants, the quality assurance workers, the production manager, milk receptionist or the milk procurement officer, and we also had the milk supplier or the transporter. Initially, we had not included this particular person, that is the milk transporter, but as we went to the ground, we noted that the ground is quite different, as we are going to see. So that is the milk transporter in the industry, yes? That is the milk transporter. This milk transporter doubles up as the grader, doubles up as the person who cleans, and he's actually the person who actually determines the quality of milk that gets into all those people. And we found this transporter as the person who links actually the industry, the farmer to the industry. My time is actually moving very fast. So implications and recommendations. This industry, in terms of age, it's a very youthful industry with over 90% of the people working in the industry being youth, and therefore there's a great opportunity of actually increasing youth employment. In terms of the gender, the dominated industry, with only about 35% being female, and this is an area that requires a bit of affirmative action. In terms of basic education, most of the workers had secondary education, meaning that they have the basic requirement to actually undertake TVET education. In terms of experience, most of the people working in the industry had over 5 years experience working in the industry. And this one, we thought, is actually a very important area, especially when we come to looking into recognition of prior learning, because most of the workers are quite experienced. In terms of the skill training, this is where there was a problem. Majority of them, this being an industry that is very important, majority of the employees are not skilled, and those who are skilled are actually not skilled in dairy processing. So that one creates an opportunity for upgrading in the area, and especially if you look at the college training, only 45% have college training, and remember, this is not training in dairy processing. So in terms of the skill in dairy processing, 65% did not have dairy processing skills, but they are working there. So recognition of prior learning is actually a very important aspect in this industry. In terms of how the skills were acquired, we sought to find out how many of them went to college to acquire the skills in dairy processing, and actually only 14% had college training. So in terms of just a minute, in terms of where they acquire their training, most of them were actually trained on the job, on-job training. 86% of them were trained on the job. And of course, this actually affects the quality and the standardization of the kind of training that is offered to these people. One person will go to the other to be taught how to make yogurt, and of course, the standard of that project becomes questionable. So most of those who got on-job training, we had the NGOs doing a lot of on-job training, input and equipment suppliers also doing a lot of on-job training. We sought to find out how many had actually received a refresher course in the last 2 years. Only 24% had received a refresher course in the last 20 years. And for these micro, small, and medium enterprises, they do not have the ability to pay for these refresher courses. And that actually is the reason why most of them were not able to get the refresher courses. In conclusion, skill gaps identified were mainly in milk collection and supply. The border riders playing a very major role in this value chain, actually feeding into the value chain from all over, right into even the larger processors. The same border people have to clean their equipments, so they have to actually grade the milk in the field. So skills in quality assurance were an issue. They also have to clean the equipments for them to carry the milk every day. So that one was also an issue. And of course, there were also skill gaps in the area of processing the products themselves. When we identified the gaps, we actually started asking ourselves, what kind of interventions do we bring in to be able to actually deal with the gaps that we identified? And according to the literature available, there are 3 options. We have the option of upgrading or skilling, job redesigning, and also recruitment. And one option that we have the upgrading of the employees and the entrepreneurs, in skilling in dairy processing. Through the project, we have actually released a scholarship award worthy 400,000, and we already have some of the industry players doing acquiring the skills within our institution. And for purposes of providing skills in the industry, because they still need to employ, we are also encouraging the budding youth and who are going to provide skilled labor in the micro, small, and medium enterprises. And we also have the aspect of the micro, small, medium enterprises not being available for training. This is a challenge that we are actually facing as of now. Most of them would want to acquire the skills, but the industry is quite fast in terms of what they do. They collect milk twice in a day. So the question they ask us, when do we come to school and when do we go on with the work? So with that, we are actually proposing to come up with an innovation in terms of a digital platform, a digital interactive platform that is going to actually link us up with the industry to be able to actually provide some extension service to the industry, because this is one of the areas where they actually proposed that they would want us to have a platform where we can actually build their capacity along the entire value chain. Thank you so much. Asante sana. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. A big hand clap for Nyeri National Polytechnic. Such wonderful research, even with a financial aspect as an incentive. Thank you, Grace, also for identifying the gaps. I think the research is well done. It's inclusive, addressing also the young people. It's impressive to see that it's young people in the dairy sector. The challenge is that majority are men, mainly because of the logistical aspects. Thank you so much, Grace, for the efforts, and let's see how we progress with the implementation of that research. The next speaker, the more time we take in the presentation, it reduces the time we have for the Q&A session. So let's try to keep to the 15 minutes. I'll invite the Nyeri National Polytechnic once again, and a big clap for them for having 2 research papers. And this is on enhancing safety and quality of milk in Kenya. From the other research, we saw quality is an issue, the handling and all that. So let's hear about enhancing safety. Thank you. Karibu, please introduce yourself and then make your presentation in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Devin Delito from Nyeri National Polytechnic. We work with Madam Grace. She's also our lead in this project, enhancing safety and quality of milk through innovation. Actually, in this project, or at least on my presentation, quality, for those who remember mathematics, safety is a subset of quality. When we are talking of food safety, it is a subset of quality. So generally, I'm going to deal mostly with the safety aspect of milk. Milk, as it has been said, is a very important aspect of our diet. Most of other civilizations, they are capable of taking black coffee and black tea without tea and sugar. But for Kenyans, it doesn't matter how much milk the two will have, but it has to get a drop of milk, isn't it? Yes, it has, milk is very important. We are among the best consumers. Per capita consumption of milk is higher in Kenya compared to other countries in sub-Saharan Africa. We consume around 110 liters per year. That is like 300 grams per person per day, which is quite impressive considering the nutritional benefits that the milk provides for the growing children. And also maybe something that may not be insisted, but also for the aging. The more milk you consume, you are likely to delay the time that you are going to start using the mkwaju, the walking load, okay? Yeah, so it is good that we consider milk in that aspect. Despite all this, we have issue of poor handling of milk, which is a potential hazard. And as we have seen, everybody is a milk handler, even in our villages. Everybody does have a cow. There is time that the KDB I'm quoting there's time they were producing the regulations, the first time they were released. And we did a lot of politics because of that. But it is informed from sound academics that milk can be hazardous if it is not well handled. It can be a source of food poisoning. One of the regulations is that, which I think now is being implemented, is the pasteurization, or at least there should be no unpasteurized milk sold in the urban areas. Of course, because it is a bit easier to control the feeders, but maybe you may not stop a farmer selling their milk to their neighbors. But in the town, it is now mandatory that we buy pasteurized milk. But this comes with a cost because the price goes up. Those of us who have tried to transit from buying raw milk from Mama Boga to buying pasteurized milk, you find that you buy a liter of milk at 50 bob, but when you go to a supermarket and buy the same packet, you buy half the same amount at 55 shillings, half a liter. So that has that problem can be solved through another leakage. The ATM. The ATM has served as a linkage so that it meets the two requirements. One for safety, because the ATM will have pasteurized milk, and at the same time, the price of the milk will be consumer friendly. ATM, okay, we know of ATM as the automated teller machine. I think the pan is not unintentional, maybe even for the people who came up with the equipment, but that is the real definition. Anytime milk, so it is convenient, it is cheap, it is affordable. This gentleman, some people did a research, and they were predicting that the number of ATM would increase between 2 and almost 5 times. Whether that has been actualized is another question. The ATM have been good employers. The employing of 3,350, and 41% of them being women. I think that is a bit impressive when we are considering the issue of gender inclusivity. When we talk of the formal milk, then they control about 16% by that year, which was also impressive. Sorry. We compared the price, the average. The range may be a bit different, but the prices of the milk, the UHT, that is the long life milk, the most expensive, followed by pasteurized milk, about 93 per kilograms, but it can go up to 150, it depends on where you come from. Then the ATM is just slightly higher than the raw milk, so which is a bit impressive because a consumer can consume the ATM milk directly from the kiosk. You can have cups and buy and consume it, just as the word suggests, the anytime milk. But there are issues related with the ATM that has been carried out. There have been a high bacteria count, milk adulteration. This results from the handlers trying to compensate for poor hygiene. So they may contaminate the milk with preservatives so that they can sell the milk maybe for over 24 hours. We were talking actually with one of our partners, and he was saying that we are actually the people who started the ATM, but we have withdrawn them from the market because they have not been able to decide who is responsible. You know what happens with the milk. When it spoils, the consumer talks with the ATM owner, maziwa iliharibika, then the ATM owner talks with the supplier, and then you have to compensate. So because of that, some of the processors, the big processors, stopped supplying the pasteurized milk to the ATM. And all this has to do with hygiene, and that is where we are coming in. We wanted to see whether we'll be able to solve that issue of hygiene. It has to do with hygiene and the cleaning of the equipment, which is manually. And this cleaning, of course, related with the issues of the detergents used. The equipment ends up contaminating the milk. So we thought we could use the system. We could incorporate a system that is used in the main industry. That is CIP, which stands for cleaning in place. Maybe that would be better if we see how the CIP works. Okay, the objectives, we assess the microbiological quality of milk consumed. Design a CIP system that, as I said, is cleaning in place. Basically, we have two types of cleaning. We have dismantling cleaning. I'll give an example. Maybe all of us can relate. When you want to clean a thermal flask, you open and put the parts together, okay, and do the cleaning. Cleaning in place, let's go to where it is. So the design of the cleaning in place looks something like that. So where you circulate the detergent through the equipment without necessarily detaching or dismantling the equipment. This reduces the handling of the equipment by the feeders, and it is possible even to include, to automate the process so that you can circulate the cleaning detergents and also carry out the assessment or evaluate whether the cleaning was efficient. So on the right side, we have the tank where the water is heated. Then the water is circulated. At the spray ball just means that. So the water is, or the cleaning detergents forms sprays that instead of the brushes that we use, it is the water or the detergent pressure that does the work of the cleaning. And then you can recycle the detergents back and use can use the detergents more than one time. Am I going back or forward? Okay, so maybe just to what we did. We assessed the effectiveness of the cleaning through simulation. As others, we are still working. So we have not gone to full-blown production. But once we do the full-blown production, we have a good processing plant. We are going to use our ATM as the model. But in the meantime, we have done the simulation. And we, in terms of power consumption, and it is, okay. We have assessed it in terms of power consumption. Let me go back on the microbiological quality. This is the milk that is delivered to the milk processors. So whatever is labeled as the black, the blue, and these are excellent, the good qualities that can be used for processing. On the lower level, we have milk of poor quality. The very poor quality cannot be used, so it is usually rejected. But the others, the poor, the fair, and the fairly good can be used for some processing, especially the production of cream, okay? So that is the power consumption. We did swabbing, and we found that the equipment can really work. We also did a dye reduction test, and found that the equipment can be well cleaned and sterilized. So it doesn't leave microorganisms. It does also leave the detergents or the sterilizing agents in the equipment. The implication. So we are still to scale up the CIP, but when we start the processing, we are going to do that. We are also thinking that in the future, we may also see how the system can be automated so that even other assessment of quality can be done through computerized system. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, David. Give him another hand clap. Thank you. That was David Derito from the Nyeri National Polytechnic speaking to us about enhancing safety and quality of milk also focusing on issues of costs of the safety and as well as cleaning methodology. So probably in the discussion of safety and quality, we could identify the particular part of the value chain that we are assessing safety and quality, just to contextualize, because we look at it from a value chain perspective, from handling from the farmer all the way to processing to distribution. And thank you so much for that analysis. We now go to the next presenter. That is Kisii National Polytechnic. They'll be discussing pervious concrete and erosion reduction, a totally different discussion from the dairy sector. Welcome. Please introduce yourself. You have 15 minutes to take us through this. I hope the participants are writing their questions, because we will ask at the end of the 4 presentations. There'll be an opportunity for you to ask. Please jot them down in advance. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Invited guests, colleagues, principals, please, I say good morning. I'm from Kisii National Polytechnic, which is to the southwest of Kenya. My name is John Gekonde. I'm the project lead in this CAFEB program, and we are interested in doing what we can call production of pervious concrete to assist in reducing soil erosion. This project requires inputs from various specialists, and you can see you can see them on the screen. Allow me to read them. Peter Nyaribo, Benjamin Ongoro, Evans Mugeni, Richard Mogos, Kasmiri Matoke, Ibrahim Maina, and we have Ian Omagwa. This is the building technology team, the building and civil engineering team. Then Beatrice Nyarek is the one who was in charge of the gender, because applied research required that you integrate gender. Then Aaron Asiago is in charge of industry, because there was also a requirement that when you conduct this applied research project, you must also bring on board a strategic industry partner. Then Peter Uma is also part of the building and civil engineering team. This work was done with input from our Canadian partner. Our Canadian college partner is Vancouver Island University, and we can see the role played by the two. The first one is Brian Dick, and then the project lead is Darrell Harvey. So this project required inputs from various experts. Now, so when we talk of CAFEB, CAFEB means Kenya Education for Employment Program. And when we started this project, we were supposed to integrate applied research as part of the training, so that the students can also gain skills at an early age. So when you talk of pervious concrete, this is third type of concrete which can allow water, may it be rainwater, to go through. Currently in the Kenyan market, the pervious concrete blocks we have are impervious, which means during the rainy season, in the case of surface runoff, there is a lot of erosion. So we thought of coming up with a product which can allow water to percolate and therefore reduce erosion. Kisii is a very hilly area. It is very steep. So using this product, especially in paving our roads, it will reduce that service runoff. So if you can look at the diagram, I have illustrated the first concept so that in case there is water, it should pass through, and yet that concrete remains intact, it remains compact. So the essence of research here is how to come up with a product which is compact, intact, and yet can allow water to go through. So the other side, you can see one example of a pervious concrete product which you can have on pavements, you can even use on roads, and then still water can go through. So here students and the trainers are supposed to conduct research. What type of materials should you use that can allow water to go through, but still the road remains intact? So that's why we say that as much as we need to pave our roads, we must also pave them in a way we reduce service runoff. Now, as I said, in our Kenyan market, we have impervious blocks. That is currently what we are doing. And this is what is the gist of the statement of the problem. Because again, in research, we are supposed to venture into areas that we need more solutions, and therefore we don't duplicate what others are doing. And one condition again was that an applied research project should also be environmental friendly. So using pervious concrete will not only enable us control service runoff, but it is our belief that part of the materials we are going to use are those what we call aggregates, which you could find even on construction sites, quarry sites, so that again, as we are also creating products like ballast, whatever remains is not heaped and create aggregates on the environment. We will use those aggregates in this project so that again, we make our environment beautiful. Applied research, this one also required that it becomes a separate project where students are involved, and in the process, they should be able to range of skills. And reporting. Therefore, this project was not only to foster industry linkages, because we have to look for a strategic industry partner, but it has to be gender responsive. And this project is going to be done in the background, bearing in mind that we have the 4 agenda. So that this project is also anchored on the government's 4 agenda, which is affordable housing. So if you can see those pictures, those are examples of the products we could wish to produce. The project is ongoing, and I know soon it will come to reality. Project objectives. Of course, we had to determine the criteria for assessing a project. Given that this project is going to require time, resources, we need to check how viable is this project. We are going to invest money here. We are going to invest time here. How is viable is the project? Number 2, what would be the most appropriate technical approaches for manufacturing the pervious blocks. Next, we have appropriate ways of enhancing equitable gender participation in the project. And again, what are the risks we have to mitigate for the project to see the light of day? Methods and handling of data. In methods, we are going to see the two aspects of method, then we shall see what next. Number one is the research design, which analyzes the project, and then the process that will be involved. This project requires aspects of laboratory work, and that is why it is anchored on, on what we call experimental research design. Some experiments will be done, trainers and trainees will do experiments in regard to this project, and experimental research design will enable us, will enable us to do what we call correlation. You check relationships among variables. We are going to have variables in this study. How are they related? How is one going to affect the other? We are going to do measurement of these variables. We have to see the relationship. Then the sample consists of the 10 trainers I mentioned earlier, and these ones, they were purposefully included in the study because these are the people who are trained by Canadians to engage in this project, and therefore they have data about this project. We also looked for 3 industry partners who engage in concrete production. We collected both primary and secondary data. Using those instruments, you can see there, we have observation questionnaire. This is necessary in research so that you achieve what we call triangulation. You don't depend on one instrument. Like now, when we talk of observation, the researcher, some aspects of the research requires you to observe so that you are able to corroborate evidence. Data was analyzed quantitatively using the percentage mode. Qualitative data was obtained from interviews and was also analyzed using a thematic approach where you have to look at the relationships among responses. Testing and measurement, you can see the methods used: workability test, concrete compacting, crushing, etc. Time is running out, and the most important, porosity test. The basis of pervious concrete is to ensure that water can go through. So we have to test all of that. Then methods, in terms of presentation, there is mixed design, determine the ratio, you can do all of that. Aggregates have to be mixed, you do even compaction and procuring of that. Now, findings. The first objective was to assess the criteria. And as we can see from there, the major criteria which most respondents, in fact, all of them said was a strategic industry partner, because the industry partner is very key in giving industrial experience and even major equipments you need. Industrial setups will also enable students to acquire skills which the institution cannot provide. Of course, there is the issue of being industrial friendly, and then we can also not forget number 6. How is it going to benefit the community where we are going to operate? Then another aspect is gender. One of the key issues that came out was that, that there should be what we call adequate gender-sensitive facilities. When we did a labor market survey, we realized that one reason why female students don't participate in this project is that we have heavy equipment which require muscle, and if they don't have, then it becomes a problem. Then we have also to deal with gender biases. So the idea that the females cannot work here, no. Then some of the risks include injuries. We have also the problem of moving students to and from the industry, and also limited time. How do we integrate training with the time we have? Now, criteria for assessing, implications and recommendations. We have identifying a strategic industry partner, with the liquid technology. That is very crucial. I've not been using a microphone. I thought I could be audible. I'm sorry for that. Then we also need to look for Canadian experts in the project. They have been very instrumental, and still they are. Then when we talk of technical approaches, we need to continue training faculty. We upskill their skills so that they can become more proficient. Already they have the skills, but we also need to polish up for new technology. And then we have the issue of gender integration in the project. We need to continue implementing policy. Also very important is to have feedback from trainees so that we also act on it. About the applied research project 36, we need to emphasize on safety. We have to enforce safety. We have to even introduce insurance for both trainees and the trainers. And also we look for a way of taking trainers to the industry and back. As for the case of industry, to cement our relationships, we need to work on an MOU that is functional. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, John. Let's give John another hand clap. Thank you, John. A wonderful presentation on issues of soil erosion and just retaining water, and also in the midst of the climate change discussions around water security, issues of keeping the soils healthy and strong for supporting our ecosystem. Thank you for that kind of research. That is CICan National Polytechnic, looking at pervious concrete and erosion reduction. I'd like to now invite, and I like the aspect of a strategic industry partner and the technological advancement that needs to be there, also aspects of safety and the legal framework that then supports that kind of innovation. So thank you so much. I'd like to invite our last presenter, the Kabete National Polytechnic. He'll be talking to us about automated healthy bread bakery, back to food. Karibu sana. You have 15 minutes to take us through your research, and you could start by introducing yourself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. All protocols served. My name is Vincent Wasonga from Kabete National Polytechnic. Of course, we are doing a project on automated health bread bakery, and alongside myself is Judy Mwailemi and Chelsea Gunn. And of course, also, I won't forget to mention that there are a number of figures behind the scene, and I think all are appreciated in one way or the other. I don't know if I require technical support. This one. Yeah, I'm taking that on. Okay. Oh, good. Okay, thank you so much. So, the project sought to examine, design, and of course set up a bakery. And the bakery, the main aim is to, of course, bake bread products using whole meal raw materials, a variety of materials, which I think in due course we'll highlight one of them. And then the key driving factor with our bakery was the aspect of automation compared to the conventional bread bakeries that we currently have. We currently, of course, utilize in most of our bakeries wheat flour as the main ingredient. However, I think we also took into consideration the fact that most people who are consuming these products have got certain medical conditions and are advised by medical practitioners not to take, think of particular is fermented wheat. Of course, I'm not a medic, but from the findings, we noted that fermented wheats have got health-related challenges. And what the project had sought to do is, can we get an alternative wheat product which is not fermented? And again, at the same time, can we produce it in an environment which is automated? And the reason why we were very particular with the automation again is in our previous project with the CICan, that is KFEP, we are doing a program on industrial automation and robotic. And when we looked at the industries that are around, we are particularly trying to position ourselves to be able to have partnership with the industries that will help us to implement this program in the areas of industrial attachment. And of course, it will not just be any industry. The industry has to be automated. So the main objectives were three: of course, to address the plight of people with different health conditions. I've talked about that, so I won't highlight more, but the details are there. And then the second objective is to sustainably produce healthy bread. Of course, I've also mentioned something to that effect. And the last one is to establish an incubation and attachment for trainee. Our method, of course, applied research. We adopted a survey, and approaches included both qualitative and quantitative, driven by sustainability of the bread bakery that is our main target here. So findings, I'll talk about findings in three broad categories. I think the first one is automation, or the technical aspect of the project, and then the other aspect of the project that we'll talk about is the raw material, and then finally we'll talk about the marketing part of it. So in industrial automation, it was established that only one bread bakery plant is fully automated. I didn't mention much earlier that we localize ourselves to Nairobi and Kiambu County. And of course, again, we specifically took the bread bakeries which are operating within those areas. There are not many. I think I didn't indicate the figure there, but we have about 4. It was noted that, again, from the feedback that we got, we mainly were using observation. Despite the COVID, we had to go and make observations, so we were using observation schedules. And then the other thing is that we, of course, after doing the observation, seeking a face-to-face interview. So we noted that automation improves efficiency, while at the same time, the companies, not all of them were full. One company was fully automated. I don't know if I have the privilege to mention the name, but some were semi-automated. But the ones who are fully automated, of course, mentioned that through automation, you lower the cost of operation. And again, I think I can also add that it is not a rocket science to have that in mind. And then the other thing that we noted that by automating the plant, the attachees will be able to learn a few aspects of the skills and knowledges, and the skills and knowledge that they are supposed to acquire. The partnership that the research project sought to, make with the industries was to be of mutual benefit. Mutual benefit in the sense that while we are making our students to have an opportunity of attachment with these specific industries, the industries are also gaining from us through continuous research. Baking flour, we also established that all bakery plants are using fermented wheat flour. Of course, we've mentioned that there are some medical implications on the same. The study also explored alternative baking flour, and sources of such flour included cassava, yams, banana, sorghum millet, and of course a sweet potato. Yesterday we talked about some of those products. Then the study also considered how this baking flour can be sourced reliably without hampering production. And I think I will also not go into the detail, but I think some aspect of that was also mentioned yesterday. And the main thing is that where are you going to get your raw material? You're getting it from the farmers. And farmers, of course, sometimes the production is erratic. The weather is also sometimes erratic. But again, there is also some aspect of uncertainty in the sense that after producing this product, am I going to get market? And if we can assure that that market will be available, then the farmers will be more willing to do the production for the same purpose. And then the last part of it is marketability. And we also noted that with the proper planning and local networking, the bread can be made available to a wider population, not just limited to Nairobi and Kiambu that we are having in our consideration, but even beyond. And implications or recommendations of the project, you know, that the project has the potential to improve the standards of living of people, both the producers, of course, who are us, and the consumers of the whole bread variety. And specifically, we talk about employment opportunities for our trainees, economic empowerment, mainly to the farmers from which we are going to source these raw materials. Of course, economic empowerment is a bit wider statement. We also have health, living practices, running away from fermented products to natural produce, food wastage through recycling, and finally, a clean environment. The project will also be able to promote women empowerment. It goes without saying, and also providing business opportunities to small-scale farmers, stock business owners through buying of raw materials from them. And I think, I don't know if I over-summarized the whole presentation, and that is what I have. Thank you so much for giving me your attention.
Thank you, Vincent. A big clap for Vincent for also keeping time and really just presenting precisely what the issue is. Vincent is from the Kabete National Polytechnic, looking at the automated healthy bread bakery, and with a focus on automation, also identifying how low automation is in Kiambu area, looking at alternative raw materials for the bread, healthy living. Thank you so much. I would like to now open this session for about 20 minutes, Q&A session. Any questions to any of the presenters? So when asking your question, please specify the presenter or the researcher that you're asking the question, and then ask the question very briefly, please. So keep your question short and not another presentation. So I'd like to open the floor now to you to ask your questions.
Thank you. I would like to thank all the presenters for having the wonderful job that they have done. I would like to compliment the Nyeri National Polytechnic for the issue of research related to small scale, milk vendors and all that. But I would like to add the following. One is, can the research add, the concept of value addition? Because the milk farmer is facing a lot of challenge as far as the price of the milk is concerned. While a packet of half a liter yogurt is going for over 100 shillings, the milk farmer is getting very little out of that money. Then the issue of training these people, it may not be very easy for them to be called to class, but a cluster of them can be identified for TOT, so that you know where they are doing these businesses. They can be trained by their own trainers. Therefore, I think the other issue is, you know, the concept where you said there will be a provision of a scholarship of 400,000. I would have liked a suggestion to be included there, so that the 400,000 should be given, you know, for how many target group and for what period and what level of training. Thank you.
Thank you. We can take another 2-3 questions. So that is for Nyeri Polytechnic on the milk value chain. Next there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I'll have basically 3 questions for each of the presenters. Our lady from Nyeri was talking about skill gaps. I think in one of our objectives, she talked of quite a number of objectives, but I was keen on one, that there's supposed to be an innovation at the end of the daily processing. So all along her discussion, I was really keen on seeing a diagrammatic representation of an innovation to alleviate the milk processes. At one time, I was at a loss whether the man on Boda Boda is the innovation, or there was also another diagram at the end. So please, if you can highlight on the innovation, I think your research will be superb, because I believe that when we are talking of applied research, I think we are coming up with something I can come to Nyeri and see that this is what is on the ground, and not the really literature, which is equally important. Then number 2, my other question goes to my brother from Kisii. He was talking of various blocks, and as I was listening through his discussion, I was trying to imagine, are these to be used on the road or where exactly? That's one gap. And if it's on the road, I think there is a bit of an engineering challenge, because when we are preparing roads, you will discover that we really don't want water down there to percolate into the water. That's why we do that compacting. Now, if you come up with the pervious blocks maybe on the road, I think the water percolating into the subgrade will make it weak, and we may create another problem by way of solving one. So again, I would wish you come out clear where exactly do we use the pervious block. And then finally, my brother of the automated bread, I was not able to get clearly whether the automation is what enhances the health, because as you were talking innovation, I think you were talking of it brings efficiency, cuts down the cost, but I was not able to link the automation and the health aspects. Maybe you can come out. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for very precise questions. We can take more. I hope the participants the speakers are taking in their sections. This is also to help in case there's a question that is similar, it can be answered at the same time. Mike?
Thank you. That was a very insightful presentations from all of you. Very brief clarifications, perhaps, and a comment. That goes to Nyeri National Polytechnic. You mentioned the dishonesty between the person selling the milk and the ATM vendor. Who sponsors the ATM, if you may want to clarify, and who is the owner of this ATM machine? So how do they benefit from the farmers? Then 2, what are you doing about the adulteration of milk? Because that, again, is preventing people from trusting milk that comes directly from the farmer, and so they would rather pay much money to buy the packaged milk in the supermarket. Thank you.
Thank you for such a wonderful question. I can see we are really engaged, which is a very good thing. That is for the Nyeri ATM research. Yes, next there. Oh, there's, all right, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Mary from Kerubo Yetai Technical Training Institute. Thank you for the presentation, very insightful. My question goes to Nyeri National Polytechnic. on the issue of milk and its safety. The question is, how will you ensure that this milk meets the government of Kenya and other regulation agencies like the Kenya Dairy Board, that it meets the KEBS standards? Thank you.
Thank you. Regulatory compliance still for both the Nyeri. I think it touches on both, but mainly on safety, the ATM. Next, thank you.
Thank you. I think the issue milk is really rich, and I can't afford to just have it pass by. Personally, I love milk. I cannot sleep. I cannot see ugali on the table and there is no milk. That is no food. And so I'm so much interested. In fact, when I saw this topic 2, topic 1, okay, topic 2, safety and quality. Then I said, yes, here is the answer. Safety and quality. And when I saw the CIP, I kept asking myself, let me see the CIP and how it's doing its work. It was nice. Self-cleaning. And this project is so good. Madam Grace and your colleague, I've forgotten the name. Kindly delve into it further. Let us have quality and safety assured. Because milk, adulteration, borrowing from what Dr. Quinn has said, and my friend Mary, that is a rich area. How can we assure quality? How can we assure safety for the milk? Because in every aspect, in every homestead, we need milk, we need safe milk. So I think, Madam Grace, maybe you lacked time, or it's a work in progress. There should be another innovation, just like the CIP, which is doing the cleaning, the cleaning of the ATM, and then there will be another aspect. I saw microbiology, something there. There must be another innovation to touch on the microbiology aspect to ensure the safety and the quality of the milk. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Safety and quality, add a further deep dive on that. I propose the entire value chain, because if quality does not start from not just the farmer and the milking process, even feeding and all that. So we go to the next question, or do we now answer? I think Nyeri people have a lot of questions to answer, but we can pick a last. We have 2 there. After that, let's allow them to answer, especially the Nyeri team have a lot of questions. But some of them are related, so it will still be easier for them. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm Kisha, and my question goes to Mr. It's for KC Technical Training Institute, and I've been asking myself about the density, the compaction, the durability, and the load to be imposed on the pavers blocks. Then again, the specific places where the pavers blocks needs to be placed or to be laid. So my first question is that I understand that concrete has variable permeability. So how do you ensure that the porosity remains the same or remains standard? Number 2, in all pavings, we usually do vibration. So how do you ensure that you do the vibration of the pavings without them breaking? Because we understand it's porous and it's not as hard as the cabros. Number 3, when you are placing those pavers, do you put reinforcements or you just place them that way? Because if we speak of the reinforcement, that means that the cost of the placing the porous blocks will be high. Then again, I understand you are from Building Technology Department. So you, as the building technologist, this idea, maybe to inform you, this idea of porous block came along in 18th in Europe. So what innovative idea are you putting on coming up with these porous pavers so that to make it more innovative? Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful questions for Kisi. So I hope you've captured all the technicalities brought out. We have the last question there, and then we can have the panelists respond to the questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Rose Oyugi from Kisumu National Polytechnic. I would like to appreciate the presenters. That was a good presentation. Thank you very much. I had two questions, but one has already been asked. I'll go to one that goes to Kabete on the aspect of the materials that you are going to use to make the healthy bread. All the categories that you have mentioned, all of them have one way, are in one way, may go through the process of fermentation. So what are the alternatives? What alternatives are you going to offer? And when it comes to raising, I know bread has got to, you must be having some raising agent. What alternatives are you going to have to the ones that already exist that bring about the fermentation? Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if there are any questions online, for those who are online. If not, or somebody can be scanning through the questions and share later. We'll allow this first round, the panelists to respond. We will start with Nyeri Polytechnic. The two can respond simultaneously and then move to the questions for Kisi and then Kabete. Please take a short time to summarize the responses. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions and also for your comments. They will enhance how we are going to work on the remaining part of the project. The first question that I'm going to respond to is who sponsors the ATM? As it was explained earlier, the dairy industry is basically a mixed mode business. We have the ATMs where the operator of the ATM is an agent of Amin Dairy. So Amin Dairy supplies the milk to the operator of the ATM, and the operator of the ATM sells the milk on behalf as an employee or as an agent. The other is where we have the operator as an individual entrepreneur who has a contract with the manufacturer. So the manufacturer brings the milk, and the operator has an obligation, of course, keeping. Okay, maybe I'll just mention what an ATM is. An ATM, in other words, we can say is a big fridge that has a milk, an outlet. Basically, that is what it is. It has a cooling mechanism, it has a stirring mechanism, and also an outlet, and maybe somewhere you can control the pricing of the milk. Yeah, so those are the two ways. So it can either be the operator is the entrepreneur, or they may be acting on for the benefit of the industry. That is the first question. How do we deal with adulteration? The adulteration of milk comes in two ways. They can be content, addition of water, or removal of cream. So that basically need to advise or to educate the person who is buying the milk on the ways to test for addition of water or skimming, as the case may be. The other adulteration is where you are trying to solve a problem by creating another problem, and that involves addition of chemical adulteration. That is addition of maybe peroxide, addition of alkali to modulate the pH. So again, that also requires the education, educating the processors and the milk handlers so that they will know what type of milk they are going to receive. That is the issue of educating the agent, the people who deals with the milk. Of course, there is also another aspect of adulteration. We refer to it as unintended adulteration. That is the contamination of milk, which may not be deliberate, which can come from maybe bringing milk that was the animal had eaten onions, or even veterinary drug or injections, or unintentional addition of water. So that one, again, is dealt with in form of education. Maybe I would also mention that we are collaborating with the industry, the regulatory board. Since this came up as a result of the courses that are sponsored by CICan, we are also having the agricultural, the dairy farm management course. And as the moderator mentioned, in food, there's a concept of from farm to fork. Yeah, from farm to fork. So the quality starts from the farm. In fact, this time we gave some preliminary results of the same, and what came out is sometimes that part I had not covered of the composition of milk, the adulteration that affects the composition of milk. Sometimes it is not an actual adulteration, but it is a result of poor feeding of the animals. Okay, yeah. So if the animal is not well fed, it will produce milk with low butterfat, with low protein, and that will affect the quality of the milk. So how will you ensure compliance? I think that would be hard for us. So for us is to give the information, and then that I think would require the support of the farmers themselves, the regulatory agent, because I think it is one thing to teach a person, and it's also another thing to cause them to comply. I think it's also maybe way forward for consumers. I think we also have a responsibility. We don't have very strong consumer organizations, but I think it is also the high time that we also be selective on what we consume and so forth. I hope I have answered at least 80% satisfaction. Thank you.
Thank you, David. The only other area was for you to do a deep dive on the full issue of safety. Mm-hmm. And you have alluded to it, so that is for further discussion. There is need to do further. So we'll call Grace to respond on the other areas. what was the innovation in the area and the skills. There were questions on TOT, scholarship requirements. Please, 2 minutes. It's not another presentation.
Thank you so much.
It's just responding. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the interest you have these particular presentations have generated. In Nyeri, okay, I would want to address the issue of the TOT, just to confirm that at KFEP, we have 2 courses. That is Dairy Farm Management, Level 4, Dairy Processing, Level 4, courtesy of CICan. Those ones are addressing the issues of the skills in the dairy value chain. And anybody enrolling in those courses will be able to acquire the skills that are required along the dairy value chain. In terms of the scholarship, the 400 is actually very little, but we are using that as part of our project funds just to support some of our respondents who actually, we identified the skill gaps. We will appreciate more funding and we'll be able to do more in that area because we are dealing with industries that are challenged in terms of resources, and that one would go a long way. In terms of the innovation, I would want to say that this research is still in progress. The innovation is part of the interventions that we intend to have. And in our data collection, we identified we actually had an item asking the respondents what they think can really impact on their productivity. And what they pointed out is that they wanted a platform through which we could actually help them in extension. That is building the capacity along the value chain. And the innovation that we are proposing, which we have not actually worked on, we are actually at the point where we have actually released the expression of interest, is coming up with a digital platform that will cause us interact with the players along the value chain for purposes of even reaching the people who cannot find time to come to our institution, and also going as far as the farmers in terms of providing information. So this is work in progress.
Thank you so much, Grace. So we've understood it's work in progress and very good work, and the call to support more with more funding. There was also a request that you could look more into value addition research. You have said more on the digital, but value addition, yes.
Okay, on value addition, I would want to say that in our data collection, we identified gaps in terms of processing of various products, cheese, butter, and all that. And I said that in that area, we already have a curriculum in place that is actually taking care of how to leverage on the gaps in that area. So those who actually would want to know how to do value addition in the dairy, Nyeri National Polytechnic has a state-of-the-art dairy processing plant and a good curriculum to take care of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Grace. Next we go to Kisi. John, there are questions there on your pervious concrete, issues of density, durability, breakage, where exactly it is used compared to strengths for different purposes, and other questions.
Okay, thank you. First of all, let me start with where you can use pervious concrete. We do have walkways. Like now, in our homes and in our colleges, you can connect hostels, walkways. Also, let's talk about greenhouses, where there is plenty of water. You can use the pervious there to drain your system. Then we can also use pervious in parking spaces where we have light vehicles. So it has wide application. And when it comes to even compacting now, Remember, even when you go to Thika Road, the way compacting is done there is not the way we do it when we lay our capros here. So the amount of compacting you can do depends on the nature of the road and whatever you are going to do there. So that's why we said we are going to perform a lot of testing of the materials, and even before we test, you should also start with selection of the materials. And then, before you even select, you have to set a criteria of the materials you want in terms of properties, which means that you look for materials which can allow water. Then there is also the element of making sure that when you are going to bring the aggregates and do ponding, you must make sure that maybe the amount of cement you use should not be so strong, which at the end of the day will make the spaces in between to be blocked. So that is now where the research issue comes in, where you have to test, you have to select the materials properly, you do the proper testing, you check even porosity, you do all of that to ensure that the properties are adhered to. And then when it comes to vibrations, also take even an example of this hall where we are. Look at these tiles here. They are laid very well, but not a lot of vibrations were done. So there is a way you can fix, depending on where you are going to lay your capro, without any problem. And remember, capro will come in various fashions. It's only that I am not able to go back to the pictures. There are some capros you could find that some of them at the corners is where there is a small hole for water to go through, especially when it's a walkway. So under such a circumstance, whenever a vehicle passes over it, there is no problem. Then my friend also asked about creating another problem. Please remember that when you are going to lay this capro, you are not going to have a reservoir below. You will, of course, even bring materials, stones, and make sure there is a firm foundation, but still there are spaces to allow water to go through. Also, take an example of some parks where we have vehicles, there are no capros. We even bring ballast, and then when it rains, still water goes through, and still the ballast is there. So when we talk of pervious, it will also touch on your drainage system. You have to design your drainage system in the way that when this water percolates, there is somewhere it is going. Thank you. Because of time, other things I'm going to work on. Thank you for the input.
Thank you, thank you. I know we are 30 minutes behind schedule. We started late also. I'd like to ask Vincent to respond on the questions for Kabete. What was the innovation about? Was it automation, health? Where is the link? And also alternatives to the raising agents? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I think there were two questions, yes, as you said. Our research to a great extent was to explore partnership opportunities with the industries. And we are noting from the inception that we are not competing the industry, but we are having a mutual partnership with the industry. And in that respect, we set out to design a bakery, not a full one, but a mini, of course, not only for production, but also to use it as a learning tool. Now, learning tool, with respect to our program, which is industrial automation and robotic. So there are some element of automation, either fully or not fully. And when you look at that, as I've put it, there must be some aspect of sustainability where money is involved. And there also must be some aspect of return on investment. And we again look at the product that we are going to produce. Are we going to duplicate what the industries are already producing? No. Are we going to consider other factors that are affecting the community? Yes. And that is why we set out on a product which easily resonates with the population and will be also easier to market. So when we look at it that way, I think we are not talking about automation as enhancing health, but we are talking about cooperation with the industry while delivering a training skill and knowledge on automation. and in the process also producing a product that is able to resonate well with the population. Thank you so much on that. And then the other one, before I answer that question, let me put a disclaimer that my background is technical. And these are projects that involve people from different disciplines. On fermentation alternative, I think what we have on the script is alternative, of course, microorganisms, which are in themselves are also ingredients. So I think we take note of that. And then the other thing that I also wish to bring to your attention as I respond to that question, the one of the question is not around, I've noticed that. Okay, is that the project is not yet like fully blown, so other aspects like preservatives and shelf-life of the product that we are talking about here are not like yet conclusive. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Vincent. We will listen to just 2 questions from the online network, and then we close the session. Thank you.
Thanks, Joyce. So from the online platform, I think some of those were for Kisi on the Cabros that John has attended to. So the other one from Thomas Muriuki is, what is, for the Kabete National Polytechnic, what is the market potential or demand for healthy bread from your research?
Vincent, healthy bread, I think there was no particular question on Kisi, or the answers were given earlier. Okay, so the question is just for Kabete, healthy bread, market potential.
I think business is sometimes very easy if you know whom you are targeting. And as I explained much earlier, we are producing an alternative insofar as the breads that we have in the market are concerned. And we are saying that the bread that we are producing have less fermentation, and even if there are aspects of fermentation in it, the process of fermenting also improve the nutritional value of the product. And I think if you have a nice product in Kiswahili, they say that what? Something kujiuza and ingine kujitembeza.
You can say in your vernacular.
Yes, I'm not very smart in Kiswahili. But the potential is as good as a product. The potential of marketing your product is as good as your product.
Thank you. That's for your further research. What is the market potential? I understand everything is work in progress. I want to appreciate the panelists. A big hand clap to the panelists. They've done a wonderful job. Nyeri National Polytechnic, we had Grace and David. The Kisi National Polytechnic, John, under the previous pervious concrete and erosion reduction, and Kabete National Polytechnic on the healthy bread. The bakery, I think the idea is the bakery that should be automated, but questions have come in. Thanks to you, the audience, you have been wonderful. A lot of attention has been paid to the research, which is very encouraging for them to continue with their research. Ideas have been shared, and I'm sure we will have a very good output at the end of it. This has been a sub-theme on how applied research in TVET can benefit communities, the government, and industry, and in particular, the partnerships that enhance industry processes. It's been a great time to listen to what is happening in the TVET institutions, and we are very encouraged. Thank you very much, and we've come to the end of this session. Thank you. I've been your moderator, Joyce Njogu from the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. Thank you.
Thank you. Another round of applause as they come off the stage. Thank you very much, presenters and moderator. As you may have noticed, we'll not have a tea break. We've requested participants to take their tea and come back so that we try and catch up. We are running behind schedule. And I'd just like to quickly invite the next group of presenters for this session, the sub-theme 4, which is TVET partnerships to address community challenges. And the moderator for this session is Madam Monica Rotich. We'll have presentations from All Lesos Technical Training Institute. Presenter from All Lesos, please take your seat on the stage. Then we have Rift Valley Technical Training Institute. Karibu. And then the next presentation will be from Kisumu National Polytechnic. So 3 presenters. Please welcome on stage.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Joel Olo. My name is Monica Rotich. Allow me to remove my mask. My name is Monica Rotich from Rift Valley Technical Training Institute in Eldoret, and I'll be moderating this last session of presentations. And now that time has really been spent, we are intending to take a very short time. Just to mention that RVTTI, together with LIWA and CICan, are a consortium managing the seed-based project, and RVTTI is chairing Pillar 3 of the seed-based project, as LIWA chairs Pillar 2, and George Brown chairing Pillar 1. So that is a brief about RVTTI's involvement in that. Allow me to give you a brief background of this session. We are actually looking at action-oriented research that is problem-based and linked to community development in the real world, with a specific focus on how to enhance productivity, innovation, and efficiency through systematic applied research. The goal of this session, we are aiming at presenting current research in TVET that explores the results from partnerships in working on action research with communities to address challenges within the local context and possible solutions through working with TVET institutions. The presenters are 3, as you can see, and they are drawn from 3 institutions. Our first presenter is Mr. Christopher Nyakiti, and Olesos Technical Training Institute is presenting on development of improved household and community multipurpose cooking stoves. And just to mention something about the 3 is that from yesterday, what we've looked at and the research that has been done has actually been seeking to address the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And when you look at that of Olesos, they are actually aiming at, they are addressing SDGs, and Rift Valley Technical Training Institute by Evan Sondati aims at meeting SDG number 1 on no poverty, zero hunger, reduced inequality, and some of these have intertwined in solving some of the problems that we have in the society. So RVTTI will be presenting on linking up slum dwellers with market-driven agribusiness innovations and technologies. Kisumu National Polytechnic will be presenting on management and monitoring of water hyacinth in Lake Victoria, and that addresses SDG number 14, life below water. So we have sought to address problems that have been facing us in society by presenting whatever we have today. So allow me to go straight into inviting our first presenter, and that is Christopher Nyakiti from Olesos. Kindly give him a round of applause as he comes. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to say that, let me thank CICan, GBC, who are actually the team which has taken us through the development of these products. We have had more than 15 meetings, and therefore all the other gaps, the research gaps, which may not be clear here, know that we have undergone through all those with that team of experts. Let me also acknowledge Lewa, because Professor Williams was key, especially when we were making the first presentation on the gaps. I want to thank all the team members. If you are wondering why I'm here again, I am Aaron to these people. The experts are the Moses, and they are the team I have worked with. So I am only presenting what these experts have given. And you see, Aaron was gifted differently. Thank you. So the first word is improved. That means we are not reinventing the wheel, but we have identified the gap because there are so many GCOs in the market. So improved and multipurpose are two key words there. In the introduction, the key thing is we have looked at various GCOs in the market. Institutions, we went to Gikomba, we went to Kisumu, we went to the community, and therefore we have to help us build on what we wanted to do so that we are not exactly duplicating what is already in the market, up to including the current famous KCJ, the Kenya Ceramic GCOs. So the key thing here is multifunction. That is the key thing. The GCOs in the market are there, but for this one, we were focusing on multifunctionality. And these are one of the major things this GCO must do, just like any other GCO, is cooking. Go back to your institutions, the GCOs which are there in the kitchen. How many functions can they do? Cooking. But for these ones which we have developed, apart from cooking, there are additional other functions with the overall result of improved health, clean environment, energy conservation, and reduced use of fuel wood, therefore sustainability. And I want to make it at the onset. When we are talking about the green energy, we are not saying that we are not going to use trees. The issue is sustainability. At no one time are we going to say that we are not going to cut down the trees. It can't work, and especially in Africa. Objectives were 4, identify the inefficiencies of the GCOs stoves in the Kenyan market, which we did. 2, develop 3 multifunctional designs for fabrication, which we have done. 3, to fabricate the 3 designs for small, medium, and large GCOs for different groups, which we have also done. Then 4, to upscale the production of the GCOs by linking with industry to meet the market demands. That is where we are. Methods, you have seen all those. What is not there, we adopted the GBC method, which we found to be working especially for applied research. And in the GBC method, we have what is called phased approach, whereby each phase has got a specific deliverable. And you cannot move to the next phase without completing what was in the previous phase. So we found the GBC model to be the best. And they took us through the team of Nuvi, the team of Above, Gillian, the team of Professor Makadi, and therefore they have made us to reach this stage. And those are the various parameters as outlined there. You can read. Yes. Then the methods, after looking at those parameters, we went into, after designing engineering steps, ideation, you design, you model, you produce, you do iterations, you do prototyping before you come with a final product for large-scale production. So we went through all those, up to prototyping of designs, testing the various parameters so that if there were gaps, we would improve on them. Then scale up production. And in our contract, in our agreement with CICan, in this first step, we are supposed to produce 30 functional GICOs, and the funds were for that. So those are just methods. You can see our team members analyzing the various parameters. And these are now the various, after the designs, these are now work in progress, working on the various mechanical works for small, medium, and the larger GICOs. Those are the CAD drawings. I want to say this one was one of the most difficult parts. And I would request CICan, we don't want this to go into, especially this part. Then the CAD design was the most challenging. But GBC took us through, trained our students, trained our innovators. And where we could not, finally, we managed to come up with AutoCAD designs. We didn't know that there is what is called Autodesk, which is a very expensive app, but we managed through the training we got from GBC. So in this project, our student innovators are key. In fact, they are doing most of the work. And these are the fabrication, the framing, different stages, the mechanical works, the measurements, they do by themselves, the trainee innovators. And this is not the final, but these are now the 3 different sizes which we have come up with. The smaller one for domestic use, the medium one for hotels, and the larger one, 200 liters and above, for institutions. And I want to agree with what one of us said about marketing. I think we have the market. Findings. Most of the households in the rural areas use inefficient cooking stoves, though this thing has been there for a long time. But we found out. Then inefficiencies lead to energy wastage. I want to focus on the last bullet, where the trainee innovators in the project are more motivated because they are key to this project. When we took them through the AutoCAD training and all this, our trainee innovators are self-motivated. Their interaction with GBC staff through Teams meetings is a driving tool. And when they now come up on their own, they are separated from the rest, and they are doing their own fabrication in our institution, they are really happy about it. And I want to say women in engineering courses, the impact of our female students in this project. I've just picked on this lady, Sharon, a student of mechanical engineering, is one of the key innovators. And she has undergone all these steps from AutoCAD design to measurements, designing, and actual fabrication, handling the equipment. And whenever the other students see her, it's a real motivation. And she's one of our weighted champions. And she has been recognized even the other time when we were making a presentation in one of the conferences. She was key, and this CICan project has really enabled Sharon to be exposed. You can see Sharon is still working on one of our GCOs, the larger one, and those are a team of our students and the principal investigator who is here with me doing the work. So those are the implications and recommendations. The key one is technology and skills transfer, right from GBC in Canada through Teams meeting. Interdepartmental, because this project, we have mechanical engineering, we have building, we have ICT, and interdepartmental. We have masons to do their part. We have plumbers to do their part. We have mechanical ones. All these have come together, and that interdepartmental transfer of skills has been key. Finally, we want to say that experiences you have learned from GBC in skills development has been enormous, and we appreciate CICan. We have had challenges. Where we are now is we are on production of GCOs for market. With linkage with industry, but we have established a production unit in the form of a cottage industry. So for the first 30 GCOs, the market is there. And one of the markets will be TVET institutions, because it's just a matter of looking at what Kisumu National Polytechnic has. Sometimes back, I was at Kisumu National Polytechnic. I saw what they were having in the kitchen and the type of wastage. Then we developed these. And these GCOs are energy efficient. We have tried those various parameters, and we are still doing, and surely they will have an impact. In our institute, we are going to replace our GCOs from other companies with our own made GCOs. Thank you.
He deserves a better clap because he has taken exactly 12 minutes. Thank you so much. We're trying to redeem time, and the message is home. There's something that I had forgotten on which SDG that addresses is SDG number 10 on affordable and clean energy. And as well, it addresses others that you can look at within the 17 SDGs. So thank you so much, Christopher. That was very elaborate. Thank you. I take this opportunity to welcome Evan Sondati from RVTTI. Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I hope it's afternoon, yeah? Well, I hope you are running the presentation. The work we are doing in RVTTI is ongoing. That's work in progress. And first, I want to thank the management of RVTTI for supporting us together with CITVES and Monica, who's our coordinator, and the principal, who has been supporting us during this research work. Now, the topic given there, I want to start by asking you one question, that year in, year out, we produce innovations, technologies, especially during trade fairs, and in most cases, I do not know where they end up with. Where do we take these innovations? Are they impacting the communities that surround us or surround our institutions? That is what informed our title, linking up slum dwellers with market-driven agricultural innovations and technologies from TVET institutions. And in this case, I want us to look back and see what happens in most of our towns. We have the slums surrounding most of our towns. And in this case, in Eldoret, we have 2 documented slums that is in Langas and Munyaka. So that's where we focused our research. And this, the background of this one is that the informal settlement have several challenges, which include food insecurity. Now, from the literature, a number of these areas, they have challenges which require innovations, which require interventions, where TVET institutions need to show their ability in terms of addressing some of these challenges we have. We all know that our institutions produce innovations ranging from mechanical, ICT, applied, and electrical. Some of these ones have been scaled out, especially the ICT, mechanical. However, the agricultural part of it, less or few is known about their implementation or used to address the challenges that are faced by these people in the slums. Now, what do we do? RVTTI, we looked at this one and said, let's try now the agribusiness or agricultural innovations which can actually be used to change the lives of the surrounding community, including the slum dwellers. So in this case, we identified these two slums, that is Munyaka and Langas, and therefore we are focusing on ensuring that we have these innovations solving or addressing some of the challenges. The objectives we had, one was to identify these slum areas and then train these members of this area on these innovations, how to utilize these innovations, and then two, as an objective, select the innovations. This way I said that in our colleges or institutions, we have so many innovations. But now we need to select them and see which one are suitable in these slum areas, then carry out suitability tests in terms of management. How are these people or the slum dwellers going to use these innovations? And then once they use these innovations, empower them through linking them to the other stakeholders who can also come on board, like the county governments, other organizations, to assist them, utilize, and maybe get some income out of that. And finally, you know, farming in some towns is not really allowed, so we do a policy paper which will lobby the government to ensure that they have allowed the formation or the formulation of a policy which will allow farming or any other agricultural activity. Now, how did we do it? First, we were to tell the people, the slum dwellers, that we do exist, and this is what we do. So we did sensitization, from which we approached the stakeholders, including the farmers. And then the second one was to identify the gaps by doing a baseline survey, whereby we did a questionnaire, trained our trainers to administer that questionnaire, and then 120 slum dwellers were interviewed. And what we realized was that at least from the agribusiness part of it can be an entry into these areas. Next, what we did, having known what we need to do with these slum dwellers, is to identify the right innovations, which we realize should be poultry structures, which can actually be used or applicable in these regions, which we realize that they have small space, and therefore they required a structure that can actually fit into those spaces and again produce what can actually improve their life. Now, the next thing we did was to train now these beneficiaries on how to take care of these birds, which we are going to give them, so that at the end of it all, the causes of end death of the birds is not coming from any other causes indicated there other than the housing. So in this case, we came up as RVTTI with modules on training of these farmers. We did train on housing, brooding, that is from 1 day to 1 month old. We did feeding and disease management together with biosecurity trainings. All this was to ensure that at least we know the cause of end death in the structure other than housing. That one has been covered. So what were the findings we found? So we wanted to find out how do these people make their living. So from our findings, we realized that most of these people in the slums actually make their living through the wages, that's casual work, but our focus was on agricultural. And you can see there that we have livestock and a crop. So we wanted to find out between these livestock farming they are doing in the slums, which type of livestock are they doing? So the next thing it shows chicken is the most livestock farming that goes on in these areas. Therefore, if they are doing chicken farming, what type system do they use in rearing this? Remember, all this is actually to inform us the kind of structures we shall give them so that it addresses some of the challenges they face. So the systems they have, they use in rearing these birds in the slums, as indicated there, the major one that is there is same-range housing and free-range housing. The two are different because the same-range housing has a confinement. They don't roam freely, but they are confined, and then in the evening there is a structure where they spend their time. Then what type of breeds do they keep in these structures that they have, or in this kind of systems? We have several breeds there, and interestingly, these people keep pure kienyeji, which take a long time to mature. So finding out whether they have information on the existing breeds like Karo, Saso, these are the improved, which take about 3 to 4 months to mature. But the kienyeji takes about 7 to 9 months for them to be mature. So in this case, we wanted to find out, do these people have any information on how to rear these birds? Yes, they are doing pure kienyeji and they are doing it in same range. Do they have any information about rearing this information? And in case they have, how did they get this information? So a number of these people say that the information they get is maybe from exposure to visits, or from friends and learn it from friends. And then others is from agricultural shows or field days, which the county governments actually organize for the farmers. So we wanted to find out, yes, they have this information. What about the structures they're using in this poultry? Is it produced by themselves? Is it by the expert or purchased? Basically what we realized, all these exist, but they do not meet the standards of this housing. Then now, we wanted to find out what are the challenges these people have in rearing this poultry. The challenges are given there. We have poor feeding, diseases, pests and predators, besides poor housing. Out of this, they said that all this cause what we call mortality. Birds just die before their time. And therefore, we wanted to find out whether they understand what causes this mortality. From there, you can see diseases, according to them, is the major cause of this mortality. And therefore, we wanted to find out, in case this disease occurs, how do they manage this disease? Interestingly, most of them said is through treatment. What kind of treatment? We're given varied ways how they treat, but majorly, they just do their local way of doing it. This informed us that when these birds die, it may not be necessarily diseases, but there is something that causes this one. From the literature, we know that housing is very important. Whether you do all this treatment, vaccination, isolation, and all that, without proper housing, you'll still experience mortality. And that's where we came in as RFTTI to come up with a structure which can actually address the mortality rates these farmers are facing. Now, this is the structure we've come up. There are two in number. This is the first one, and that's the plan for the structure we have, the design, which has two areas, the coop where they spend the night, and then the run where they just move out during the day, forage, and then come back in the evening to rest. structure can accommodate 15 to 20 birds, and these birds can stay there until laying. Thank you. May God bless you.
Another round for Evans, please. Just to remind all of us, let's put down our questions for these presenters so that when the Q&A time comes, we'll be able to ask the questions. Now allow me to invite Samson Alemba from Kisumu National Polytechnic to present on the management of hyacinth that has been a problem in Lake Victoria. Welcome.
Our host institution, Kenya Technical Trainers College, the ministry representatives, online participants, our partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My names are Samson Alemba Ubuya. I'm a trainer at the Kisumu National Polytechnic in the Department of Mechanical and Automotive Engineering. Control and management of water hyacinth weed infestation in Lake Victoria by the Kisumu National Polytechnic is a team project comprising of our CEO, the principal, Madam Catherine Kelonye, the deputy registrar, Madam Rose Oyugi, the head of mechanical department, Mr. Elia War, the innovator, Samson Alemba Ubuya, students, and Hamba Institute College, Canada, for which we are very thankful. Thank you. Water hyacinth weed infestation has affected large and small water bodies in the world. Its management has therefore been in great demand due to many disadvantages posed by this aquatic weed. In Kenya, this weed has invaded ponds, rivers, lakes, leading to inadequate use of this natural resource. In Lake Victoria, the water hyacinth weed has progressively and quickly multiplied into large numbers, forming thick mats which clogs waterways, making water transport industry, fishing industry, agricultural industry, and almost all other water recreational activities impossible. This research work process started in August 2001, and its goals achieved in May 2021, when the first miniaturized prototype combined hyacinth weed harvester was presented to the President of the Republic of Kenya at the Kisumu Lake Port on Sunday, the 31st of May, 2021. This project work, the project work considered the current methods in use or being used in control and management of the hyacinth weed and their various advantages and disadvantages, both locally and internationally. This, of course, led to a wide consultation with various stakeholders, especially around the largest infested water mass, that is Lake Victoria. The beach management unit groups consulted including Kisumu Port Beach Unit, Homa Bay Port Beach Unit, Kindu Bay Beach Unit, Asembo Bay Beach Unit, Sio Port Beach Unit, Mbita and Aneko Beach Units respectively. Of the 258 interviewed beach unit groups and community members, 90% respondent said yes to weed removal, 10% responded not sure to weed removal, while 100% responded yes to the weed as forming a dangerous blockade to human utilization of water resource. As for the most effective and economically viable management and control method in use, 42 were interviewed, sampled from Kenya Marine Authority, Kenya Port Authority, Lake Victoria Environmental Management program, not authority, management program, and Kenya Fisheries Department. 75% of the respondents said yes to mechanical method, 5% semi-mechanical, 4% chemical, while 16% biological. The research work therein carried out in this area in control and management of the weed has led to the birth of combined hyacinth harvester. Objectives. Our main objectives were outlined in 3 areas, namely to fabricate a compact and efficient control and management hyacinth weed harvester, to operate in both shallow and deep water, to fabricate a processor coupled with the harvester to offer cost-effective and practical solution in overcoming huge logistical challenge of handling a vast volume of the harvested vegetation in an environmentally acceptable manner. And finally, to fabricate a multitasked machine harvesting boat. Method used: questionnaire, interview, document analysis, and observation. Findings: the commonly employed hyacinth management control and methods which are in use, as were found, was manual, biological, chemical, and semi-mechanical, and of course, mechanical the last. Manual control. This involves going into the water and pulling the weed right from the lake, and it is one of the most dangerous methods that has been employed. It was, however, found effective that it can be able to be used on small water mass bodies, like in ponds, where the infestation of the weed is, the rate of weed infestation is very low. Biological control employs the use of insects which feeds on the hyacinth weed and leaving the foliage to die and eventually drop down under the water. Chemical employs the use of herbicides through which volume spraying of hose, this can be done, or even power spraying, or even from the banks, and in some cases, even aerial spraying has been employed. This also had its problems, which were outlined, and therefore was not picked. Semi-mechanical employs the use of wire net attached to floaters, sinkers, and long ropes, which are then pulled by a winch when it has been brought on the shore. Mechanical control. The mechanical control method of hyacinth weed is the process of using the fuel-powered, especially designed boat to clear the aquatic weed from the water surface by either chopping it into small pieces, then allowing it to sink or rot, or harvesting the weed and transporting it for offshore offloading. Findings: the noted problems affecting current mechanically operated harvesters included high operational cost, high acquisition cost, monofunctional, offers no technical solution to the harvested weed. Findings: after carrying out data analysis, which you might not have seen there, but of course is available, it clearly emerged that the current monofunctional mechanical hyacinth harvesters must be upgraded to a multifunctional combined hyacinth harvester by the incorporation of weed processor. The total cost of the multifunctional combined harvester would be around 120% the current monofunctional. That is, when we are comparing a monofunctional and a multifunctional. But we can also compare our own indigenously fabricated harvester without the processor, which is, of course, when we compare, it is 38% cheaper. And when we couple the processor to it, its cost goes up, and it now becomes 120%. Implications: to fabricate the combined hyacinth harvester, we need to open waterways. That it's already done. Making water transport industry, fishing industry, agricultural industry, and almost all other water recreational activities accessible with ease. Eliminating hyacinth restriction of livestock, eliminates hyacinth restriction of livestock access to water. Safeguard native aquatic plant growth by complete removal of the hyacinth weed, preventing foliage formation. Preserve water infiltration of sunlight necessary for both aquatic weed and fish. promote a healthy living environment by removing the hyacinth weed from the lake, where it forms breeding environment for mosquito, the serialized malaria spreader. Well, this is the Kisumu National Polytechnic. Our team, this is the harvester, but this is not the complete one. This was at the stage when it was being fabricated. I wish that we could have an opportunity. I think after this, they can now display a small clip to show you just how far we have gone. The Kisumu Polytechnic can therefore emphatically say that control and management of the water hyacinth infestation in Lake Victoria is not just in sight, but at hand. This particular innovation has enabled us to implement CBET very effectively by ensuring that this is the first watercraft produced from a classroom in any institution in the Republic of Kenya. And being the only one of its kind, that Kenya does not have a marine fabrication company, we are making a big venture into the field of innovation. It is also the first of its kind in the world, in that in the world we have got harvesters, but we do not have a combined harvester for the hyacinth weed, since combined harvesters are largely employed for the agricultural product. We are very thankful, and God bless you.
I think this session presenters have done justice to time, is it? Now you need to clap for them properly. Thank you so much, Mr. Nyakiti. Thank you, Mr. Alemba. Thank you, Mr. Evan Sondati, for those very elaborate presentations, wonderful presentations. And remember, our theme was partnerships to address community challenges. You've seen that these TVET institutions have worked on something that is coordinated together with the community in order to address an issue that is facing the society. And maybe somebody is asking himself or herself, what about hyacinth and the community? All of us, when we go to Kisumu, we find time to eat fish, and we think of fish the first night we're there. So hyacinth has really affected fishing activities because of the movement of boats and all those equipment that are used for that. And we cannot mention the Lesos addressing issues of clean energy, having to use very little fuel to do and achieve a lot. And for the RVTTI project and research, which actually looks at addressing issues that are affecting people living in informal settlements. We have informal settlements in almost all urban areas in the country, and how can we assist them to use the very little space in order for them to do something that addresses food security, something that can change their livelihoods, and that is what the RVTTI project is seeking to address. So I believe you've put down your questions, and I believe, Eric, you've taken some questions from the online chat box. We'll be beginning from us here, and if any one of you was thinking about the Kisumu project, what I was thinking, Mr. Alemba, about chemicals killing, was it herbicides in the lake and aquatic life? Does it not affect? So that will be my first question, and maybe you will answer that. The microphones kindly be taken around. We'll begin with the second last table. Okay, yeah. Then you come to this other table. Please take note of the questions.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Stella, moderator and the panelists, presenters. Thank you for a good job. My name is Maximila Fula. I'm a journalist. I do cover events, especially like today is my topic, and I was privileged to be with you today. I just want to appreciate Olesos Technical Training Institute, presented by Christopher on the green energy. It's a comment I just need to add up on your presentation, because right now as we're speaking, we have a congregation all over the world, globally, that are congregating at UK Glasgow, speaking on the climate change, how we can combat the crisis, and how the African nation, we can come up and embrace our nation on the environmental friendly. So one thing I just wanted to add on Christopher's presentation is like he has come at the right time. And if we are looking at partnership on the green energy, on the climate change action, I think to me and my career, this is the right time. And if we can tap on small things, just to add on your presentation, you need to highlight on the, just hold on, you need to highlight on the, just give us something brief on the, if we talk about green energy, we're talking about energy savings, those are GCOs, how do they help the health problems, how do they help on the deforestations, and how do they save time and also money. And also you just need to highlight about majority of the people who are poorly, people, especially women and children, are the most center of this. And when we look at clean energy savings innovation in Africa, women and children are the primary collectors of firewood. So in conclusion, multipurpose cooking stove, this is a very new business opportunity with environmental benefits that they involve each and every household to tap in. And then to my next presenter on the Rift Valley on slum dwellers, I would like you to highlight exactly, when you did your case studies, you said that most of them, they do kienyeji breed. I live in Langata, and your innovation is good, but I'm wondering how, if the space itself for informal settlements or Langata slum dwellers, that space, that you say that you can put your innovation, where are they going to get that space themselves? Because the space is a problem. Then secondly, security issue is a threat. You put your chicken tonight, tomorrow you find nothing. So you must highlight exact point where you did your innovation, which slum dweller, is it in rural, is it in something very far that you can get us, you must highlight to us, so that when we are putting out our stories, we put a story exact where you did your innovation. Otherwise, I wish you the best. Thank you so much.
Please come to, to this other table, yes.
Thank you. I start by congratulating the presenters. First, Mr. Christopher Nyakite from Oresos. Then we have Mr. Evans Ondati from RTTI. And finally, we have Samson Oteba from the Kisumu National Polytechnic. I appreciate the way they have done their work. As you can see, as them present, they are confident, and they did it within recorded time. They are within their time given. And that one now comes to the issue that we debated yesterday. And I repeat by asking CICan and other fathers, is it possible we look for ways of training our researchers that we are sponsoring, that they can be able to know and the house to put about their research down. They are doing very good work of research. They have very noble ideas, but at times they would lack that, and somebody confessed yesterday and said, for me, I can do, but when you tell me to write, all right, so how do we make sure that them that we are funding are also able to be equipped with the knowledge and skills about research? That is one of the aspects. Number two, we have come up with very good ideas and projects. Some of them, like the one for the Kisumu National Polytechnic, are wonderful innovation. But that knowledge, by the end of today, may have been taken away, and others will eat it forever. They become millionaires, billionaires. One of the things here I would first ask, have you patented this knowledge? In this case, shall it be a waste to the world? Or shall somebody else, enrich himself, herself, over that idea of innovation. I don't know, maybe I would also go back to the funders and CICan. How do we ensure that this knowledge is first patented? By this we are funding so that that knowledge would benefit them first and others as they use that knowledge. I think these are things to ponder about so that we can also be able to ask those institutions to come up with an IP policy, because even if we get to LIWA and they are introducing us to the market, to the industries, and the industries take over these innovations to produce these products en masse and sell them, that innovator, that institution is also to benefit from it. How do they have a policy that in case there is mass production, that institution would also benefit, that innovator would also benefit? I think CICan and other fathers, you need also to look at that as we deal with our innovators in our institutions. Apart from that, let me now go back and say that 3 institutions that has presented have shown there is lots of collaboration, a lot of working as team, and I think that is one thing that we have to encourage to our presenters and our researchers. And they have also collaborated with experts, including the many professors that Olesos mentioned in their presentation. And that tells us their research is well refined, well researched, and with the basis of data, I believe they have to go far. Can we encourage that with all other researchers being funded so that we can have quality substance? Our sister has mentioned that we need to be articulate, we need to be real, we need not to fabricate results. Why? Because when we talk of research in slums, then we have to be really real. Did we really call it out in that research in the slum so that we can now be able to tell about that spacing, those houses, and such others? I think that is what we are being called into. As we carry out research, let us be real, not ideal. And that one would now give us real data for our consumption. In this case then, in case there is no training for our researchers, I would give just a hint of what they have presented. They have given us the introduction as a title. They have given us the title, the introduction. They have stated their problem, and their problem has first been researched through literature review. And that one is beautiful, so that they can now come to problem statement, having done well, finding out more of what others have done, having done more on what content there is, and that one is done. They have given proper methodology. They have stated their findings quite well. And in this case, the recommendations and the way forward must be seen. I congratulate you, and all of us, let's emulate the 3 teams. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. Kindly, let's take a minute.
Thank you so much, Grace Mirengo from Nyeri National Polytechnic. The first question goes to Olesos TTI. It's about the, it's about the multi-purpose stove. I'm just wondering, because in research you build on already existing innovations and technology. We know that we already have stoves, energy-saving stoves in the market. Maybe it escaped me, but I've not seen what is actually different in the stove that you're proposing compared to the one that is already in the market. So that one needs to come out very clearly on what new that you're bringing on board on already the existing energy-saving vehicles. On the second presentation from Rift Valley, TTI, I'm concerned about the space, and that one has been pointed out, and also the issue of environmental mitigating on greenhouse gases, because I would imagine the many poultry houses in the slum and the emissions from those structures, how are you going to mitigate on that? Still on the Rift Valley project, you're talking about having 15 to 20 birds. Is this a viable business? Because we are talking about agribusiness. Have you researched to find out whether this can actually translate into a viable business? And then lastly, on Rift Valley, you are talking about the last phase of actually using the housing as the valuable to actually determine whether the innovation led to productivity of the enterprise. How do you control for other variables? Because we know that productivity is not just about housing. So let it be seen how you're going to control the variables. And then for Kisumu, there's a good innovation on hyacinth the harvesting. I would also say the same about existing knowledge. We need to work from what is already there, and we see what is this that you build on already what is existing. And if you're bringing in an innovation, how affordable? Look at the other parameters, let it come out in your research. Otherwise, I uphold the presenters for good work done. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. Can we take two more, please, before we go to the virtual? Okay. Can you give to the gentleman at the back?
Thank you very much. My name is Philip Langat from Olesos. To the presenter from Kisumu, first of all, I want to encourage the presenters and give them a thumbs up for the work they've done. And I want to add on Kisumu project on the production of cellulose. I would suggest that if you produce cellulose out of hyacinth, the future of hyacinth will be an endangered plant in the lake. In fact, we would still need some acres left in the lake if you use that technology to produce the cellulose for our books industry. Thank you so much. That is just an additional for them.
Thank you. Come to the next table. Then if we all take a minute, we are going to give each other an opportunity to ask a question. So give it to the lady, then the next table.
Thank you. A big thank you to the presenters for the good work. Addressing the Kisumu National Polytechnic, still on the hyacinth. There was a time I followed on the media that there was a young girl who was using the hyacinth to produce pads. I don't know if at all the innovation is still there, and therefore we have been asking ourselves about probably even market. So Kisumu National Polytechnic, you can link probably with that young girl, so that after you have removed the hyacinth from the lake, might be you can sell to her or something like that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being brief. Come to Madam Jane here.
Thank you very much. I'm Jane, and I want to congratulate the three institutions for work that has been done very well. My question is to RVTTI. What is the involvement of those slum dwellers in the choice of the project that you have? Because you know you can take a project to them and it's not something that has come from them. So, and it may not be accepted. So just tell me that kindly. Thank you.
Thank you. There was one here, then here, the last one.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm Chengastia. Now, within a school setup, we always have great mind and innovations, which ends up at the gate of the institution. Now, Mr. Nyakiti, this question is yours. You've talked about the CICO and whatever. How are you going to make sure that you incorporate the industry outside there? And more so, how are you going to help your students you are teaching right now to enrich in the society? Because you realize once they leave the gate, that's the end of the innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I wish to applaud the three presenters for their good work in coming up with solutions for communities. And just a word of encouragement to Olesos, and probably something more that you can put into your research. Give your innovation a climate argument. You know, climate argument in the sense that you give justification as to how much trees we shall save, that is not cutting down. What is the efficiency? Let us know what is the efficiency rate as compared to what is existing, as Madam Grace has talked about it. Then when it comes to the market, I've looked at the models and I'm looking at that small GICO. What is the size? Let us know, let's not just say it's small. Like how small will it be for a rural, kitchen? How small will it be? What is the cost like? So that I would be interested in purchasing that small GICO for my kitchen. I need to know what other requirements are there for it to be fitted there, and that is what will actually attract me. So probably a bit of more market research to find out also what is existing. And if you're talking about Olesos replacing what they have with the new technology, where do we take the old technology? So probably thinking about modifying what is already existing so that, again, we do not have wastage and we are talking about sustainability. To RVTTI, one of my concerns was what Grace has raised, the viability, because 15 to 20 birds may not be very viable. Then thinking also about linking these slum dwellers with the market. How do you take it beyond that, like value addition? Where do we take this chicken? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Eric, allow me to give it to Mr. Kipkemboi, just 1 minute so that we come over. Welcome.
So thank you. I want to appreciate the three institutions for work done. And I think most of those who have asked questions have also dealt with what is really a major challenge. Olesos, thumbs up, but explore more of commercialization and affordability. I think technologies that are environmentally friendly. Can your GICO also be compatible with other sources of energy that are more efficient? Then to RVTTI, the major challenge, you are talking about an urban area. You know the population in an urban area, security becomes a major issue. Now, waste management, how will you manage the chicken waste? Can it be utilized also as a source of energy? So that you need to explore, can we have the biogas, maybe a biogas system, so that it recycles? I also wanted to explore the possibility of integrated farming within the chicken, the chicken or poultry farming, so that it recycles. The chicken waste can be used either for biogas, it can be used as a manure, etc. Then to Kisumu, I think it's very clear that we should not let the hyacinth to be a curse, but we need to look at it. Can we harvest it and use it for economic purposes? So that also exploit, other than harvesting it with the technology, are you able to process and pass on to other users? You've been told about a young girl who can use it to make pads. It can be used to make floor mats. Others were talking of dairy feeds. can it be utilized in such a way? I have noted with concern, and I think that has been our challenge as a Tibet, that every year when we have robotics, Tibet fairs, we attend, but everything ends at the competition. I fear, even for these ones, I think someone raised very strongly, we could be trying to explain, and an entrepreneur outside there will be watching. There is a chair that was made by one of the institutions that is present here today. That chair ended up in the workshop of the institution, but an entrepreneur made it and sold to one of the big politicians in this country at a very high amount. You can ask me later on, I don't want to mention names, but the institution is here. So we need to protect our innovations so that as we think of commercializing. I have also seen skills gap in the research presentations. You need to take up as sponsors so that we have a standard way of presentations. The unfortunate thing is we are being watched by so many. If the standard of presentations of some of our papers, people will be questioning, then what now? I think our skills and our knowledge. So we need to sit. We'll also sit as CATI research so that we organize training workshops for paper presentations. Then I want to say, as we think and work as researchers, there are quite a number of things that we need to really address. But the key is, let them not end in the workshops. I looked at the team, Youth Employability Through Tibet in Kenya. Our graduates will graduate after the innovations. We would want them to be employed outside there, like Olesos. Are we able to equip them and give them tools that they can make the chicos when they are outside there, and we give them the rights to make them within the standards as our graduates? In that way, we can be able to create a market, because at the end of it, they will disperse to all parts of the country. What will they gain out of this innovation? Because we would want to commercialize, we would want to create job opportunities, and I think in all what we've presented today. So thank you, and I want to say we've learned a lot, and we'll take it up positively, those criticisms, and we will sit. Luckily, I'm with one of my colleagues who is in the research team, Evans, is there. We are listening keenly, and some of the issues we'll address tomorrow in a meeting that we'll have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Principal Kipkemboi. I'm asking Eric to take us through the chat box questions.
Thank you, Monica. So in the chat box with our online team, we have questions specifically for Kisumu National Polytechnic. So an anonymous follower is asking, what is the capacity of water hyacinth harvester per day or per hour? And then what is the financial benefit of this particular project? From Caroline Mutitu. And then we have Kennedy Osewe, who comments that it's wonderful research on innovations, but how are you going to deal with the culture of people who prefer to import such kind of machinery for well-known reasons, according to him? Then we have Thomas Muriuki, who asks, what is the community link of this project in terms of technology transfer? And does the institution make these harvesters in isolation, or does it partner with the community to fabricate them? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Those are very enriching questions. Now allow me in this order that they answer the questions, and please give smart answers, which will take very short time but precise. Mr. Nyakiti, be the first one to take over.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Max Miller. I've taken note of that. In the bigger document, we have looked at the green energy, which has been there in what is called the greening of TVET institutions. And it has been on for the last almost 5 years. About patenting, I think for our project, CICan has taken up the responsibility. In our budget, there was money for patenting, there was money for NACOSTI, there is money for KEBS. So it is taken care of. I think Dr. raised that issue. I don't know others, but for us, when I'll be giving a report, Hilda would like to see where is the money, where is the receipt for patenting, where is the receipt for NACOSTI. We have even gone further, in fact, another one for LIWA, because we cannot do such a thing without being affiliated to LIWA. LIWA, I have your check. Thank you. Then about the multi-purpose, and from the beginning, I want us to believe that we are researchers, we help each other, we gain from each other. And if I have stood here and said that the gaps were identified, literature review was done, and discussed by other professionals, professors, like Professor Williams, and asked the same question, and I responded. I believe at this stage, for us to invest on such a project, the gap must have been there. If you agree on that, then that is, I'm responding to my colleague from Nyeri National Polytechnic, but thanks a lot. We can discuss further. Then I think on climate argument, efficiency, all those are in the details. Thank you for reminding us about that. Lastly, thank you, Mr. Kipkemboi. I think he's a colleague. Actually, when we started this project, he was at the center, so he knows what I am talking about. About the commercialization, there is market for these GCOs. About the smaller size, we have different measurements. Even for the larger institutional ones, 200 liters, 500 liters, but we will fabricate according to your needs. About what we'll be replacing, I think when we replace it with an older one, they become scrap metal. And scrap metal is also having market. So there will be no, there will be no wastage. Otherwise, thank you, colleagues, for the contributions. I'll take that. And Philip, just stand up. That is the principal investigator in this project. And I said, he is Moses who communes with God about the details. But I am Aaron who communicates the same to the larger children of Israel, and that is how we are operating. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nyakiti. Allow me now to give to Evan Sondati to respond to the questions.
Thank you so much for your contributions. Mine is going to be very brief. One is about the breeds, poultry breeds. We all know that currently the government of Kenya is trying to improve the poultry breeds by substituting the pure Kienyeji with the newly improved poultry from Karo and other organizations which are producing the more efficient and short time maturity breeds. On the issue of space, unlike other towns like in Nairobi, Eldoret has slums, but these slums are unique because the slum dwellers, a large number of the slum dwellers own the spaces. They own the land within the slums. Very few of them actually, from our research, rent this space. It's out of that that we designed this structure to have a specification in terms of dimensions so that it fits into the spaces they have. On the issue of viability, the design of the structure is made in such a way that this structure has provisions where birds just forage, eat grass out there, and then you supplement with other feeds, other than depending entirely on commercial feeds. Otherwise, in the event that you don't do this as you see like it's not viable, these slum dwellers will anyway continue keeping these birds. So we are bringing in an intervention which will actually upgrade or boost the productivity of the birds they have. Finally, on linkages to the market, as the design of the project, we are working with the county government to come up with a policy document where we shall involve the stakeholders so that as they produce the birds and the eggs, at least they have a way of getting to the stakeholders, and maybe the stakeholders can also work with the slum dwellers in a way that they can provide market for their products or boost them in extending or upscaling what they do. I think that is it. On variables in control, variables being controlled here, the reason why we talked about the housing as an independent variable, we are looking at these other disease management, feeding and other skills. Already we have trained these farmers so that at least we are not expecting any of these factors affecting the poultry in the structure. So the assumption is that the training will impart skills to the slum dwellers so that they do not affect the poultry performance by not knowing on how to manage these other factors other than their housing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Evans. Mr. Alemba, take over.
Thank you. I think the first question was about the chemical herbicide which is used in spraying the weed. It is marine certified chemical which does not affect the marine life, so there is no danger up to that extent. However, according to our research, it was not adequate in effective control and management of the hyacinth weed. The other one was patenting, that is taken care of, and it is done well. The other one, somebody was fearing that we are likely to clear the hyacinth weed completely from the lake while it is being used in many other areas. Actually, our machine, the term combined hyacinth harvester simply means that it is multifunctional. It harvests, then processes, while the current harvesters are monofunctional. They harvest, dump the weed, and offer no any other solution. That simply means that we are producing from our harvester products, not the weed, products. We are producing pulse for the production of biogas, we are producing manure, we are producing animal feed, and so many others. Therefore, it is really cost effective and manageable. Linkages. We have got many groups with which we are in contact. We have got Dalarieko, which is at Asimbo Bay, which is using the hyacinth weed for the purpose of land reclamation. We have got Dunga Biogas Production Center, and we have got Kibuye Handcraft. We have got Homa Bay, which is using hyacinth weed, though in small scale, in the production of electricity. We have got a team of other members. Some people are using the hyacinth weed for the production of shoe polish, and many others. We are in contact with many people, and we hope that the numbers should increase. We have got also good market outside. We have got, first of all, the Kenya government and the beach units, Kenya Ports Authority, the Navy's approached us the other time, and we have got the international community, specifically in East Africa, where water hyacinth had infested many water body masses. And as you might have heard, that our produced machine is miniaturized. Mini means very small, very little out of what is expected. In fact, we have only produced, or what we have only fabricated, a tenth of what we expect to fabricate in the end. Actually, we need, the Kisumu National Polytechnic needs about 97.2 million to carry the project forward to its full realization. As at now, we are spending about 10 million to produce the miniaturized, while the current one in the market and the one which was imported is 81 million. And some would say, if yours is 97, then why? It is too expensive and it is local. No, it is very cheap. The difference is this. What we are producing is combined hyacinth harvester, the processor plus the harvester. So it is a little bit expensive. But if we are only producing the harvester for those who need the harvester only, it is actually 50%, it is actually 50% cheaper than the current one. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll request that we do a round of applause for the questions they have answered, the presentations. Everybody, kindly. Wapigie makofi if you've done. Thank you so much for listening. I believe this session has offered each one of us an opportunity to rethink what the TVET institution has been doing wherever you come from, and we can see that we have an opportunity to offer local solutions for local problems in the places that we come from. I'll give an example that last year when COVID struck this country, RVTTI fabricated hospital beds and gave to the isolation centers that are in Eldoret town. So what is that solution that your TVET institution can provide to any community or the community that is around us? So that is my challenge to all of us. And finally, Mr. Olo, allow me to make a comment and like a recap from yesterday. On Nyandarua's presentation, I don't know if Nyandarua is still with us. Yes. I come from a potato growing area, not coming from, I don't live there, but I was born there. There is a real challenge with potato that TVET institutions can offer a solution, and Nyandarua can just take a step back together with our partners. The main challenge with potatoes is on storage and cooling. That is the main problem, because we can do the value addition, we can do all this other work that we're doing, but a few months ago, if not 1 month ago, we saw women in Molo and Olengurwani, those sides, really crying and pouring their potatoes on the road and saying, we don't have market, children have come home for feasts and we have issues, we don't have money to solve our daily issues. And that is replicated not only in Nakuru County, not only in Nyandarua County, in Elgeyo Marakwet County, in Uasin Gishu, the highland part of Uasin Gishu, and several other counties. The problem has been storage, and TVET institutions can come up with cooling mechanisms or coming up with innovations that can help these farmers to cool and keep their products for a longer period of time so that demand is met throughout the seasons. And it doesn't have to be all of us producing potatoes in September and in December we don't have potatoes. So the cooling mechanisms for potatoes, that is a problem that has been there in the milk industry, but the milk industry has somehow been sorted out and something is being done about it. So that is my closing comment. I thank you so much for participating in this session. We really appreciate you. Feel free to evaluate the session, and we appreciate everybody, especially CICan and our partners, IDRC, for the support that you've given to the TVET institutions. May God bless you so much. Thank you from this session.
Thank you. Thank you to the presenters and to the moderator. We were supposed to be having the networking chat room. I'll just let my colleague Eric explain to us what we'll do now that we're running behind schedule. Eric, please.
Let me just stand beside you here. So for our online participants, as part of the forum, there were supposed to be networking chat rooms where we'd have a chance to interact more with the presenters, but unfortunately, we are really pressed for time, and as a solution, we will be interacting with you more within the chat, as well as we have our contacts within the system and within the chat, and you can always reach out to us and we can connect you to the resource persons that you would like to engage with, or any collaboration that you would like to form or move forward with the speakers that were here. We are available to make that connection for you. So if you are interested in someone, please reach out to me. I think my email address is open for the forum, and we can make that connection for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. We'll now break for lunch. We've had about stoves, we've had about poultry, chicken, and fish. So I would like to suggest that we take only 30 minutes. Try to be back by 2. We have 2 sessions in the afternoon that we need to cover. So let's break for lunch. Lunch will be served in the usual place. And let's try to be back by 2. Thank you.
we have not purchased vegetables from outside. Different assortments of vegetables. There's what we call exotic vegetables like kales. We also have vegetables. Secondly, we also got appreciation from the stakeholders. There was a demonstration day, though it was not ours, but we hosted it. But they were able to see, the visitors and farmers were able to see what we are doing at us as an institution. And that one has given us a plus. So our next target is that when we close for holidays, when we scale down from this November as exams are going on, and also when we are on holiday in December, we are targeting to start selling the vegetables to outsiders. Now, when the council saw that, the governing council saw that there's some improvement in terms of the farming and horticulture, they approved a budget that we drill a borehole, worth about 4 million shillings. So we're just waiting for the rains to subside, and then we roll out the program of drilling the borehole. The idea is that between December, January, February, and March, it's a very dry season. And they say that if you can be able to, from September, we have not been buying our vegetables for feeding students, then why can't we be able to generate income? So I appreciate really that linkage with the Canadians. They also exposed us to the idea of linkage with the industry. It was not quite there. But now we are able to have, we have what we are calling Industrial Advisory Council. We link up with the industry, it's a committee, they come, we talk, and we try to chart the way forward. Now, basically the challenge that I would say is there with the Olds College, not in a bad way, or not in bad faith. The turnover of staff is rather high. So that one gives us a bit of a challenge, because today I'm dealing with you, madam. Within a few weeks or few months, I start dealing with somebody else. Again, somebody else comes on board. And you see, before you start to acclimatize and you move on forward, then there's a slowdown in progress, whatever you are doing. Yeah, so that one I see it as a bit of a challenge that in terms of the relationship. that linkage with Olds College is quite a benefit. Okay, at a personal level, if I say, I had the opportunity for a 12-day visit, myself and a colleague, to Olds College in Canada, that's Calgary, and I learned a lot. They sit on 2,000 acres of land, and how they're utilizing that land to be able to generate income. You see, like currently the Kenya government, we're experiencing a bit of financial challenges, and we're being told, can you find ways to generate income internally? I would say this without fear of contradiction. Since we came back in May, one thing is that we have increased the acreage of our vegetables. So between September and now, we have not purchased vegetables from outside. Different assortments of vegetables. There's what we call exotic vegetables like kales. We also have the traditional vegetables. Secondly, we also got appreciation from the stakeholders. There was a demonstration day, though it was not ours, but we hosted it. But they were able to see, the visitors and farmers were able to see what we are doing at us as an institution. And that one has given us a plus. So our next target is that when we close for holidays, when we scale down from this November as exams are going on, and also when we are on holiday in December, we are targeting to start selling the vegetables to outsiders. Now, when the council saw that, the governing council saw that there's some improvement in terms of the farming and horticulture, they approved a budget that we drill a borehole. What, about 4 million shillings. So we're just waiting for the rains to subside, and then we roll out the program of drilling the borehole. The idea is that between December, January, February, and March, it's a very dry season. And they say that if you can be able to, from September, we have not been buying our vegetables for feeding students, then why can't we be able to generate income? So I appreciate really that linkage with the Canadians. They also exposed us to the idea of linkage with the industry. It was not quite there, but now we are able to have, we have what we are calling Industrial Advisory Council. We link up with the industry, it's a committee, they come, we talk, and we try to chart the way forward. Now, basically the challenge that I would say is there with the Olds College, not in a bad way, or not in bad faith. The turnover of staff is rather high. So that one gives us a bit of a challenge, because today I'm dealing with you, madam. Within a few weeks or few months, I start dealing with somebody else. Again, somebody else comes on board. And you see, before you start to acclimatize and you move on forward, then there's a slowdown in progress, whatever you are doing. Yeah, so that one I see it as a bit of a challenge that in terms of the relationship. That linkage with Olds College is quite a benefit. Okay, at a personal level, if I say, I had the opportunity for a 12-day visit, myself and a colleague, to Olds College in Canada, that's Calgary, and I learned a lot. They sit on 2,000 acres of land, and how they're utilizing that land to be able to generate income. You see, like currently the Kenya government, we're experiencing a bit of financial challenges, and we're being told, can you find ways to generate income internally? I would say this without fear of contradiction. Since we came back in May, one thing is that we have increased the acreage of our vegetables. So between September and now, we have not purchased vegetables from outside. Different assortments of vegetables. There's what we call exotic vegetables like kales. We also have the traditional vegetables. Secondly, we also got appreciation from the stakeholders. There was a demonstration day, though it was not ours, but we hosted it. But they were able to see, the visitors and farmers were able to see what we are doing at us as an institution. And that one has given us a plus. So our next target is that when we close for holidays, this when we scale down from this November as exams are going on, and also when we are on holiday in December, we are targeting to start selling the vegetables to outsiders. Now, when the council saw that, the governing council saw that there's some improvement in terms of the farming and horticulture, they approved a budget that we drill a borehole, what, about 4 million shillings. So we're just waiting for the rains to subside, and then we roll out the program of drilling the borehole. The idea is that between December, January, February, and March, it's a very dry season. And they say that if you can be able to, from September, we have not been buying our vegetables for feeding students, then why can't we be able to generate income? So I appreciate really that linkage with the Canadians. They also exposed us to the idea of linkage with the industry. It was not quite there. But now we are able to have, we have what we are calling Industrial Advisory Council. We link up with the industry, it's a committee, they come, we talk, and we try to chart the way forward. Now, basically the challenge that I would say is there with the Olds College, not in a bad way, or not in bad faith. The turnover of staff is rather high. So that one gives us a bit of a challenge, because today I'm dealing with you, madam. Within a few weeks or few months, I start dealing with somebody else. Again, somebody else comes on board. And you see, before you start to acclimatize and you move on forward, then there's a slowdown in progress, whatever you are doing. Yeah, so that one I see it as a bit of a challenge that in terms of the relationship.
everybody today is talking about agriculture, which was initially seen as not a very important department in the institution.
First of all, let me just say, even the benchmarking we went to do when we attended the conference in Canada was a real big eye-opener. And I want to cite Seneca College, who are our main partners and Marine. When we went there, we saw the work that the students are doing, and even the independence of the students in running their affairs was very, very great. And from that time, I've been able to interact with the president of the student leadership in a better way, not talking down to him, but discussing as just equal partners and encouraging them. We have been able even to identify the needy students through the presidency of the student organization, so that we are able to help and encourage. Like, for example, we saw a situation in Seneca where they had clothes for people who want to go and attend interview. I've also sold that idea to our students so that nobody is locked out from the interview just because of the presentation aspect. That is one thing. Apart from that, the organization of the open offices and all that, in most cases we have individual offices and the interaction becomes limited. We are having a plan where we will have kind of open offices. Then on the part of the leadership cause, we have also looked at the dedication bit of it, the time management, the dedication of the presenters, and we have copied quite a lot, or not really copied, but we have been able to sieve and get the most important bits.
That linkage with Olds College is quite a benefit. Okay, at a personal level, if I say, I had the opportunity for a 12-day visit, myself and a colleague, to Olds College in Canada, that's Calgary, and I learned a lot. They sit on 2,000 acres of land, and how they're utilizing that land to be able to generate income. You see, like currently the Kenya government, we're experiencing a bit of financial challenges. And we are being told, can you find ways to generate income internally? I would say this without fear of contradiction. Since we came back in May, one thing is that we have increased the acreage of our vegetables. So between September and now, we have not purchased vegetables from outside. Different assortments of vegetables. There's what we call exotic vegetables like kales. We also have the traditional vegetables. Secondly, we also got appreciation from the stakeholders. There was a demonstration day, though it was not ours, but we hosted it. But they were able to see, the visitors and farmers were able to see what we are doing at us as an institution. And that one has given us a plus. So our next target is that when we close for holidays, when we scale down from this November as exams are going on, and also when we are on holiday in December, we are targeting to start selling the vegetables to outsiders. Now, when the council saw that, the governing council saw that there's some improvement in terms of the farming and horticulture, they approved a budget that we drill a borehole worth about 4 million shillings. So we're just waiting for the rains to subside, and then we roll out the program of drilling the borehole. The idea is that between December, January, February, and March, it's a very dry season. And they say that if you can be able to from September we have not been buying our vegetables for feeding students, then why can't we be able to generate income? So I appreciate really that linkage with the Canadians. They also exposed us to the idea of linkage with the industry. It was not quite there. But now we are able to have, we have what we are calling Industrial Advisory Council. We link up with the industry, it's a committee, they come, we talk, and we try to chart the way forward. Now, basically the challenge that I would say is there with the Olds College, not in a bad way, or not in bad faith. The turnover of staff is rather high. So that one gives us a bit of a challenge, because today I'm dealing with you, madam. Within a few weeks or few months, I start dealing with somebody else. Again, somebody else comes on board. And you see, before you start to acclimatize and you move on forward, then there's a slowdown in progress, whatever you are doing. Yeah, so that one I see it as a bit of a challenge that in terms of the relationship.
There is the element of networking and the partnership. I can say our partnership is very strong. There's a symbiotic relationship. I can also say that these people have learned from us, especially our way of doing things. And what I like about our partnership is that they try to understand us, to understand where we are coming from, why we do things the way we do. And before we arrange an activity, it is arranged or organized out of an understanding, because we have that constant communication, either face-to-face or online through correspondence. So by the time we come up with a plan, we are in agreement. Yeah. So the partnership is, as I said, all-inclusive and involving and engaging all stakeholders. Yeah. Everybody in the institution is involved. We now have partners. Apart from KFEP, I know KFEP will end soon, but I know there are other projects that are coming up that have been, like I can say KFEP has brought in other partnerships, and I can foresee them coming, and we are working with them for a longer time. Even partnerships within Kenya, not just Canada. They have partners who are not the national polytechnics that they've introduced us to. An example is through WITED. They introduced Plan International to us because they mentor girls and women into their engineering or STET courses. So we've been working with them to do joint activities with them. Yeah. So there are many other partnerships, and there's sustainability of the project.
With working with the Canadian partners, the benefits for the institution, there are a lot of benefits for the institution, because one thing the Canadian partners have impacted a lot on the agriculture department in our institution, because it has helped us even to acquire land in readiness for implementation of the CBT curriculum. We bought 10 acres of land, which we didn't have before. And this one has actually helped to change the perception that the general population have been seeing the agriculture department as. And even other members of the department, of the institution, has actually realized that agriculture is a department that actually has attracted a lot of attention, and therefore everybody today is talking about agriculture, which was initially seen as not a very important department in the institution.
First of all, let me just say, even the benchmarking we went to do when we attended the conference in Canada was a real big eye-opener. And I want to cite Seneca College, who are our main partners, and Marine. When we went there, we saw the work that the students are doing, and even the independence of the students in running their affairs was very, very great. And from that time, I've been able to interact with the president of the student leadership in a better way, not talking down to him, but discussing as just equal partners and encouraging them. We have been able even to identify the needy students through the presidency of the student organization, so that we are able to help and encourage. Like, for example, we saw a situation in Seneca where they had clothes for people who want to go and attend interview. I've also sold that idea to our students so that nobody is locked out from the interview just because of the presentation aspect. That is one thing. Apart from that, the organization of the open offices and all that, in most cases we have individual offices and the interaction becomes limited. We are having a plan where we will have kind of open offices. Then on the part of the leadership cause, we have also looked at the dedication bit of it, the time management, the dedication of the presenters, and we have copied quite a lot, or not really copied, but we have been able to sieve and get the most important bits.
That linkage with Olds College is quite a benefit. Okay, at a personal level, if I say, I had the opportunity for a 12-day visit, myself and a colleague, to Olds College in Canada, that's Calgary, and I learned a lot. They sit on 2,000 acres of land, and how they're utilizing that land to be able to generate income. You see, like currently the Kenya government, we're experiencing a bit of financial challenges. And we're being told, can you find ways to generate income internally? I would say this without fear of contradiction. Since we came back in May, one thing is that we have increased the acreage of our vegetables. So between September and now, we have not purchased vegetables from outside. Different assortments of vegetables. There's what we call exotic vegetables like kales. We also have the traditional vegetables. Secondly, we also got appreciation from the stakeholders. There was a demonstration day, though it was not ours, but we hosted it. But they were able to see, the visitors and farmers were able to see what we are doing at us as an institution. And that one has given us a plus. So our next target is that when we close for holidays, when we scale down from this November as exams are going on, and also when we are on holiday in December, we are targeting to start selling the vegetables to outsiders. Now, when the council saw that, the governing council saw that there's some improvement in terms of the farming and horticulture, they approved a budget that we drill a borehole. What, about 4 million shillings? So we're just waiting for the rains to subside, and then we roll out the program of drilling the borehole. The idea is that between December, January, February, and March, it's a very dry season. And they say that if you can be able to, from September, we have not been buying our vegetables for feeding students, then why can't we be able to generate income? So I appreciate really that linkage with the Canadians. They also exposed us to the idea of linkage with the industry. It was not quite there. But now we are able to have, we have what we are calling Industrial Advisory Council. We link up with the industry, it's a committee, They come, we talk, and we try to chart the way forward. Now, basically, the challenge that I would say is there with the old college, not in a bad way, or not in bad faith. The turnover of staff is rather high. So that one gives us a bit of a challenge, because today I'm dealing with you, madam. Within a few weeks or few months, I start dealing with somebody else. Again, somebody else comes on board. And you see, before you start to acclimatize and you move on forward, there is a slowdown in progress, whatever you are doing. Yeah, so that one I see it as a bit of a challenge that in terms of the relationship.
There is the element of networking and the partnership. I can say our partnership is very strong. There's a symbiotic relationship. I can also say that these people have learned from us, especially our way of doing things. And what I like about our partnership is that they try to understand us, to understand where we are coming from, why we do things the way we do. And before we arrange an activity, it is arranged or organized out of an understanding, because we have that constant communication, either face-to-face or online through correspondence. So by the time we come up with a plan, we are in agreement. Yeah. So the partnership is, as I said, all-inclusive and involving and engaging all stakeholders. Yeah. Everybody in the institution is involved. We now have partners. Apart from KFEP, I know KFEP will end soon, but I know there are other projects that are coming up that have been, like I can say KFEP has brought in other partnerships, and I can foresee them coming, and we are working with them for a longer time. Even partnerships within Kenya, not just Canada. They have partners who are not the national polytechnics that they've introduced us to. An example is through WITED. They introduced Plan International to us because they mentor girls and women into their engineering or STET courses. So we've been working with them to do joint activities with them. Yeah. So there are many other partnerships, and yeah, and there's sustainability of the project.
With working with the Canadian partners, the benefits for the institution, there are a lot of benefits for the institution, because one thing the Canadian partners have impacted a lot on the agriculture department in our institution, because it has helped us even to acquire land in readiness for implementation of the CBT curriculum. We bought 10 acres of land, which we didn't have before. And this one has actually helped to change the perception that the general population have been seeing the agriculture department as. And even other members of the department, of the institution, has actually realized that agriculture is a department that actually has attracted a lot of attention, and therefore everybody today is talking about agriculture, which was initially seen as not a very important department in the institution.
First of all, let me just say, even the benchmarking we went to do when we attended the conference in Canada was a real big eye-opener. And I want to cite Seneca College, who are our main partners, and Marine. When we went there, we saw the work that the students are doing, and even the independence of the students in running their affairs was very, very great. And from that time, I've been able to interact with the president of the student leadership in a better way. way, not talking down to him, but discussing as just equal partners and encouraging them. We have been able even to identify the needy students through the presidency of the student organization, so that we are able to help and encourage. Like, for example, we saw a situation in Seneca where they had clothes for people who want to go and attend interview. I've also sold that idea to our students so that nobody is locked out from the interview just because of the presentation aspect. That is one thing. Apart from that, the organization of the open offices and all that, in most cases we have individual offices and the interaction becomes limited. We are having a plan where we will have kind of open offices. Then on the part of the leadership cause, we have also looked at the dedication bit of it, the time management, the dedication of the presenters, and we have copied quite a lot, or not really copied, but we have been able to sieve and get the most important bits.
That linkage with Olds College is quite a benefit. Okay, at a personal level, if I say, I had the opportunity for a 12-day visit, myself and a colleague, to Olds College in Canada, that's Calgary, and I learned a lot. They sit on 2,000 acres of land, and how they're utilizing that land to be able to generate income. You see, like currently the Kenya government, we're experiencing a bit of financial challenges. And we're being told, can you find ways to generate income internally? I would say this without fear of contradiction. Since we came back in May, one thing is that we have increased the acreage of our vegetables. So between September and now, we have not purchased vegetables from outside. Different assortments of vegetables. There's what we call exotic vegetables like kales. You also have the traditional vegetables. Secondly, we also got appreciation from the stakeholders. There was a demonstration day, though it was not ours, but we hosted it. But they were able to see, the visitors and farmers were able to see what we are doing at us as an institution. And that one has given us a plus. So our next target is that when we close for holidays, this when we scale down from this November as exams are going on, and also when we are on holiday in December, we are targeting to start selling the vegetables to outsiders. Now, when the council saw that, the governing council saw that there's some improvement in terms of the farming and horticulture, they approved a budget that we drill a borehole worth about 4 million shillings. So we're just waiting for the rains to subside, and then we roll out the program of drilling the borehole. The idea is that between December, January, February, and March, it's a very dry season. And they say that if you can be able to, from September, we have not been buying our vegetables for feeding students, then why can't we be able to generate income? So I appreciate really that linkage with the Canadians. They also exposed us to the idea of linkage with the industry. It was not quite there. But now we are able to have, we have what we are calling Industrial Advisory Council. We link up with the industry, it's a committee. They come, we talk, and we try to chart the way forward. Now, basically the challenge that I would say is there with the Olds College, not in a bad way, or not in bad faith. The turnover of staff is rather high. So that one gives us a bit of a challenge, because today I'm dealing with you, madam. within a few weeks or few months, I start dealing with somebody else. Again, somebody else comes on board. And you see, before you start to acclimatize and you move on forward, then there's a slowdown in progress, whatever you are doing. Yeah, so that one I see it as a bit of a challenge that in terms of the relationship.
There is the element of networking and the partnership. I can say our partnership is very strong. There's a symbiotic relationship. I can also say that these people have learned from us, especially our way of doing things. And what I like about our partnership is that they try to understand us, to understand where we are coming from, why we do things the way we do. And before we arrange an activity, it is arranged or organized out of an understanding, because we have that constant communication, either face-to-face or online through correspondence. So by the time we come up with a plan, we are in agreement. Yeah. So the partnership is, as I said, all-inclusive and involving and engaging all stakeholders. Yeah. Everybody in the institution is involved. We now have partners. Apart from KFEP, I know KFEP will end soon, but I know there are other projects that are coming up that have been, like I can say KFEP has brought in other partnerships, and I can foresee them coming, and we are working with them for a longer time. Even partnerships within Kenya, not just Canada. They have partners who are not the national polytechnics that they've introduced us to. An example is through WITED. They introduced Plan International to us because they mentor girls and women into their engineering or SET courses. So we've been working with them to do joint activities with them. Yeah. So there are many other partnerships, and there's sustainability of the project.
With working with the Canadian partners, the benefits for the institution, there are a lot of benefits for the institution, because one thing the Canadian partners have impacted a lot on the agriculture department in our institution, because it has helped us even to acquire land in readiness for implementation of the CBT curriculum. We bought 10 acres of land, which we didn't have before. And this one has actually helped to change the perception that the general population have been seeing the agriculture department as. And even other members of the department, of the institution, has actually realized that agriculture is a department that actually has attracted a lot of attention, and therefore everybody today is talking about agriculture, which was initially seen as not a very important department in the institution.
First of all, let me just say, even the benchmarking we went to do when we attended the conference in Canada was a real big eye-opener. And I want to cite Seneca College, who are our main partners, and Marine. When we went there, we saw the work that the students are doing, and even the independence of the students in running their affairs was very, very great. And from that time, I've been able to interact with the president of the student leadership in a better way, not talking down to him, but discussing as just equal partners and encouraging them. We have been able even to identify the needy students through the presidency of the student organization, so that we are able to help and encourage. Like, for example, we saw a situation in Seneca where they had clothes for people who want to go and attend interview. I've also sold that idea to our students so that nobody is locked out from the interview just because of the presentation aspect. That is one thing. Apart from that, the organization of the open offices and all that, in most cases we have individual offices and the interaction becomes limited. We are having a plan where we will have kind of open offices. Then on the part of the leadership course, we have also looked at the dedication bit of it, the time management, the dedication of the presenters, and we have copied quite a lot, or not really copied, but we have been able to sieve and get the most important bits.
That linkage with Olds College is quite a benefit. Okay, at a personal level, if I say, I had the opportunity for a 12-day visit, myself and a colleague, to Olds College in Canada, that's Calgary, and I learned a lot. They sit on 2,000 acres of land, and how they're utilizing that land to be able to generate income. You see, like currently the Kenya government, we're experiencing a bit of financial challenges. And we're being told, can you find ways to generate income internally? I would say this without fear of contradiction. Since we came back in May, one thing is that we have increased the acreage of our vegetables. So between September and now, we have not purchased vegetables from outside. Different assortments of vegetables. There's what we call exotic vegetables like kales. We also have the traditional vegetables. Secondly, we also got appreciation from the stakeholders. There was a demonstration day, though it was not ours, but we hosted it. But they were able to see, the visitors and farmers were able to see what we are doing at us as an institution. And that one has given us a plus. So our next target is that when we close for holidays, when we scale down from this November as exams are going on, and also when we are on holiday in December, we are targeting to start selling the vegetables to outsiders. Now, when the council saw that, the governing council saw that there's some improvement in terms of the farming and horticulture, they approved a budget that we drill a borehole worth about 4 million shillings. So we're just waiting for the rains to subside, and then we roll out the program of drilling the borehole. The idea is that between December, January, February, and March, it's a very dry season. And they say that if you can be able to, from September, we have not been buying our vegetables for feeding students, then why can't we be able to generate income? So I appreciate really that linkage with the Canadians. They also exposed us to the idea of linkage with the industry. It was not quite there. But now we are able to have, we have what we are calling Industrial Advisory Council. We link up with the industry, it's a committee. They come, we talk, and we try to chart the way forward. Now, basically the challenge that I would say is there with the Olds College, not in a bad way, or not in bad faith. The turnover of staff is rather high. So that one gives us a bit of a challenge, because today I'm dealing with you, madam. Within a few weeks or few months, I start dealing with somebody else. Again, somebody else comes on board. And you see, before you start to acclimatize and you move on forward, then there's a slowdown in progress, whatever you are doing. Yeah, so that one I see it as a bit of a a challenge that in terms of the relationship.
There is the element of networking and the partnership. I can say our partnership is very strong. There's a symbiotic relationship. I can also say that these people have learned from us, especially our way of doing things. And what I like about our partnership is that they try to understand us, to understand where we are coming from, why we do things the way we do. And before we arrange an activity, it is arranged or organized out of an understanding, because we have that constant communication, either face-to-face or online through correspondence. So by the time we come up with a plan, we are in agreement. Yeah. So the partnership is, as I said, all-inclusive and involving and engaging all stakeholders. Yeah. Everybody in the institution is involved. We now have partners. Apart from KFEP, I know KFEP will end soon, but I know there are other projects that are coming up that have been, like I can say KFEP has brought in other partnerships, and I can foresee them coming, and we are working with them for a longer time. Even partnerships within Kenya, not just Canada. They have partners who are not the national polytechnics that they've introduced us to. An example is through WITED. They introduced Plan International to us because they mentor girls and women into the engineering or STET courses. So we've been working with them to do joint activities with them. Yeah. So there are many other partnerships, and there is sustainability of the project.
We've been discussing for the past 2 days, yeah? Great. So the Young Africa Works project was launched on the 20th of June, 2019 by the President, His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, and it's a project that's focusing on building the institutional capacity of our TVETs. At the moment, we're working with about 25 institutions, and those are the institutions that we're building their capacity. It's a 5-year program that's funded by the MasterCard Foundation, and we're working in partnership with the Ministry of Education, quite a number of the education stakeholders. We have TVETA, which is with us. We have TVET CDAC. We have CATI is also one of the main implementers, and quite a number of the private sector entities in Kenya. The program is has a partnership-driven approach in such a way that in all our interventions, we first of all link up with the institutions and our stakeholders to find out what are the existing gaps. Then from there now we develop the interventions together with our partners so that by the time we are done and we are able to evaluate, we need to ensure that we've responded to the issues that had arisen or the gaps that the stakeholders had addressed, rather than coming and pretty much dictating what needs to be done, which at the end of the day you realize that doesn't have the same kind of impact that we want. So a partnership-driven approach ensures that both parties at any one point, their voices are heard, and the solutions that we develop are fully being implemented and bought and owned by the partners. The program is currently working with 25 centers of excellence, plus KTTC, which is currently which is going to be the premier teacher training college in Kenya. So the 25 institutions, which we're calling the centers of excellence, are the 11 national polytechnics. Nyandarua was just made a national polytechnic recently. We even took part in the inauguration, as well as 14 other smaller centers of excellence. So these 14, mainly they are TVCs and TTIs across different parts of the country. Our main focus, or the main objective of this program, is to first of all ensure that the TVET institutions that we're working with deliver CBET courses. Yeah, we've been talking about CBET curriculum and trying to find a way of linking CBC with our higher institutions. So we're working closely with the TVET institutions to ensure that they develop the CBET curriculum that is now being rolled out in most of these institutions. Our other objective is to ensure that the trainers within these TVET institutions are trained to be able to deliver on CBET curriculum. Yeah. So most of the trainers that we're working with are currently being trained with our Canadian partners to ensure that they're able to train the students or train the trainers to be able to take up the CBET courses that they're running in the institutions. And then the final thing is creating pathways for employment through training, employment, and self-employment. We've been talking about linking industry with academia. That is part of what we're discussing now. All our research projects, we ensure that the industry is fully involved in the processes so that by the time we're done training the students, they're able to be absorbed by the industry, or they're able to now come up with their own solutions that they can now sell to the market. I've seen quite a number of research projects that are fully bringing on board the students, and that's really going to help the students ensure that by the time they're graduating, either they use the same prototypes to be able to now run their own enterprises, or even now be able to sell it to other employers or the industry partners, and now they're able to scale it up or commercialize it, which I think is a fantastic project. So kudos to all of you who are running the different research projects. Let's bring on board more and more students so that by the time we are done, when you're measuring the impact, we can confidently say that the students that we worked with have been able to get dignified pay through their own innovations. Yeah. Then our programs, again, as I'd say, that it is a partnership-driven project. We are working with the 25 institutions, and the 25 institutions, the first phase, we worked with the 10 national polytechnics, which is now our phase one. We were able to develop quite a number of curriculum that we were already seeing students being enrolled in quite a number of them. We're just about to launch about 5 other curriculum or 5 other courses in the other national polytechnics. Then under our phase two of this project, we are again working with all the 25 institutions to develop different courses. A number of them are courses, curriculum that's already been developed by CIDAC. So it's more of just trying to tailor it, tweak it, and ensure that it's in a condition that can be rolled out immediately, and also ensuring that they have the right equipment to be able to deliver on those courses. The other courses, they're going to develop new curriculum in a few of those institutions that are against CBET. Once they're done with that, roll it out to the market or now to our students. The other bit or the other phase of our partnership is now something called a thematic partnership. So the thematic partnerships, we are trying to strengthen the different institutions within the TVET ecosystem. So we get to work with the different stakeholders to now be able to address some of the gaps or some of the issues and challenges that have arisen through the different conversations that we've been having with these players. So some of our thematic partnerships, there's one that's focusing on the cross-cutting themes that will support the various programs that we are currently implementing. We have a program that's focusing on the pre and in-service CBET training for trainers. This specific partnership is going to be run by KTTC. So hopefully by next year, we should have quite a number of teachers or trainers coming to KTTC so that now they can be trained on how to deliver on CBET curriculum. The other thematic partnership is on recognition of prior learning. if you look at what we've been doing way immemorial, you realize that we've had recognition of prior learning in the many aspects, from primary school all the way to higher education. But then it's not been put in a policy in such a way that it can now be fully implemented. We have quite a number of young guys in the Juakali sectors who don't even have the right papers. We have refugees in the different camps. Again, you realize that these people are professionals in their own spaces, but then when they came to Kenya, they don't have those papers because, again, when you're in war, the only thing that you think about is your life as you head to your next destination. So the thematic partnership for recognition of prior learning is going to help these different professionals be able to get certification for the experience that they gained in their prior lives or in the prior places of work. So this is being implemented by KNQA in conjunction with our Canadian partners. The policy has already been developed. We're just waiting for the president to sign it so that now we can start rolling out the RPL component in the many institutions that we're working with. Then the other thematic partnership is on curricular gap audit and curriculum, learning assessments and tools that, again, the different institutions are going to work with. This specific partnership is also going to enable us to digitize our curriculum. COVID really made us rethink how we've been doing business, literally hit the reset button in all our institutions. And we realized that we need to have our content digitized in such a way that no matter what happens in this life, we are still able to continue with learning, we're still able to continue with the different other activities that we're currently implementing. So this specific partnership is going to help us realize that. Again, quite a number of the trainers that we're working with attended a session a couple of weeks ago on how to be able to develop their own content, yeah? And we'll be running quite a number of sessions, again, with these different trainers to just ensure that each and every trainer is fully engaged and is able to develop the curriculum and be able to roll it out. Our other thematic partnership focuses on labor, rapid labor market assessment. We've just finished this specific partnership, and this, the results of this specific partnership actually informed what you're currently doing under phase 2. So the different assessments or the different findings that came up from this specific assignment enabled us now to be able to realign the different courses that the institutions are currently going to implement. And that is going to be seen with the different courses that are being rolled out under phase 2. And then we also have a life essential skills that's being done by one of our own local institutions called CAPA, CAP Youth Empowerment Institution. I'm sure you're quite familiar with it. CAPA is going to ensure that they've developed a life skills curriculum that's going to be rolled out in all the 25 institutions. They're going to train trainers to be able to now impart or use the curriculum that they've developed to ensure that students get the necessary life skills. By the time you're done with your course in the institution, you have the necessary life skills to be able to help you cope in the world of work and also outside there. Enough times we train, we finish, we release our students, but are they able to handle the different challenges that they encounter in the world of work? So we're trying to ensure that we just don't focus on the technical skills, but then we also focus on the life skills. So this is a fantastic curriculum that's really going to change the way we're doing our work. Then we also have a labor market information tools. Again, our institutions and our trainers will be in a position to conduct their own labor market information studies. Before you roll out any new curriculum, do we need this curriculum? Is there a need? Is there a market for it? Does the industry require it? Or are we just going to purchase a curriculum from CIDAC because the institution nearby implemented it and then roll it out? So this specific partnership ensures that our trainers are equipped with the right skills to be able to conduct the labor market information assessments, then use the same information to now make informed decision in terms of the curriculum that is being rolled out in the institution. We have career guidance and mentorship. The government made it a mandate to ensure that each institution has a career guidance component or a career guidance office within each institution. Again, when the students come on board, are we able to provide the right guidance before they take up the courses? Or are the students going to come and say that my mother thinks that I should do electrical engineering, and yet my passion probably is on aeronautical engineering? Still the same space, but then we need a lot of refining. So the career guidance and mentorship office will now provide that service. When a student comes on board, they're not so sure on what course they're supposed to take up. then now the career guidance officers are able to work with them and help them settle on the best course based on their skills and also their talents. We have another thematic partnership that focuses on applied research and innovation, which is fully linked to what we are doing currently. So again, this specific partnership is also just going to try and see within our TVET ecosystem, what are the gaps? What can we do differently? How do we, again, just invest more in applied research so that we're able to find solutions for our own local problems, yeah? We don't constantly look for what's outside, but then we use our own resources to find our own local solutions. Finally, we have an applied research. We have the gender equality policies and training thematic partnership, again, fully linked with the government mandate that ensures that each institution focuses a lot on gender and ensures that there are safe spaces within this institution. There's a lot of gender lens focus whenever you are teaching your students, whenever you are coming up with the curriculum, basically ensuring that we have a gender focus or a gender lens in each and every activity that is being run within the institution. The other partnerships that we have will focus on the strengthening of M&D systems within each institution. That's being run by our M&D team to just ensure that the M&D staff or the M&D champions within each and every TVET is able to, first of all, get the right data that's needed, analyze that data, and use that data to make decisions, or for the institution to make decisions based on the availability of that data. And then we also have one on procurement of industry-relevant equipment for the TVET institutions. Our consultant at the moment is already on the ground running different site surveys on the available equipment within these institutions. So this specific partnerships focuses on finding the gaps. The curriculum that we are about to roll out, does the institution have the right equipment to be able to deliver on these courses? And if they don't have the right equipment, what is needed? Then now we're able to sit back and look and say that for us to be able to deliver this CBET course properly, because again, we say CBET. So when it is CBET, there's a lot of practicals that are needed. If we don't have equipment, then we're still going to go back to our old method of doing things, doing more of the theory, then letting the students to go figure it out. Right now, we want to ensure that the students are able to have the practical sessions within the institutions, and they can only do that if we have the right equipment to be able to learn properly. We have quite a number of institutions. I've already mentioned that we have 25 institutions under our phase two institutional partnerships. I won't go through all of them, but then you'll see from 16 TVET 16 all the way to TVET 25, quite a number of institutions that we're working with. First of all, it's all the national polytechnics, the 11 national polytechnics, and then we have 14 other TVCs, TTIs across the country, yeah? So you'll see institutions like Bondo Technical College, Mawego, Konoin is one of them, Arvist, we have Madenge, Mukiria, Masai Mara, Coast Institutes that currently are doing a fantastic job under the CITVEST program. So these are all the institutions that we're working with. They'll be delivering on different courses. We'll ensure that that information on the courses that they're offering will be available so that you're able to just constantly check and see how do we again realign and ensure that you have synergies in what you're doing. Then I mentioned that we have an applied research partnership. That is our TVET 13 partnership that we are currently implementing with our Canadian partners in conjunction with Kenya Association of Manufacturers. This specific partnership is going to ensure that, first of all, the first thing that we're going to do is conduct a situational analysis. Again, what are the gaps that we have within the TVET system in terms of applied research? Then we'll develop a toolkit that is going to be used to now manage the applied research hubs that are going to be set up in this institution. The other thing that we're going to do is conduct gender-sensitive trainings on applied research. Again, we keep on talking about a gender focus, gender lens. Every solution or every initiative that you're going to come up with, every intervention that you're going to come up with, we need to ensure that it is gender sensitive as much as possible. Then once you're done with the gender trainings, again, provide continuous support to the different selected trainers that we'll be working with. And finally, under the applied research thematic partnership that we'll be running, we're going to set up an applied research fund. And this fund is going to ensure that we set up 10 hubs, 10 applied research hubs within the 25 institutions that you're going to work with. It's going to be a competitive process to ensure that the right institutions are the ones that are going to be set up as hubs. These particular hubs, again, they're going to ensure that the students are able to get greater experiential learning and opportunities at the end of the day. What do they already know? How do they plug in, and how do they use the information that they have, test it within a safe space before now they roll it out, before they approach the different industry partners that you're working with. Again, the fund is going to ensure that we enhance the ability of TVET institutions to establish linkages with industry to support innovation. We need the industry on board. We need the industry to help us commercialize the different products, the different services that you're developing within these institutions. Today, we just had Kisumu talking about the Hyacinth project. If the industry is not involved in that project, then again, where are we going to sell these products? So we don't want to develop fantastic innovations. We don't want to put our students go through all this only for it to end within our institutions. We need to ensure that we scale it up, they're able to commercialize, and also for the institutions to use these specific innovations, scaling up and also using them as income generating activities, so that by the time we are done, we're able to grow and look back and say that we've grown our institutions, we've grown our own students. These hubs are also expected to actively develop links with other TVET institutions. So yes, we're going to have 10 hubs, but then these 10 hubs are going to spread out and ensure that they're constantly working with other TVET institutions to constantly harness and just grow the applied research skills within the different institutions. We'll be working a lot with our own trainers, and the trainers will also be working a lot with their own students. So this is what we're running within the Young Africa Works project. For more information, we'll have our details available so that you can easily check on our websites to just get more. I'd like to invite our TVET 13 partners, Canadian partners, who will be joining us virtually to just take us through the main activities that they're going to implement, and also how it's going to link back to the applied research component that you're currently running. Thank you so much.
So, Brenda, thank you very much. Good afternoon, good morning, everyone. I'm Bruno Smith from the CEGEP Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu, and we also have here Teresa and Christina. So, Christina, Teresa, if you want to say hi.
Hello.
Good, good.
Hello.
So, allow me to share my screen. We have a presentation here. Okay. Good, good. So as mentioned, we are the consortium, the Canadian consortium responsible for the thematic partnership on applied research, which is also known as the TVET number 13. Okay, so before we move on, we would like only to introduce our presenters. So myself, Bruno Smith from the CEGEP Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu. I'm a pedagogical counselor at this International Relations Service there. And we also have Marie-Christina Aon, Director General from the CIRASP, and Teresa Hackett, Research Officer from the John Albert College. We're going to have time, and everybody will have some information to share with you. So this is the presentation plan. This is what we prepared to share with you today. So basically, to share the key elements or the key aspects of this thematic partnership TVET 13 on applied research. Then to be able to present a bit of what our Canadian institutions are doing or have been doing in terms of applied research. And of course, to open the space for some more interaction, exchange, and any possible questions you might have. I know that on our side, we might have some questions for you, so we hope to be able to engage with some conversation with you if it is possible. So what is the TVET 13 in terms of partners? So as I said, on the side of the Canadian partners, we have the Cégep Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu, which is the lead institution for this particular partnership. We are based in the Quebec province in Canada. We have also the Collège Communautaire de Nouveau-Brunswick, or simply CCNB. On their side, they are located in the New Brunswick province. And we have the John Abbott College associated with the CERAF. They are also based in the Quebec province. On the side of Kenya, we have as our main partner the Kenyan Association of Manufacturers, or CICan. And we are expecting to also have collaboration with the Kenyan Private Sector Alliance, the KEPSA, the Ministry of Education, of course, considering the fact that applied research will be in an educational context. We also expect to be able to collaborate with the Technical and Vocational Education and Training Authority, TVETA. And as mentioned earlier by Brenda, we expect that all activities within this particular partnership, we will also take into account all the gender components. So this is also important for us to be able to establish collaboration with what we call Women in Technical Education and Development Committees, known as WITED, at the selected Centers of Excellence, the COEs. It's also important to say that, of course, we are expecting to have our beneficiaries, 25 Centers of Excellence, and more specifically, we're going to have 10 of those 25 COEs selected to receive the implementation of these, what we call applied research and innovation hubs or centers. So as we're going to see later on, we are working on the whole framework for the applied research and innovation activities. So we expect to be able to implement that by formalizing what we call applied research and innovation hubs or centers within 10 selected COEs. So move on. In terms of the partnership, the main goal of this particular partnership is to be able to develop or to create this foundation or common base in terms of applied research guidelines, policies, tools, everything we might have to consider in order to let's say, to establish the way of doing applied research and innovation within these centers of excellence. And of course, that will also involve the training and the preparation of all the people or the staff involved in the delivery of those services. Once we have this specific goal achieved, we expect that the applied research centers or hubs in the selected COEs will be well placed to offer these four main services, let's say in this way. So we are talking about the capacity of these hubs to enhance collaboration with industry and employers by using applied research and innovation to be able to offer to these businesses solutions, and these solutions can be many. So for example, they can adapt products, services, they can offer technologies, and they can work on the review of processes. The possibilities are vast. Then we also expect that the COEs will be able to serve the businesses with technical expertise of the trainers they have in their own institutions, in order to use that capacity or that technical capacity to help businesses to find solutions for the challenges or problems. We are also talking about the capacity of these hubs to be able to serve as innovation hubs for young entrepreneurs by providing workspace, mentorship, training, access to different businesses, so we can foster the creation of new entrepreneurs or a completely new generation of businesses. And finally, we expect that these hubs will be well placed to build competence to run specific student innovation funds. By providing access to especially financial support and guidance for the students enrolled in those TVET institutions to be able to participate fully in innovation and applied research projects. So in order to achieve those goals, our partnership will be implemented according to 4 main phases. So the first one is exactly what we are doing right now. It's important to say also that our work plan for this partnership was approved at the end of September. And we are right now working on this review of all the content in terms of applied research and innovation in Kenya. So reviewing documents, policies, everything which is already available. And at the same time, we are also working on the development of what we call these toolkits. And these toolkits encompass, of course, tools to guide the implementation of applied research and innovation services and activities, but also it includes, for example, the policies or any other guidelines necessary to provide this framework, a common framework for all the COEs to be able to run those specific services. So right now we are working on phases 1 and 2, and this is pretty much the work we are foreseen to complete until the end of this year, I believe. And then we have the phase number 3, which is more associated to the training component. And of course, taking into account the gender component. So basically what we are saying here is to prepare the staff responsible for delivering or running those applied research and innovation hubs or centers on these toolkits that will be developed on the phases 1 and 2. So we're gonna set up the whole framework, and then we're gonna train the people involved in those selected COEs on how to use that specific toolkit. And then the phase number 4 is to provide assistance to the COEs selected on the implementation of these hubs and centers. So we are talking about implementing a physical, let's say, space in these selected COEs, where we're going to be able to concentrate all these applied research and innovation services. And of course, also in the use of all the framework developed under phases 1 and 2. So pretty much this is these are the main phases we are expecting to be able to cover under this project. This project should go until the end of 2023. Is a quite short project. So this is it concerning the partnership and the goals and outcomes. And now we would like to share a bit more about what we do in Canada in our own institutions in terms of applied research and innovation. So particularly speaking about the Cégep Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu, we are part of what we call the C3 consortium. So we are partnering with the Royal Military College of Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu and the Industrial Research Assistance Program of the National Research Council Canada to be able to, within this consortium, to pool our own networks in our own expertise in terms of research and innovation, to be able to create opportunities for students to engage themselves in research and innovation projects. And of course, by doing that, we expect that we're going to be contributing to the development of the economic, social, and cultural aspects of what we call Haute Richelieu region in Quebec. We also have what we call CREAM, or Center for Research on Emotions and Motivation in Education, which is basically a space where we can concentrate on projects, research projects and innovation, specifically in terms of education innovation. So how can we change, or how can we add other ways of doing education, the pedagogical aspects. So this center works basically on the research, educational research and social research projects. And of course, our applied research and innovation activities are also associated to our fields of expertise, which are science, technology, and health. For this one, we touch agriculture, machinery, design and architecture, mechanical engineering, IT, and others. And also in terms of education and human and social science. So all these expertises can be associated to different applied research and innovation projects. We have recently been awarded 200,000 grants from the Natural Sciences and Engineering Council of Canada to run a yellow mealworms project. This is small body there. So we are working currently on this project right now. And it's also fair to say that in most of our international projects, which is, for example, the case of the concept number 3, I think we had our colleagues presenting their own experiences in terms of applied research earlier. So we also find opportunities to insert the applied research and innovation component into our other international activities or international projects where we are involved. Then I would like to also to share a bit more about our other partner, the CICan, or the Collège Communautaire of the New Brunswick. So they have, let's say, 4 centers for technological transfers, places there. So the first one is the Metals Innovation and Technology Transfer Center. They also have a Bioprocesses Technology and Pre-Commercial Center, the CPTB. They also have the Eastern Canada Soil and Water Conservation Center, and they support services for the composite materials industry. So only to give a bit more details, I'm sorry for these quite heavy slides, but it's only to give you some examples of each of these centers, what they are capable to offer to the different businesses. So if we take, for example, the Metals Technology Transfer Center, they basically work on mechanical prototyping and mechanical processes. So they are able, for example, to work or to offer support in the development of mechanical processes. They can also offer services in terms of prototyping and concept validation, technological integration projects. They can work specifically on processes, especially related to assembly processes. And they can also work on policies, especially privacy policies. If we take the Bioprocesses Technology Pre-Commercial Center, they basically concentrated their support to the industry in the area of bioproducts. And in order to do that, they use a big number of technologies, such as microbial-fermentation, bioseparation, and chemical processes for production of industrial bioproducts, and among others. The projects they have been involved are, for example, in the development of new processes and new technologies, and the demonstration of processes and technologies as well, pre-commercial evaluation of concepts. So before any new product, any new concept is launched in the market, we validate the formula or the concept and many other aspects. They also offer services of training in company. So they can use, for instance, biofermentation of residues for forestry, agriculture, municipal sector, among others. And then if we switch to the Eastern Canada Soil and Water Conservation Center, they work basically on innovation and sustainable development in agribusinesses. So they can offer, for example, services on application of best management practices. They can work on the nutrient management of soil, crop, agri-environment, agroforestry, and many others. And finally, because I would like also to leave some time for our colleagues, we have the CERASP and John Albert to share. They also, the CCNB has also these services for the composite materials industry. So in the New Brunswick area or region, they have what we call a cluster in this composite materials industry. And they are orientating their services specifically to this cluster. So they can, for example, offer services of cooking parts. They can provide technical assistance. They can also support prototyping, technological integration, including, for example, testing or characterization of different materials or products. And as well, they can also provide services of staff training. So as you can see, these are examples of what we can offer in terms of applied research and innovation, transforming all these services into possibilities to offer solutions to the possible problems and challenges that these different businesses in our respective regions might face. And now, please, I would like to leave to my colleagues, Christina and Teresa, to take over on the John Abbott and CERASP part. So Teresa and Christina, just let me know and I can handle the PowerPoint.
Sure. You can flip the slide.
Yeah, just, okay, good.
So maybe I'll start, Teresa, with this one. So hello, I'm Christina Aon. I'm the Director General of the CERASP. So the CERASP is one of John Abbott's 3 associated applied research centers. We are what's called in Quebec a CCTT. So we're a collegial center of technical transfer. So we specialize in applied research and troubleshooting for entrepreneurs, startups, and small and medium-sized businesses. We are based in Quebec, but we can do projects all throughout Canada and throughout the world. So myself, as I said, I'm with the CERASP. So the CERASP is the Center for Expertise in Applied Research for the Pharmaceutical Sciences. So we work specifically in the pharmaceutical sector and any connecting sectors. So we do also have projects in agriculture. We have projects in farming. We have different projects depending on their criteria. There is also a CCTT called JACOB, which specializes in artificial intelligence. So they have also partnered with pharma and with agriculture. They also look into big data. So this is one of the arms that John Abbott also can access. And the third CCTT is OPTEC, which specializes in optics and all the photo optics. They look at the different microsystems. They have sensors and imaging. They do all of these types of projects. The CERASP, JACOB, and OPTEC partner as well. I should also mention that the CCTTs that exist in Quebec, we are 59. Each CCTT has its own speciality, and we do partner and work together, as well as partnering with academic institutions and researchers, as well as always having an industrial partner. So just as it says, the CCTT responds to basically industry needs. So we have industry partners, startups, entrepreneurs that come to us with help. If we cannot help them, we go within our network, even if it's things like business plans and so on, to help them and make sure we can get them as close as we can to a turnkey operation. So next slide, perhaps for Teresa.
Thank you. Thank you, first of all, for inviting us today. And I apologize if you hear some movement in the background. My 3 children are getting ready for school. So I am representing John Abbott College today, or sometimes we call ourselves JAC. We are a believer in applied research. So since 2015, John Abbott College has received over $4 million in various research associated grants. That can be, couched in different terms, but applied research, applied and development research, innovation, and the associated equipment and infrastructure needed to do these research grants. In the past 2 years alone, John Abbott has been awarded 15 grants for applied research with industrial partners. As Christina mentioned and Bruno, applied research doesn't happen without a partner. So the partner is the one who has the need, and the applied research at our institutions help them with their need. We fully support student and faculty engagement. We also have supporting committees, institutional / innovation research development committee, which supports student involvement, faculty involvement, all the processes and policies in place to that are the framework for applied research. We also have an active research ethics board when we have human participants involved. We have collaborated internationally with Brazil, El Salvador, India, and Mexico on development and innovative teaching strategies. Next slide, I think that's the end.
Thank you, Teresa. Thank you, Christina. And I think now is the time we can open for discussion or receive any comments or questions you might have. And I believe we also have some, if we can use to start the conversation, maybe. So Brenda, on our side, this was an overview, a very brief presentation of the project and what we have in our institution. So now is the time for you if you want to participate or share any comments or questions you might have.
Thank you, Bruno. That those who have any questions, please, we can take your questions through the chat box. Eric will be able to take them, and then at some point we could see if we could be able to respond to the questions. But I'd like to take this opportunity just to thank the Young Africa Works in Kenya program team, TVET 13 team, for the presentation. And I would like us to move. Can we give them a round of applause? Thank you. So I'd like us to move to the next session, which is the closing plenary, where we're going to discuss what's next in terms of what we've heard from here, from the presenters, from the different institutions, what they're doing with their applied research projects, and exploring the policy implications with a view to strengthening the applied research ecosystem in TVET institutions in Kenya. So allow me to invite the panel that will be taking us through this session and discussing this issue. I'd like to introduce the moderator for this session, and I'd like to invite Dr. Paul Okwi, who is the Senior Program Specialist, Sustainable and Inclusive Economies at the International Development Research Center. Joining this panel, we have Mr. Josephat Kipkemboi from Kati. We also have Miranda Pendo from Kenya Association of Manufacturers Consulting. We have Krista Holmes, Associate Vice President, Research and Innovation at George Brown College. We also have a TVET graduate, recent TVET graduate, Miss Joanne Kisha. And the last panelist here is Mr. John Akola, who's the principal of Kitale National Polytechnic. Please come to the stage.
Okay, I guess I can take over. Hello, could you let me know if I could start the session, if it is okay? Go ahead, okay. Hello and good afternoon from Nairobi. Good morning to those in Canada and the other parts of the world. Asia should be good evening. Welcome to this session. This is more of a wrap-up of the discussions we've had since yesterday. Very exciting discussions on innovations and applied research. I must say that it's been very fascinating to know that there's a lot of potential and lots of activities going on in the TVETs in Kenya. And all we need to do is to find a way of scaling up. At the time of inception of this project, the idea was to basically provide opportunities for students and TVET institutions to showcase their innovations. And then we see how we can support the scaling up of this in partnership with the private sector and the local governments. Now, the ultimate outcome, I must say, was that we wanted to see increased employability of the TVET graduates. We wanted to see increased productivity. We wanted to see increased competitiveness, efficiency, and then the incomes of these graduates. And most importantly, we want to see how they can be enhanced or supported to participate more in the private sector or the private sector activities. So the work by the organizing teams, CICan, LIWA, Rift Valley Technical Institute, and the others is actually just a stepping stone, because this is a pilot. This is a pilot of the idea that we had in mind. And so I'm glad that we have taken off very well with very, very informative projects. So we go into the panel section, and this session is going to be basically looking back to see how applied can our applied work be. Can we go beyond the rhetoric of talking about the innovations, the research that we've done, into putting it into a more policy perspective, or showcasing it to people who would be interested to understand what innovations in TVETs would do. From my side, I think I would have expected to have more student participation in at least one or two of the presentations. That would show us really that we are engaging as much with the people we're training and not working in silos as the teachers or the lecturers, as the drivers of the innovation. So probably session 2 or the second Applied Research Forum will bring in more students to give us their understanding of what innovations are. So I will jump straight into the panel discussion, and I want to invite the panelists in the order in which they are seated, starting with the lady first, and then move backwards. So you can give us in 2 minutes your background, your names, and your organization, and how you're linked to applied research. And then from there, we will take on with further questions. To the rest of the team, the participants, given that we have a time constraint, I would request that you type in your questions in the chat, and we will ask the panelists to respond to them at the end of the panel discussion. So over to you. I'll start with Joan. Joan Kisha.
So much. Thank you so much for this platform. I'm very grateful. Grateful to CICan for the invite. Grateful to the host and all that put their efforts towards arranging this event. And I would like us to do something kindly. I'd like every one of us to close their eyes. I think it's safe. You will not be scared. Close your eyes kindly. Close your eyes. Kuna mtu ananiangalia. Close your eyes. Then, as you're closing your eyes, I have a question to ask you. Questions. Have you ever become afraid because of other people's opinion or judgment, and that prevented you from what you wanted to do? Where will you be now if you could have realized, if you could have resisted that fear? Where will you be now? Open your eyes. I think you have the answers. My name is Kisha Joan. I'm a TVET graduate. I did building and construction in Community and Development Youth Empowerment Institute. And I also did building technology and civil engineering at PC Kinyanjui Technical Training Institute. Right now, I'm working with Edaman Properties, a company that is located at Ati River. We are building houses there, and also we have another project in Ngara. We are still building the 7 icons of Nairobi. And despite that, I'm also your research. Indeed, since yesterday when I came here, I've learned a lot. I've heard from you. Your research are so great. And I can stand still and say that I'm your research. I'm your findings, and I'm your conclusions.
Thank you. Thank you. Can we move on?
Thank you
to
so
the
much.
next? Yes.
I'll start by sharing something on applied research. Indeed, let me share a little bit of my life. When I was young, I grew up in the village. In my village, I didn't know anyone who had gone to secondary school. While I was in my primary school, I didn't know anyone who maybe was going to the university the person that has ever gone to university. So it was difficult for me when I finished my standard 8 to know which high school to choose and everything concerning high school. So I went to high school through my mom's help. In high school, I didn't know. Imagine in primary, I didn't know who I want to become. In high school, it's when one day there are people from Holland who came and asked us on what we want to become. That's when this option of engineering ran into my mind while I was in Form 2. Then I just said that I want to be an engineer, but what type of an engineer? What kind of an engineer? I didn't know. So that grew in me that I wanted to be an engineer. I wanted to be an engineer. So growing up in high school, I didn't have this career thing training or someone who came to us to talk about the career thing, career development thing, because my teacher wanted me to be a teacher. My father wanted me to be a doctor. The community saw a potential news anchor. So I didn't know on whose opinion to choose. I didn't have a gadget to do a research. Then guess what? Boom. I fall into a college that the college that doesn't embrace like research. They don't take research as like something important. Yes, they provided Wi-Fi. There were some few computers, but where should I start? I didn't know where to start. Remember, this is a Shags girl. I've grown up in a family that my dad had no phone, my mom had no phone. I've never seen anyone, I've not mingled with people that have these gadgets to do the research or teach me the research. So I stayed there until I was invited in Nairobi University by Ajira Digital. I think many of us knows Ajira Digital. It's an ICT thing that the government, that is for the government. So there I was taught about this research thing. I was taught on which platform to research and what to research. And also that motivated me to find some coins and buy a gadget so that I can be researching. So I would like to say that this applied research is a very important tool that will help TVET institutions to solve practical problems that are encountered in our day in, day out life. So Mr. Kipkemboi told us yesterday on the things to do, like as a TVET University, on the things to embrace. He said that we need to equip the young trainees, trainers, and young institutions in applied research. He also said that we need to do collaboration and the schools to be ensuring that there is infrastructure. And from that, I can add that let the principals who are here not to just provide Wi-Fi and gadgets to be used, but also to be giving guidance, to create awareness, teach those people on which sites to research what, give them challenges so that they can be doing this research, and also arrange for symposium and other things.
Thank you, Joanne. I will get back to you after.
Another thing that I would like to talk about is gender. This is very interesting. That's why earlier I told you that I am your research, your finding, and your conclusion. I'm here to justify your research. So on gender, in high school, like you understand the subject that people who are in high school takes, yeah. So it treats this time that we were to choose the subjects. Then when we were in Form 2, then physics and mathematics, as we all know, is being feared by ladies. So it reaches a time that we need to choose between physics and CRE. And guess what? All the ladies out of 60 students decided to choose CRE, but I was the only lady who chose physics out of 20 men. So I was the only girl in that class. It was weird indeed. I was like, my self-esteem is going down. I feared failing. Like I was doing everything that I can so that I can just prove to the men that physics, like ladies can do physics, and also to prove to the ladies. And also, after finishing my high school, I went to college. In college, I've told you that I did building and construction. Doing building and construction, I was the only girl in that class. Going to PC Kinyanjui, I was the only girl in building and technology class until 2 others joined me. And also, after there, I got attached to the company that I'm in right now. I was the only girl in engineering department. Like, where are the ladies? They were nowhere to be seen. Then, in the industry, like in the company, like the many companies that I've worked with, like they underrate ladies. Like, I was being paid little, and the time that I went, I noticed that I'm doing the same task like the one that men are doing. I went to my boss and asked him to add me something. But the reply was, you are a lady. Then I was like, what about being a lady? You don't need much money. You need a little. Then I asked why. You have husband. He will provide the rest. I told him I'm not yet married. Then I asked him, what is it that a lady can do, and a man can do, and I cannot do? Because the responsibilities are the same. I deliver more than men. Then he didn't have an answer to that, so he decided to just add me my salary. So you can see there is an issue with gender balance in the society. Then this goes to the ladies. Like, I just want to encourage us. Like, if you are in men domain field, one thing that I would like us to do is that have correct attitude. Number 2, believe in yourself. Number 3, do not fear failure. People do fail, but failure is not permanent, it's temporary. Then number 4, do not follow other people's opinion. Like, stand on yourself and you can make it. And but still this goes to the ladies that
Joan,
we need to know that
we might have to come back to you after that.
We need to know that for us to fit in men's dominated society or fields, is that we need to be feminine, but have this hard shell like a man, and stay focused, and not to take things personally. As I conclude, I'd like to finish with entrepreneurship. I want to echo Mombasa Tech for sharing their research. Indeed, it's a good one. I undergo through the same thing in CAP Youth Empowerment Institute. And indeed, right now I can say through that I am an entrepreneur. I have my own business. And also, I've had my business idea being shared here as.
Thank you. Thank you, Joan. I guess we have to be mindful of time. Thank you for your very, very informative experience and guiding us on especially the gender issues. And I would like to move on to the next panelist. I know Krista has to leave at 1:15, but Krista, we've seen the case of innovative research and applied research in Africa, and we are talking about a student's experience. I know you're based in Canada, and we are in 2 different worlds. What is your experience in Canada in terms of applied research, in terms of partnerships with the private sector, in terms of gender, the issues that Joan has just been talking about? Could you take us through what is the situation the other side for comparative analysis?
Sure, thank you, Paul. My name is Krista Holmes. I'm the Associate Vice President of Research and Innovation at George Brown College in Toronto. So it's a large urban college. We have about 30,000 full-time students and 65,000 part-time or continuing education students. So the question about students is very relevant to us. For our research programs, we make sure that students are integrated into every piece of every research project that we do, and how they're integrated depends on their level of expertise or experience. So sometimes they're involved as an observer for learning, an experiential learning opportunity, and sometimes they are directly involved as active members of the research team. For some additional context about George Brown, we really listen to the needs of our partners to find ways to serve them and accelerate and promote Canadian innovation. Our office has existed since 2007, and during that time, we've secured over 85 million Canadian dollars in research funding, collaborating with over 1,500 partners and over 1,700 projects. So what that looks like in a given year, last year, we engaged 79 researchers to provide over 1,400 student research experiences on 125 collaborative projects with 109 partners. But it took us absolutely 14 years to build up that kind of capacity. And really central to that is our relationships with our partners. All of the work that we do is partner driven. So our partners bring to us a need or a challenge, and we put together a research team to help address that need or resolve that challenge. And we look to research as being primarily an academic endeavor. So our academic divisions at the college and our students and the talent and expertise and facilities that we have to support those programs are really how we inform our work. In terms of equity and gender equity in particular, we very actively apply an equity lens to the work that we do. We engage in various practices across the whole life cycle of a project to ensure that we're both recruiting from historically underrepresented groups and also making sure that we're removing barriers and increasing access to these opportunities. So we work closely with our stakeholders within the college. We have an office of anti-racism and human rights, for example, who help inform our practices that we do in our office. We also require training for all of the members of our research teams and our research staff in things like gender-based analysis and other types of equity-focused initiatives. Oh, I think you're on mute, sorry.
Thank you so much, Krista. I'll get back to you. I think I'll give you another opportunity. I want to jump to the gentleman who both from the vocational institutions. You are the drivers of the changes and the reforms in some of the vocational institutions. What are some of the critical challenges you're facing in implementing applied research in these TVET institutions? Give us your practical experience, and I would suggest that rather than just focus on the challenges, give us also what you think would be the solution to the challenge that you identify. So if you could identify 2 challenges and 2 solutions, each of you, then we can use that to build on the case for policy entry. Thank you. Any of you can choose to start. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, in implementing applied research in our institutions, the biggest challenge currently is a lack of a clear policy framework on how to incorporate the researchers, the participating community, and the trainers, and even to bring in industry so that the innovations can be taken to the next level of commercialization. Now, the solution to that could be the government to assist in developing a clear research policy framework, and also to recognize research department as one of the key departments within the TVET sector. Number 2 is limited resources to support research within our institutions. Currently funding from the government, from the ministry, there is no funds that are actually geared towards implementation of research. So from what we budget in our institutions, it may not be able to support research all through. Most of the research projects and programs require quite some large sums of money. And for us to be able to implement, unless we get support either from the government, the industry, or other donor support agencies. Number 3, I want to look at the time duration that we have for implementing our curriculum and also implementing and seeing research to continue until the tail end. So while research, applied research is meant to solve a community problem, an individual issue, you'll find that students who are our trainees are in our institutions for a limited period of time. The full implementation may be taking longer than when the students are there. As the research starts, the students are torn in between undertaking the research and also undertaking the curriculum that they need to complete and move out to industry. So there should be a component of research and time for research which is long-lasting, where the trainers, the trainees and other innovators can be allowed to take the research beyond maybe the curriculum requirement. Then the other one is identification of the community, identification of the participants in the research, and their readiness and acceptance to adopt the technology that has been innovated. So that requires a lot of government support in terms of sensitization, community-based sensitization, and the like. Finally, so that I give to my colleague, the technology is changing so fast. And with the innovations that we have, it takes some years. By the time that innovation is rolled out, a new technology has come up. So there is actually need to continuously involve in the changing technologies and get the support of stakeholders, mainly our industry players and the government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is John Akola, the principal of Kitale National Polytechnic. I think as a principal, for the years I've served as a principal, and look at the conditions under which we operate and up to where we are, I think we are moving in the right direction, and we'd want also to appreciate CICan for actually coming up with these applied research hubs. Now, from the policy perspectives, I think there is a change that is actually happening. Because I remember sometimes either last year or last year but one, the TVETA, actually which regulates our program, launched Applied Research Advisory Committee, which is actually headed by Professor Bonaventure Kere. Now, once we have such an advisory committee, it means that we are moving in the right direction, in that things will not be the way we have been doing it. How have we been doing it? In all our institutions, we have the Department of Research. But just like what my colleague has said, the learners, the trainers are torn in between learning to pass their exams and doing research. Now, if you also look at what is happening in our sector, we have actually been making a lot of steps moving forward by organizing some research competitions, both at institutional level at regional level and at national level. Now, this is just a way of ensuring that our trainees, apart from just concentrating on their curriculum, they should also come up with innovations. Now, the challenge we have, which we can address, like you as our partners, is actually a change of mindset in management of our institutions and focusing on research. Now, yes, we know we don't have enough funds. That's very correct, like what my colleague has said. But some institutions are trying with the little resources that we have. And we actually putting applied research in our strategic plan, because when you put applied research in the strategic plan, then you are able now to plan for a given duration of time what you want to do as an institution. And what I can encourage most of my colleagues is let's keep on talking of research from the council level, that is the management. Let them understand the importance of applied research in our institution. And then let's also allocate more funds. Sometimes we used to have capitations, actually grants, of which a percentage of the grant was supposed to be used for research and innovation. Well, the government changed grants to capitation, so we should just change our tax, then use the same capitation, the way the government used to tell us, use this percentage of the grants to do research and innovation. We can again look at the percentage of the capitation that we are receiving so that we allocate part of that percentage of the capitation on research, so that the departments of research in our institutions should actually not be just like any other department, but a department that is actually collaborating with the industries within the locations where we are, also collaborating with the local communities within the locations where we are, so that they can be able to solve those community problems. I can give you an example of Kitale National Polytechnic. You know, we come from an agricultural community. We do a lot of maize. So I always tell my students and also my trainers that we should do a lot of research to help the community around in solving their problems, and they have really challenged me by coming up with quite a number of renovations. So what we actually need to do is just a change of mindset and look at our management policies and focus and actually a lot of energy on applied research. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John. I want to move to Miranda Pendo. You are representing more of the private sector because you are in the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. And one of the challenges we have had over the past 2 days is the link between industry and TVETs. In several cases, the presenters, the researchers have highlighted a weak link in between these two stakeholders. Now, you as a private sector person, first question is, what do you think could be the priorities in terms of applied research relating to the private sector? And then secondly, what can be done to link industry with TVETs to make the link more efficient? Thank you.
Thank you very much. As introduced, my name is Miranda Pendo. I coordinate the TVET program at the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. And just to give a brief overview of what CAM does, we are an umbrella organization for manufacturing and value add in the country. And our key goal is driving our members into global competitiveness. So we look at the policy advocacy issues that actually ensure that our members are able to be locally competitive and globally competitive. So when you look at manufacturing, it's one of the big four agenda for the country. And of course, looking at the number of jobs that manufacturing actually provides in the country, which ranges from between 7.5 to 12 or 13%. You see that that is a very big number, and we're actually looking forward to even increasing that to 15 to 20%. So what we do as CAM is primarily on policy advocacy, but we do this in a holistic kind of way. This means that we look at all the other areas that make our members not competitive, and of course skills is one of them. And that is why in 2017 we piloted the TVET program, where we wanted to bring the industry and the technical training institutions together to be able to address the issues of skill mismatch and having more competitive skills. Because as one of our panelists has indicated, that sometimes when you do an innovation, by the time it's ready for the market, industry has already moved. So you find that that is not a solution for today. So the TVET program actually seeks to be able to provide holistic results together with industry so that you're able to get skilled technical labor that is available for today and also for the future. So when you look at the priorities, one of the priorities for CAM is having research-led policies. We have a policy, research and advocacy department that is actually like the key driver of what we do as CAM. So having research-led policies, and I am glad that we're talking about research, applied research, because that addresses, like when you work from a research perspective, then you're able to really get solutions that have data, and you know data does not lie, and then you're able to really have clear directions to be able to work forward. Another agenda priority is we are looking at the gender perspective, and I was actually nodding as you talked about your experience. When you look at manufacturing and like some of the other sectors, you find that we have fewer women within the industry space, within the shop floor. And one of the things that we do as the Kenya Association of Manufacturers is encouraging more women within manufacturing, right from the technical training institutes. So we have a mentorship program where we work together with TTIs to be able to have young women, we call them young women in industry, and then linking them up to other women already on the shop floor. So that by the time you're going, for example, as a young graduate, and you're going to an industry and you're on the shop floor and you're seeing 5 men and you're the only woman. So we bring other women on board to talk about challenges. How do you navigate those challenges? How are you able to negotiate, for example, finances? That's actually a life skill. How do you negotiate, not from a gender perspective that you should give me a raise because I am a woman, but give me a raise because these are the skills that I bring to the table, and this is the value I'm giving you as industry. So that's what the Women in Manufacturing does. It does a lot of mentorship, even for the women right now in manufacturing, and also increasing the number of women from the transition from the technical institution into industry. So that's another priority for us. And of course, as we move towards automation and the Internet of Things, and there's more automation in industry, Industry 4.0 is a key priority for us. I am actually glad that we have a partnership with CICan and the Kabete National Polytechnic that looks at robotics, because for us, that's a very key priority. A lot of industries are moving into automation, and as we skill and retool our industry experts, we also need to be able to ensure that the quality that comes even from our technical training institutions is actually also at industry ready. They're actually more alert on the progress that is going on globally, the Internet of Things, and they're able to also grow with the progress and speed that is going on in industry. Of course, another thing is strengthening the linkage between industry and academia by having very clear MOUs. A lot of times you have MOUs with the industry, and I know if I ask the TTIs in the room to be able to share how many of you have MOUs, I'm sure each of us will raise our hands. But how clear are those MOUs? Do we have follow through with the MOUs? Are we able to ensure that the MOUs add value? It is not just something on paper where we say we'll send attaches. If we have an MOU, for example, with an industry to send attaches, do we follow through from the industrial liaison officer that after they have taken attaches, are they able to provide job opportunities from that same industry? Because she's an example of an attachment that is able to transition into jobs, and that's what I do, providing attachments and internships and transitioning them into jobs. So if you're able to transition those attachments into jobs through the MOUs that you have with industry, then that means that we are actually moving in the right direction. So just tightening up on those MOUs and strengthening the interaction between industry and academia. And of course, the business angle for industry and TTIs. One of the things that we always joke about, I know, with our TTI partners is how many of us are actually running successful businesses as technical institutions. We train entrepreneurs, but we don't do business, yet we have the skills to do business. So how do we translate those skills to the graduates that we train so that when they come into industry, then they're able to really be the entrepreneurs that we want them to be and be able to also expand and learn from industry and also employ others. So another key priority for us is the entrepreneurial aspect. We have the CAM SME Hub that actually looks at MSMEs and SMEs that are in manufacturing and value addition, and just tightening that aspect so that we have more manufacturing-related SMEs that are able to transition from MSMEs to SMEs and transition them even into larger manufacturers. So we look forward to also working with the academia, with the various technical training institutions in research and development. A lot of our membership have R&D departments. So there's a question on how do you commercialize the various innovations? And the way to commercialize is to be able to link them up to an industry, providing a clear outlet. So as industry, we are commercial. So when we see a response that actually is able to support the markets that we are working with or targeting, then we are able to even work together with the institution, work together with the various innovators to be able to commercialize and really grow that idea. And I'd like to also invite you at this point in time. We have a manufacturing expo. We have one in Nairobi from the 1st to the 5th of, in Mombasa, 1st to 5th of December, and then in Nairobi from the 24th to 28th at the Kasarani. So I'm looking forward to even having more engagements with the technical institutions to be able to answer the question on how do you commercialize, because we have a market. We'll be having the manufacturing sector exhibiting and selling. And when you talk of commercialization, there's no way you'll be commercial without selling. So I'm looking forward to really having more engagement, more discussion with you around that and seeing how do we tap into this expo and how do we tap into other partnerships that we are looking forward to and that you already have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know, Krista, you have to leave in a couple of minutes, but I would just like to get a parting shot from you. Then we will continue with the rest of the panelists and the participants. Please, if you have some questions, I'll allow for 2 or 3 because we are running late. So, Krista, given the status of TVET in Africa and a comparative case of Canada, what would be your main points of arguments for strengthening applied research in TVETs, and what would be the entry points for government, for example? I would like you to look at it from the private and public sector. What needs to be done? Thank you.
Sure. Well, I think the first thing that I would say in response to that is I would like to echo everything that Joyce just said, because it is bang on in terms of how we engage in Canada as well. And so really the value of ensuring that partnerships are mutually beneficial. So what Joyce was saying about when you have an MOU, making sure that your partner is contributing to and participating in a project. It's not just an agreement where, you know, they maybe feel like they're doing you a favor by engaging your students or working with your faculty or instructors on a project. And really, I think to sum it up as briefly as I can, I would suggest focusing on quality over quantity always. So one good, strong project is much more valuable from my perspective than 20 signed MOUs that don't necessarily lead to outcomes or lead to partial outcomes. So the value in seeing a project through its entire life cycle, that will help you build a strong reputation and foundation for growth. And so, in response to the part about engaging both private and public sector, once you have a track record, then it kind of happens organically. The growth happens organically. And so, I am very privileged to work where I work with a long legacy of 14 years of building to get us where we are right now. But the office started with 2 people and, very piecemeal funding to get those things off the ground. So it takes a long time to build up if you're building with a focus on quality. But when we're looking at how I measure success with my team, it's not the total quantity. It's the impact that has had on our partners, on our faculty and staff, and on our students and other research stakeholders. So Joyce, whenever you want to work together, I'd be very happy to.
Thank you so much, Krista. Now, before I open it up to the participants to ask any questions, I just want the panelists to think through this, and you give us your parting shot at the end. Number one is, what do you think you would do different to scale up the innovations that we had presented yesterday and today, given the current context of Kenya? What would you do different in order to scale this up? And specifically to Joan, if you are in the decision-making organ, as a student who has gone through TVET training, what are the areas that should give priority in terms of policy change? Now, maybe let me open up the floor for questions to the panelists. We could take 2 questions because we are running a bit late, and then the panelists can respond to my question. Unfortunately, I don't have the right of the microphone, so I would request Eric or whoever is there to help us get 1 or 2 questions.
Thanks, Paul. We'll be walking the mic to the audience.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Clive Ayuko. I'm a freelance journalist based here in Nairobi, Kenya. And my question is, can you really teach innovation? Is it thinking skills? I want to ask a question in the crowd. How many of us have eaten these boiled eggs zenye zinauzwa hapa kwa barabara? By the boiled eggs, how many have eaten the boiled eggs zenye zinauzwa kwa barabara? Now, these boiled eggs, I tend to look at this as innovation. And I'll tell you why I tend to look at this as innovation. In the past 5-10 years ago, these eggs hazikuwa zimejaa hivyo kwa barabara. There weren't so many. But then someone figured out, if I'm to chop this onion, and then chop this tomato, and then add some little, maybe pili-pili, maybe it'll appeal to the people who want to eat the eggs. And right now, what can you see? These people who sell eggs are like at par with the Safaricom M-Pesa shops. And that is something you can see. So how do you teach this innovation within the TVET institutions? And how do you make perhaps the students within TVET innovations to be critical thinkers? Thank you.
I think let's take 2 questions, then the panelists can respond very quickly.
Second question, and then one last one.
Thank you very much. I'm Bernard Ochieng from Coast Institute of Technology. I'm directing my question to the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. There is this weak link, which is admissible between training institutions and the industry. And to some extent, it could be the way we look at the trainees. If we saw them or looked at them as labor and resources that we can incorporate in our policy frameworks and engage them more. Probably now that we are having greater supply of human resources, and more so in quotes, quality, because they've trained, then probably our productivity might increase. There are issues where even attachment alone is not possible, and sometimes they're even charged, simply because maybe our policy framework does not consider their potential as human resources that can be tapped even to increase productivity in the industry. Thank you.
Okay. I'm Dr. Mbogwa from Nyandarua National Polytechnic. One of the questions goes to the manufacturers or the representative. We have a number of innovations with our institutions from our trainees. How do we then get them to mass production and assist them make their sales? Then my other issue is we need, as the part of the question asked, how to scale up research. We need to have the right professionals with the right skills and the right information, who we have some of them, and we are ready to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Paul, over to you.
Yes, the panelists, in the order in which maybe could we start with Josephat?
Thank you. I'm Josephat Kipkemboi. I think I may not have introduced myself. The principal, Baringo Technical College, and currently the chair, Research and Development, CATI. Now, maybe two questions. One asked on what can we do differently if I was to be in policy, or if I was to do it. From the experience of these 2 days, I've seen this need to actually have more of a sensitization stroke career days on research, on innovations, where experts from industry are involved as key speakers who participate, so that they cite the interest in the trainers, the trainees, in participating in the research and the innovations. I think currently we've been using more of our trainers, more of those within the locality, but I think there is need to involve more of experts in the industry. And then the other thing is, as we do the innovations and release our graduates, they may have the innovations but may not have the tools. So I think one other area would be to look at how we can equip the trainers to have the tools, so that as they leave the institution, they have the tools that they can continue with the innovations. And I'd like to look at that through incentives to providers of funds, providers of the tools, incentives by the government in terms of tax rebates and others. Then finally, maybe exposure of both the trainers, the trainees, and innovators. think at times we may not have been exposed so much into the applied research. Then the other one, is it easy to teach innovation? It may not be easy, but it requires really more of interactions, more of collaborations, more of exposure. If one is not exposed, the person may think what they are doing is the best. So exchange of ideas is what will encourage more of innovation, really. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Might be to add on what my colleague has said, to answer his question that how do we teach innovations? I think currently, not just now, but even the previous years, the way our curriculum is designed is that both students who do certificate and diplomas, before they complete their course, they're supposed to come up with projects. So already they have the element of research as they prepare to discover which areas do they want to do their project. But now, what can we do better? Because that is what we have been doing for all those years. I think the curriculum that we are currently implementing was done in around 1973, okay? So we have been teaching research as a unit in both diploma. So what can we do better now from looking at the way the presenters since yesterday up to now? I think what we can do better is to improve on the methods of delivery of our teaching content. We can adapt a better digital way, like we can improve on our teaching methods. We can use digital technology in our institutions. And I'm happy, of late you can see what is happening in our TVET institution. An example is where we are. You can see what Dr. Tarno has done, even where we are right now, the facilities in terms of the way we are able to relay. These are things we never used to do 3 or 4 years ago. So if we can improve on our facilities and our ways of teaching, then the trainees can also upscale their level of applied research, the way they do it, and it will have a change. And again, if you can support us, the way you are currently doing, as we were looking at the Canadian partners, as they were presenting, I was actually keen on the pictures that they were posting for us. If you look at some of their workshops, and then you compare with our workshops, so for them, they can even do prototypes, and then they can commercialize. So if we also invest, which the government is actually doing, quite a number of our institutions, a number of infrastructure in terms of facilities, training facilities has improved. So if we can use those facilities that we have already been given, to commercialize, then we'll be there, just like them. So to me, I think it's just a change of our attitude, the way we have been doing things. And when we continue the way we are currently continuing, and it's not only in KTTC, it's happening all over in our institution, because that is what the government wants us to do. So if you have this conference, might be 3 or 4 years from now, we'll not be having complaint like what has been raised, that the quality of our presentation is low, the quality of our research, you have not done this and this. We promise you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maybe we move to Joan very quickly before we come back to Miranda.
Okay. First, I'll touch on the innovation being taught in school. I am, as I said earlier, I'm a graduate. I am a TVET graduate, and through trade projects, we were taught innovation. Like, we were being equipped. So as a student, we were supposed to come up with new ideas. So through that, we were able to come up with business ideas, which are very innovative and creative. Another question is that, to answer the question that like the things that will suggest when I'm involved in decision-making group. Number one is that I will encourage all the TVET schools to emphasize on soft skills, because that acts as a heart of everything that we are being taught in TVET schools. And number two, applied research. Applied research is like a mother, because without this, I cannot be taught on job readiness. I cannot be taken through career guidance and mentorship, entrepreneurship and innovation, and hard skills. So applied research acts like a cover to all these things. Number three, job readiness. For me, I was taken through these in CAP Youth Empowerment Institute. So you are supposed to prepare us, or to prepare the students on what they are going to find out there. Then again, career guidance and mentorship. Through my story, I've shared, like no one guided me on what I wanted to do, but I decided it for myself. Then I developed passion in what I'm doing. That's what I am, who I am. Then another thing is entrepreneurship and innovation, because as we've been told through the research and everything, is that there are no jobs outside here. And if they are not paying well as being your own boss. So all the TVET institutes, I think the principal are hearing, emphasize on teaching on entrepreneurship, and let the students come up with innovative ideas and business opportunity. And through the technique that Mombasa Tech used, I encourage all the institutions to use the same technique, like don't just feed us with theory, and you forgot about the practical part, and forget about the competition part, and forget about the following up part, and lastly, linking us to the partners. You can provide capital, and at the end, after school, I end up doing nothing. I just become who I was. So try to do followers and link us to the right people. CAP Youth Empowerment did that, and that's why right now I still have my business. I usually manufacture potato flour, I make handbags, and I offer services such as AutoCAD, structural design, building costing, and some more services. Even construction, I do construction. And lastly, the hard skills. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Joan. Very, very provocative. And I think that opens up a number of questions in the professors around the heads of the institutions. Miranda, what is your parting shot on this? You from the other side of the world, of the TVET world.
Thank you. And thank you, Joan, for talking about attitude. That's a very key thing in industry. I'd like to actually just throw a question out to us. How many of us know where the last batch of our graduates were placed for attachment? By show of hands. Confidently. Okay. How many of us have actually followed up with those specific companies to find out, will you be able to give me more attachments or a job? Again, by show of hands. Now, that is the answer that I'd like to give the CIT. For industry, labor is very important, very important. And when we see value, we pay for it. If an attaché comes to my industry and I can see this one, and yeah, in talent, I will pay for it. So it is important also from industry's end to follow up with us. Our work is to produce, make money, meet the labor market demands. Your work is to train. While you're training, opening up this conversation where we already have a small partnership, and growing it is going to really propel that conversation into bigger things. Interestingly, we have a number of industrial labor officers. When one student goes to an industry that they have looked for themselves, how many of our ILOs and trainers actually go out of their way to go to that specific industry and create a partnership and say, by the way, I can be able to send someone else, or create a partnership and get a contact where for another student you can refer to the same. Once that is gotten right, because industry is always hiring, we hire casuals. For example, now we are on peak season, November, December, we're on peak season. So we will be hiring casuals. Why would those casuals not come from the technical training institutions? When we have students going into industry, those students are your ambassadors. I'll give you an example. I got a group of chemical engineering students from Nairobi Technical Institute and sent them to an industry. I had not done that before. They had never taken students from NTTI. When they have an opening for a paid internship, because they pay for the internships, they call me and tell me, Miranda, nataka wa NTTI. Specifically, nataka wa NTTI. So on the other end, my work is also to give feedback and tell NTTI, by the way, your quality of your students were very good. How did that quality come up? Because of the ones that went and showed that they're able to be very good. So if we continue following up with our students wherever they are, because by the time they come out from your hands, yes, they're well-trained and they're professionals. You believe in that. So now do the additional part, so that they're not just numbers somewhere, but they're able to really be that link to your particular institution. And I think that's where the centers of excellence is coming in. Because if you're a center of excellence, like I can see Principal Rokaria, if you're a center of excellence for building and construction, you can be sure that anywhere that that student goes, I have a student from CIBET that is in Mombasa that has come to do the assessments and is going back for a job. That particular student has made sure that they talk about that center of excellence in the way they do. And then because I know that their ILO is always following up, I am sure that there'll be more partnership in that area. And that is actually what you're looking forward as CAM, that we act as a facilitator and ensure that this ecosystem works. Because once it works, it's for all of us. Once it works, it means I am happy, I'm able to produce better, I'm able to be more competitive, and of course, quoting the bit about the right professions with the right skills, and of course, at the right cost. That's what we want. And I'm looking forward to really growing this together with our institutions. We are taking some steps there, and somehow or another we'll get it right and we'll get there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miranda. I know we are running out of time, but we are getting lots of messages here, from commercialization to sensitization to improving our tools, soft skills. I know we have not dwelled so much on soft skills, but this is a very critical area, especially for the TVETs. Can we add soft skills to the hard skills? Like Joanne said, she needed to get more soft skills outside there to be able to negotiate and also be ready for the job. But also the other aspect of applied research, we need to inculcate this more in our lecturers, but also in the students. And as we come to the closure or the end of this, we need to think about the future of TVETs. The world is changing very fast. Things are moving beyond the pace of our economies. Do we have the right technology? Do we have the right minds? Do we have the resources? Do we think about mobilization of resources internally? So ladies and gentlemen, I know we would continue this conversation as much as we would have wanted, but of course there's always an end to everything. And I want to thank the panelists for the time. Could we please give them a round of applause as we go into the final session, which is the closure. Thank you very much. Eric, over to you for the final session.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Paul Oki. Thank you to the panelists also. We're moving on. I think they deserve another round of applause. Thank you. So we now on to the last session, which will be taking the closing remarks. And we'll hear from Erin Tansey, who's the Director, Sustainable Inclusive Economies at the International Development Research Center.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Eric, are you able to hear me?
Online, we can hear you.
You can hear me? Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, and thanks to it's lovely being here. I've been listening to your discussions for the past while. Very interesting. You know, just in this closing remark, I'd just like to take this opportunity to commend the researchers and the panelists in the forum, Miranda, everyone else. It was really very rich discussions. So, and I believe that it's been the best platform for the meeting of minds in terms of exploring innovation in TVETs, addressing gender issues, sharing constructive research ideas, and proposals for the betterment of TVETs in Kenya. So as we've learned from this conference, TVET and TVET innovations have become really a game changer. And as the global economy continues to recover from COVID, labor force is improving. So even though it's maybe at a slower pace than we would have wanted, and youth unemployment remains quite high, mostly due to the mismatch of skills. So we also know that in Africa, low skills jobs make up most job vacancies. And innovations in TVET could help countries address youth unemployment while meeting the demand and requirement of industry in terms of addressing this mismatch. And in strengthening TVET delivery by supporting innovation, research, and governance, we must ask ourselves some tough questions. How prepared are TVET training institutions to embrace and integrate the important pillars of the fourth industrial revolution in their trainings, such as cloud computing, robotics and data analytics, AI, cybersecurity, augmented reality, and the wider internet? How prepared are TVETs to address gaps in gender equality, in equal access to training and research capacity? It's evident that the fourth industrial revolution will inevitably affect jobs the world over, Canada too. New jobs will replace traditional jobs, and these will require different skill sets. And so TVET institutions will need innovativeness to improve their way of imparting skills to students and stay relevant. TVET graduates could face an uphill battle to find employment, which we've heard about that today, in which they have to adapt to the changing world environment as quickly as possible. And there'll be a need to reskill staff as well, using modern systems. So how prepared are we? At the same time, the pace of local development in Africa is not matching the fourth industrial revolution levels. Students need to be engaged in real world tasks to help stimulate and simulate actual community problems and workplace situations. Programs supported by this innovation fund adopted the problem project production approach to learning. And this will not only better prepare students for the local working environment, but also address community problems using local solutions and innovations. So are we prepared to scale up these innovations? As the nature of work also evolves, the skills needed for future workers will of course change. The World Economic Forum reports that the top 10 skills required for future workers include creativity, complex problem solving, critical thinking, people management, coordinating with others, emotional intelligence, judgment, decision making, service orientation, negotiation, and cognitive flexibility. That's a lot of those soft skills we were just talking about. How can we prepare TVET and how can TVET institutions prepare students to integrate these very important attributes into their training? Innovation and creativity have gained higher rank in today's working environment, and Africa needs more creative young minds with the ability to think in unconventional ways and promote divergent thinking. So TVETs need to think of unlimited possibilities and offer multiple sets of choices in the design of their courses. So we need to support our TVET systems to train workers in the future for the future working environment. Workers who can really learn quickly, creatively solve problems, adapt and respond to new situations more effectively. As Albert Einstein, who's one of my favorites, he said, you know, it's insane to keep doing things the same and expect results. I'm sure you all heard that before. Anyway, finally, I'd just like to extend my sincere appreciation to organizers, CICan, the funding partners, and the projects presented, so MasterCard, Global Affairs, IDRC, and most importantly, our host, the government of Kenya. And congratulations to the researchers really for the excellent work. And I really look forward to all stakeholders combining strengths to realize the future viability and effectiveness of TVETs for the years to come. So thank you so much.
College, Dr. Edwin Tarno, to give his closing remarks. Welcome.
Thank you very much, my colleague, organizer, Mr. Olo. I would like to just take this opportunity to appreciate all of us and appreciate the work that we've done over the last 2 days. Allow me to just mention one item. When we started yesterday, we talked about action research and why action research is critical. You know very well that action research and innovation are a very joint system. When you talk about action research, you identify problems, you identify solutions, and then you create the answers for those solutions. And therefore, what that means is that there is a connectivity. Once the action research ends, innovation begins. So these are the two jointed aspects that we really need to find out. Sometimes there are so many arguments on whether the action research and ideas have a variation. Those are academic arguments, but for the purpose of us learning, action research then should be deepened in our technical training institutions. We need to deepen it so that we can be able to have tangible results that we can actually take home. I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of CATI and on behalf of the government of Kenya to thank so many people that have taken this particular I've taken this conference to the level that it has. It is the first one. Of course, when something is new, it has got its own challenges. It's also new, and therefore we were moving into a place that we didn't know before. I would like to thank the participants, and I think a clap for all of us for a job well done. I want to really appreciate you for making sure that you are able to join us, be with us throughout these 2 days, share so much that we have within ourselves. And I would like also to take this opportunity to thank the Ministry of Education Kenya for their support. I would like to thank also so deeply the CICan group, both in back at home in Canada and also our office in Nairobi. And we really want to thank you. A clap for the CICan group. This is very, very encouraging. I would also like to thank the following institutions that have actually taken part in this particular aspect throughout. Not that the rest did not. I really want to appreciate all the TVET institutions that have been with us. I would like to appreciate the following partners that have been running with us all through. The Eldoret National Polytechnic, the Kenya Coast National Polytechnic, the Kenya Technical Trainers College, who are your hosts, the Northeastern National Polytechnic, the Coast Institute of Technology, Olesos Technical Training Institute, Meru National Polytechnic, Nyandarua National Polytechnic, Sigalagala National Polytechnic, Ekerubo Getai Technical Training Institute, the Nyeri National Polytechnic, the Kisii National Polytechnic, Kabete National Polytechnic, Rift Valley Technical Training Institute, Kisumu National Polytechnic. We want to thank you and welcome you again in the coming years as we continue working on these projects. I also want to take this opportunity to really thank the KTTC team. I want them to stand wherever they are. These people have been spending time here, sleepless nights, including, wow, a clap for all of you. We really want to thank you. Ndongo and your team, Madam Makato, Madam Apondi at the corner, really want to appreciate all of you and thank you for this. You've just begun, so don't tire because you are going to do this very many times. Thank you. I would like also to thank the KTTC staff who are, the kitchen staff that have done very, very good. I think they kept us nourished all along. And I think a special clap for them because you are. It is now our hope that in the next time, let's use the knowledge that we gained from this place. We gained a lot of information. We got a lot of data that we captured. We shared ideas. We challenged one another, as we mentioned yesterday. We really want to appreciate that we should then be able to use this particular information on all the data that we have gathered, including the ones that you will share along the way. Let it be better than yesterday. We can always improve. Information is power, and I love the idea that every new information adds value to humanity. So let us continue looking for more information. Let's again pray and ask CICan that next year, let us meet here. Next year, let's meet here. I also want to tell you that we will improve. They always say, if you saw something good, tell us. If you saw something bad, is it the other way? If you saw something good, you tell the others. If we didn't do something right, then tell us so that we improve next time. I want to assure you, we will improve your facilities as time goes on. We will improve on our technologies as time goes on. Next year will definitely be better than this year. And I want to appreciate you in advance. Hello, CICan team, please stand. Just stand for all of us. The CICan team in Nairobi. Wow, these are brilliant people. I better clap for them. They look few. I really want to appreciate you, Olo and group. We are indebted to you as a country and also as TVET sector in Kenya. We really appreciate. Last but not least is a clap for our technical people who have made this transmission work. A clap for you. We appreciate you. That is a true confession of what TVET can do. We are able to reach the world through the technical people that sit here. These are TVET graduates. Ni kusema na kutenda. So really I want to thank you so much. We appreciate you and we thank you for everything. With those few remarks, members, I want to wish you well. Have journey mercies as you go back home. May the Almighty God be with you as you go back. Thank you, bon voyage, and God bless.
Thank you, Dr. Edwin Tano. We'll now have a closing prayer from Madam Stella Hayemba.
Okay, let me request us to be upstanding. Okay, let's pray. Our Father, in the name of Jesus, we want to thank you this evening. We are grateful, Lord, for the opportunity you've given us to be here. From yesterday, we have really engaged. We've shared a lot. My God, we have learned a lot. We want to thank you, Jehovah. We are grateful for giving us the gift of life. We are grateful, Lord, for giving us even understanding and giving us opportunities to learn. Jehovah God, we just want to say thank you for every participant who've been in this conference. We are grateful for every parties that made it for this success. We are grateful, Lord, even for the host institution that has been with us, that has enabled us to be here, my Father. We thank you for every TVET institution that was able to participate. We thank you for every partners. We thank you for the government of Kenya. We want to just thank you for every other person, oh God. Jehovah, as we come to the end of this forum, we pray that you bless us. We pray that you be with us. Grant us journey mercies to our various destinations. We pray, God, even for all our virtual participants, your blessings, that God giving us another opportunity to congregate in such a forum, may all the glory and honor return to you. We pray this in Jesus' name.
There is tea. Please don't leave without taking the tea.